Chapter 1 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, by Henri Mouhot. Read by Edmund Bloxam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the 27th of April, 1858, I embarked at London in a sailing ship of very modest pretensions in order to put in execution my long-cherished project of exploring the kingdoms of Siam, Cambodia and Laos, and visiting the tribes who occupy the banks of the great river Mekong. I spare the reader the details of the voyage and of my life on board ship, and shall merely state that there were annoyances in plenty, both as regards the accommodation for the passengers and the conduct of the captain, whose sobriety was more than doubtful. We arrived at Singapore on the 3rd of September. The census taken in May 1859 of the population of this beautiful and flourishing settlement gave the following results. Total, 81,792, of whom only 450 were Europeans and 1,995 Eurasians, or of a mixed race, such as Indo-English, Indo-Portuguese and Indo-Dutch. The Chinese numbered 50,043, the Klings 11,735, and Malays 10,880. The women belonging to these races being computed at no more than 3,248, 963, and 3,700 respectively. The remainder of the population was composed of Bengalese 1,236, Burmese and Siamese 14, Bugis 916, Javanese 3,408, and Arabs 117. There are in the island 13 schools, 70 temples or pagodas, 13 hotels and taverns, 26 pawnbrokers, 87 spirit merchants, 144 houses licensed for opium smoking, and 11 houses for the sale of a peculiar spirit unknown in France, but which is extracted from rice and known under the name of Iraq. The fishing boats number 750. Facilities for locomotion and traffic are provided by 589 public carriages, 1,180 passenger boats, and 600 carts for the transport of merchandise. In addition to the population of Singapore itself, the islands in the immediate vicinity, and forming a part of the settlement, contain 1,500 inhabitants, making the entire population of Singapore and its dependencies nearly 83,000. I made only a short stay there, my chief object being to gain information respecting the country I was about to visit. On the 12th of the same month, after a very monotonous voyage, we arrived at the mouth of the river Manam, on whose banks Bangkok is built. A vast sandbank here bars the entrance of large ships, and compels them to go 8 or 9 miles farther up the gulf and discharge their cargoes at great additional expense. Our vessel, however, only drawing 8 feet of water, passed without much difficulty and anchored at Pak Nam in front of the governor's house, whither the captain and myself proceeded without loss of time in order to obtain the necessary permission to continue our route. The formality over, I hastened to visit the forts, which are of brick and battlemented, the markets and some of the streets. Pak Nam is a Sebastopol or Kronstadt of the kings of Siam. Nevertheless, I fancied that a European squadron could easily master it, and that the commander, after breakfasting there, might dine the same day at Bangkok. On a little island in the middle of the river rises a famous and rather remarkable pagoda, containing, I was told, the bodies of their last kings. The effect of this pyramidal structure, reflected in the deep and limpid water, with its background of tropical verdure, was most striking. As for the town, all I saw of it was disgustingly dirty. The Manam deserves its beautiful name, Mother of Waters, for its depth permits the largest vessels to coast along its banks without danger, so closely indeed that the birds may be heard singing gaily in the overhanging branches, and the hum of numberless insects enlivens the deck by night and day. The whole effect is picturesque and beautiful. Here and there houses are dotted about on either bank, and numerous villages give variety to the distant landscape. We met a great number of canoes managed with incredible dexterity by men and women, and often even by children, who were here early familiarized with the water. I saw the governor's children, almost infants, throw themselves into the river and swim and dive like waterfowl. It was a curious and interesting sight, particularly from the strong contrast between the little ones and the adults. Here, as in the whole plain of Siam, which I afterwards visited, I met most attractive children, tempting one to stop and caress them, but as they grow older, they rapidly lose all beauty, the habit of chewing the betel nut producing an unsightly blackening of the teeth and swelling of the lips. It is impossible to state the exact population of Bangkok, the census of all Eastern European countries being extremely imperfect. It is estimated, however, at from 300,000 to 400,000 inhabitants. Owing to its semi-aquatic state, we had reached the centre of the city while I believed myself still in the country. I was only undeceived by the sight of various European buildings and the steamers which plough this majestic river, whose margins are studded with floating houses and shops. Bangkok is the Venice of the East, and whether bent on business or pleasure you must go by water. In place of the noise of carriages and horses, nothing is heard but the dip of oars, the songs of sailors, or the cries of the Sipayes, Siamese rowers. The river is the high street and the boulevard, while the canals are the cross streets, along which you glide, lying luxuriously at the bottom of your canoe. We cast anchor in front of the cathedral of the French mission and of the modest palace of Monseigneur Pellegrin, the worthy archbishop, who for nearly 30 years, without any assistance but that of missionaries as devoted it himself, has made the revered emblem of Christianity and the name of France respected in these distant regions. The sight of the cross in foreign lands speaks to the heart like meeting with an old friend. One feels comforted and no longer alone. It is beautiful to see the devotion, self-denial and courage of these poor and pious missionaries. A blessing as they are, also to travellers, it would be ungrateful not to render them the gratitude which is their just due. For some time past, particularly since the wars in China and Cochin China, Siam has been much talked of in Europe, and relying on the faith of treaties of peace and commerce, several French and English houses of business have been established there. Unfortunately, there was much deception on the part of the native authorities, which has given rise to general and well-founded complaints from the merchants. The fact is that they have dangerous competitors in the mandarins, and even in the princes, who monopolize the greater part of the trade in rice and sugar, their chief articles of commerce, which they dispatch in their junks and other vessels. Moreover, the people were not prepared for the change which had taken place in the laws, and had scarcely cultivated more than enough for home consumption. Add to this, that the population is far from numerous, and the Siamese being an indolent race, most of the agriculture falls into the hands of the Chinese, who flock to Singapore, Australia, and California. The country certainly merits the reputation which it enjoys for beauty, but it is especially in its mountain scenery that nature displays its grandeur. During a 10 years' residence in Russia, I witnessed the frightful effects of despotism and slavery. At Siam, results not less sad and deplorable obtruded themselves on my notice. Every inferior crouches before a higher in rank. He receives his orders kneeling, or with some other sign of abject submission and respect. The whole of society is in a state of prostration. I was making my preparations for departure on the 16th of October, my purpose being to penetrate into the north of the country and visit Cambodia and the savage tribes belonging to it, when I received an invitation from the King of Siam to be present at the great dinner which this monarch gives every year on his birthday to the European residents in Bangkok. I was presented by Monseigneur Pellegrin, and His Majesty's reception was kind and courteous. His costume consisted of a pair of large trousers, a short brown jacket of some thin material, and slippers. On his head he wore a little copper helmet, like those worn by the naval officers, and at his side a rich sabre. Most of the Europeans in Bangkok were present at the dinner, and enthusiastic toasts were drunk to the health of His Majesty, who, instead of being seated, stood or walked round the table, chewing betel and addressing some pleasant observation to each of his guests in turn. The repast was served in a vast hall, from whence we could see a platoon of the royal guard, with flags and drums, drawn up in the courtyard. When I went to take leave of the king, he graciously presented me with a little bag of green silk, containing some of the gold and silver coin of the country, a courtesy which was most unexpected, and for which I expressed my gratitude. This king, whose official title is Sondal Phra Paramanda Maha Mangkut, that is, His Majesty the King, encircled with the great crown, was born on the 18th of October 1804, and mounted the throne of Siam in the year 1851. The first part of his life was passed in complete retirement in a monastery, in this following the example of many of his predecessors. For all sects emanating from Buddhism think it necessary that the rulers of nations should prepare themselves for supreme power by a previous life of repose and sanctity. It was only after the accession of Somdel Phra that the mastery he had gained over the most difficult sciences became known. After having applied himself to the history and geography of his country, he turned to the study of astronomy, natural philosophy, politics, and philology. He was familiar not only with all the dialects of Siam and Indo-China, but also with ancient Sanskrit and English, in which latter language he had written several treatises. The English journals at Hong Kong have been honoured by articles from his pen, and no one who reads them can be surprised that the august contributor should have been elected a member of the Asiatic Society in London, a body which reckons on its list so many savants of the first rank. His Majesty had also acquired a fair knowledge of Latin from the French missionaries, especially from Archbishop Palagois, who has been his friend for 30 years. He studied astronomy almost without a master, and had gained such proficiency in that science as to be able to calculate an eclipse and determine the latitude and longitude of a place. He introduced a printing press into his dominions, in which both Siamese and Roman characters are used. His language testifies to his education and intelligence, though it more resembles the phraseology of books than that of ordinary conversation. His predecessor had several hundred wives, and I believe the present king does not possess fewer than some dozen, but he only bestowed the title of queen on one, whose portrait hangs by the side of his own, and whose death, soon after my visit, left him inconsolable. A singular institution, peculiar to Siam, Cambodia and Laos, exists in a second king, slightly inferior to the other, and having a sort of reflected authority, the limits of which are not easily defined. His official title is Wang Na, a word which literally signifies the youngest king. He has his court, his mandarins, and his little army, and they pay him royal honours, but in reality he is merely the first subject of his colleague. His sole prerogative is exemption from the customary prostration before the king, instead of which he salutes him by raising both hands in the air. It is true, he is allowed to draw largely from the royal treasury, but never without an order from the king, which, however, is rarely refused. Pin Clow Chan Yo Hona is the legitimate brother of the first king and his intended successor. He is a perfect gentleman of a cultivated mind, writing and speaking English, and leading in his palace, which is arranged and furnished in our Western fashion, the life of a rich, noble, and learned European. He is fond of books and scientific researches, and familiar with all the improvements of modern civilization. He possesses in a higher degree than his brother the capacity for government and statesmanship, and deplores more than anyone the sad condition in which his country languishes. Before asking the reader to accompany me into the interior of Siam, it will not be amiss in the next chapter to give a short sketch of the kingdom itself and of its past history. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858 to 60, by M. Henri Mouhot, read by Edmund Bloxam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Geography and History of the Kingdom of Siam. The name of Siam was first heard in Europe in the year 1502. 9 years after Alfonso de Albuquerque had conquered the peninsula of Malacca, some intercourse took place between Portugal and Siam, which, however, was interrupted by the long wars between this country and the Burmese. In 1632, an English vessel touched at the ancient capital, Ayutthaya. Shortly afterwards, the Portuguese at Goa sent a party of Dominican and Franciscan missionaries to Siam, and the communication between the two nations became more frequent. The king engaged in his service 300 Portuguese soldiers, who were distributed over the country, having lands allotted to them for cultivation, and who contracted marriage with native women. The missionaries built 2 churches and established a school. After a while, the Dutch power began to supplant that of Portugal in the east, and in the course of the 17th century, the Empire of Siam was brought into contact with the new conquerors of the Indies. The Portuguese colonies gradually became extinct, and the influence of the Batavian settlers increased so much that they established at Ayutthaya a Dutch factory, which under its director Schonten attained its greatest prosperity about the year 1690. Various articles of merchandise were introduced into Siam, from whence in return were exported skins, sappan wood, etc., and the country, from its position and the richness of its natural productions, became at that time an important station for the commerce of the Dutch between China and Japan, and the valuable islands of Ceylon and Java. France herself, at the height of her maritime power under Louis XIV, could not equal the power of the Dutch company, though at one period chances eminently favourable presented themselves to her. A Greek adventurer named Constantine Folson, of whom we shall have subsequently to speak, opened for himself a remarkable career in Siam, where he was converted to Romanism by the missionaries. He suggested to the king to send envoys to Louis XIV, and their arrival in France produced a sensation, the echo of which we have heard in our own day, in the embassy from the same country to Napoleon III. His Most Christian Majesty replied by accrediting ambassadors to the Siamese court, de Chaumont in 1685, and Le Lubez in 1687. Each was accompanied by several Jesuit priests, and a force of 500 men, under the command of General Defarge, was stationed at Bangkok. The general, however, was not able to maintain his position. Constantine met with a tragic end, and the Jesuit fathers were kept as hostages. These failures destroyed the French influence for more than a century and a half, and for a time strengthened the power of Holland. This brief glance at the intercourse between Europe and Siam in the 16th to 17th centuries will suffice. The celebrated German traveller Mandels Lohr visited the capital Ayutthaya in 1537 and called it the Venice of the East, a title which, as we have seen, is equally applicable to the modern capital Bangkok. The Portuguese explorer Mendes Pinto, who also paid a visit to Siam in the 16th century, gives a favourable picture of the country, and all that has since come to our knowledge respecting it shows that he merited a greater faith in his statements than was accorded to him by his contemporaries. The empire of Siam is of great extent. Its limits have varied much at different epochs of its history, and even now, with the exception of the western frontier, the lines of demarcation cannot be exactly traced, most of the borderlands being occupied by tribes more or less independent, and there are perpetual wars between the Malay and Burmese races on the one side, and the Cambodian or Chinese on the other. As nearly as can be calculated, the country extends at present from the 4th to the 20th or 22nd degree of north latitude, and from the 96th to the 102nd degree of east longitude, and, according to this computation, its length will be about 1,200 miles, and its breadth 400 miles. The Siamese dominions are divided into 41 provinces, each presided over by a fire or governor, and these again are subdivided into numerous districts under the authority of functionaries of inferior rank, of whose administration little can be said in praise. The northern provinces are 5 in number: Shankalok, Fitzkalok, Phitsanulok, Kumfang Phet, Phisai, and Tahang. In the centre are 9 provinces: Nanthaburi or Jalat Kuan, Pakpret, Patumatoni or Sapkok, Ayutthaya or Krungkau, Ang Thong, Monang Phrom, Monang In, Jainat, and Nakhon Savan. There are 7 in the west: Monang Pin, Sufan or Sufannaburi, Kanchunaburi or Pak Frek, Rapri or Raksaburi, Nakhon Shaishi, Zakonburi or Tai Chin, Samet Songkhram or Mei Klong. The eastern provinces number 10: Phetsjabun, Buashum, Saraburi, Nofaburi, Nakhon Najok, Patchin Kabin, Sasong Sao or Petrio, Batabang, and Phanatsai Kom. In the south are Paklat or Nakhon Khuen Khan, Paknam or Sanantaprakan, Bang Plaso or Salaburi, Wajong, Chantabun or Chantaburi, Tung Jai, Phifrai or Phetshaburi, Shumphon Shaya, and Shalang or Salang. Siam has been distinguished by the historians of the country under 2 great divisions: Monang Nona, the region of the north, at first the more populous portion, and Monang Tai, the southern region. The chronicles of the south are sometimes called the chronicles of the royal city, Ayutthaya, and commence at the period when this place became the capital. De Barrios relates that in his time, the 15th century, 9 states were in subjection to the monarchs of Siam, 2 only of which were peopled by the Siamese race, viz. The southern kingdom, and that of the north, whose chief city was Chamor. The Siamese language, likewise, was spoken only in these 2 countries. Siam is called by the natives Tai or Monang Tai, which means free, or the kingdom of the free. Archbishop Palagua, who is great authority in these matters, maintains that the modern name Siam is derived from Siam, or the brown race. While several districts in the north and east are tributary to this country, it appears to have been itself originally a great fief of China. Thus the King of Siam received from this neighbouring empire a special confirmation of his authority, much resembling the patronage accorded by the Sultan to the Barbary states. However, if the external forms of this vassalage are observed, it is rather from a profound respect for tradition and ancient custom than from any virtual recognition of the power of the Emperor of China to acknowledge or interfere with the rights of sovereignty. One of the dependencies of this country, Cambodia, is also claimed by Cochin China and its ruler. Unable to resist either of his more powerful neighbours, is forced to pay tribute to both. The population of Siam cannot yet be determined with any great exactness, but it is certain that it bears no proportion to the extent of territory. Archbishop Palagoa estimates it at only 6 million, a computation, however, very different from that of Sir John Bowring. The difficulty of arriving at any correct result is augmented by the Siamese custom of numbering only the men. Thus, the native registers showed a few years ago for the male sex 2 million Siamese, 1 million Laotians, 1 million Malays, 1.5 million Chinese, 350,000 Cambodians, 50,000 Peguans, and a like number composed of various tribes inhabiting the mountain ranges. In the north, a chain of mountains covered with snow extends from the province of Yunnan in China, and its ramifications form two great divisions, between which is situated the fertile valley of Siam. Another chain stretches towards the west as far as the Malay Peninsula. The great river Menam, already mentioned, traverses the level country from north to south, taking its rise in the southern slopes of the mountains of Yunnan, and empties itself into the Gulf of Siam. It is the Nile of this region, the great fertility of which is owing to the annual overflowing of its waters, an event eagerly looked for by the inhabitants and welcomed as a blessing from heaven. The Menam begins to rise in the month of June, and in August the inundation reaches its height, and then the waves of the ocean, opposing themselves to the current, force the waters of the river back upon its banks. The lands situated towards the middle of the great plain receive most benefit from this operation of nature, the higher districts being too much surrounded by mountains, while the lower are impregnated with so much salt water as to render the cultivation of rice difficult. If the regular inundations are, as a general rule, productive of immense benefit, they now and then, as in Egypt, lay waste the country. Thus, for example, that of 1851 destroyed all the sugar plantations and the water to a depth of 3 or 4 feet. Resting on the earth for some time, a large number of cattle perished, the rice crops suffered seriously, and many valuable fruit trees were carried away. Some years afterwards, however, in accordance with nature's beneficent law of compensation, the produce was only the more abundant. The ancient annals of Siam relate that about the 7th century Chinese junks used to ascend the stream as far as Sangkalak, a distance of 120 leagues from the sea. At present, it is only navigable for 30 leagues at most. This alteration has arisen from a gradually increasing collection of sand and alluvial deposit, a process which goes on in some of our western rivers, as for instance the Rhine and the Meuse. The low grounds, as is usually the case in hot climates, are less healthy than the mountainous districts, and the forests especially are the seat of malignant fevers. Several other rivers and numberless canals, fringed with bamboos and fruit trees, round which fly a multitude of birds, give a pleasing aspect to the country, which is bounded on the horizon by richly wooded hills. The rivers are rich in fish, which, in addition to rice, forms the principal food of the people. The shores of the sea are very picturesque, and the coast is studded with islands covered with the most luxuriant vegetation. The Gulf of Siam, says Palagoa, is not subject to storms, nor to the destructive typhoons experienced on the Chinese seaboard, thus shipwrecks are of rare occurrence. Sir John Bowring recommends to his countrymen a project which he believes feasible, and which would scarcely be secondary in importance to the intersection of the Isthmus of Darien or that of Suez. It is the union of the Bay of Bengal with the Gulf of Siam. He hopes that the establishment of amicable relations between Great Britain and the Siamese Empire will lead to the ventilation and eventual solution of a question so interesting both in a geographical and commercial point of view. It would be, in reality, as he says, a noble enterprise, which would considerably shorten the voyage between India and Eastern Asia, by making no longer necessary a tedious detour through the Straits of Malacca, a passage which occupies not days, but weeks. The soil of this country composed in great part of alluvial earth, in Siam watered by its great river, and in Cambodia by the Mekong and many other streams, refreshed by the periodical rains and glowing beneath a tropical sky, possesses almost unlimited capabilities. The mountains in the north contain precious metals, but the working of them is as yet very imperfectly attempted. The tin of Siam has been long in repute. Copper, lead, and iron have also been discovered. Diamonds and other precious stones exist, although the exact localities where they are met with are not known, for the natives are very mysterious on the subject. But it is supposed that diamonds are found on the eastern boundary of the Gulf. The history of the empire, arranged in the form of chronicles, is preserved in the archives, and not permitted to be inspected by strangers. The late king made investigations into these documents, which previously to the foundation of Ayutthaya, towards the middle of the 14th century, only presented a mass of confused materials, in which truth and fable are curiously intermingled, as in the annals of all nations, and preeminently those of the Orientals, who love to substitute highly coloured narratives, in the style of the Arabian Nights, for plain history. The Siamese trace their genealogy up to the first disciples of Buddha, Gautama, and commenced their records 5 centuries before the Christian era. A succession of dynasties, varying their seat of government, figure in the earlier volumes, and the miracles of Buddha and the intervention of supernatural beings are frequently introduced. Later on, there are accounts of matrimonial alliances between Siamese princes and the imperial families of China, and of embassies too, and wars with neighbouring countries, the whole interwoven with relations of prodigies and marvellous legends respecting Sudra and other divinities. After the establishment of Ayutthaya as the capital, history assumes its rightful place, and the succession of the sovereigns and the course of events are registered with tolerable correctness. The city of Ayutthaya was founded by Phaya Utong, who took the title of Phra Rama Tiboldi. Ruins of a temple and statue of Buddha at Ayutthaya. It was in the year 1000 of the Buddhist era, AD 457, that King Tuang, whose accession and glorious reign had been announced by communication from Gautama himself, and who possessed, in addition to his other claims to distinction, a white elephant with black tusks, introduced the alphabet Thai, which was communicated to a numerous conclave of Buddhist priests. The ancient chronicles terminate with the establishment of Cha Utong in the new city of Si Ayutthaya, but leave the date of this event rather doubtful. Instead of dwelling on the ancient history of Siam, we prefer to give an extract from the appendix to the celebrated work of Sir John Bowring, The Kingdom and People of Siam. The passage originally appeared in the Chinese repository and is from the pen of the late king. Our capital city, Ayutthaya, before the year AD 1350, was but the ruin of an ancient place belonging to Cambodia, now known as Cambodia, formerly called Lawek, whose inhabitants then possessed southern Siam, or western Cambodia. Ayutthaya is situated in latitude 14 degrees 19 north and longitude 100 degrees 37 east from Greenwich. There were other cities not far remote, also possessed by the Cambodians, but their precise locality or much of their history cannot now be satisfactorily ascertained. Sometime near the year AD 1300, the former inhabitants were much diminished by frequent wars with the northern Siamese and the Peguans or Moose, so that these cities were vacated or left in a ruinous state, and nothing remained but their names. Former inhabitants declared that the people of Chiang Rai, a province of what is now called Chiang Mai, North Laos, and Kampongpet, being frequently subjected to great annoyance from their enemies, deserted their native country and formed a new establishment at Cha Liang in the western part of Siam proper, and built a city which they called Tefar Maha Nakhon, whence has been preserved in the national records the name of our capital down to the present day, Krong Tepar Maha Nakhon. The city was about latitude 16 degrees north and longitude 99 degrees east, and there 5 kings of the first dynasty reigned until the 6th, named U Tong Rama Tibodi, ascended the throne in 1344. This king, it is said, was son-in-law of his predecessor, who was named Sirikai Chiang So, who was without male issue, and therefore the throne descended to the son-in-law by right of the royal daughter. Ayutthaya, when founded, was gradually improved and became more and more populous by natural increase, and the settlement there were families of Laos, Cambodians, Peguans, people from Yunnan in China who had been brought there as captives, and by Chinese and Mussulmans from India who came for the purposes of trade. Here reigned 15 kings of one dynasty, successors of and belonging to the family of Wutong Rama Bodhi, who after his death was honorably designated as Phra Keta Bida, i.e., royal elder, brother, father. This line was interrupted by one interloping usurper between the 13th and 14th. The last king was Mouhot Tirat. During his reign, the renowned king of Pegu, named Chamna Dishkop, gathered an immense army consisted of Peguans, Burmese, and inhabitants of northern Siam, and made an attack upon Ayutthaya. The ruler of northern Siam was Mahatma Shah, related to the 14th king as son-in-law, and to the last as brother-in-law. After a siege of 3 months, the Peguans took Ayutthaya, but did not destroy it or its inhabitants, the Peguan monarch contenting himself with capturing the king and royal family to take with him as trophies to Pegu, and delivered the country over to be governed by Mahatma Shah as a dependency. The king of Pegu also took back with him the oldest son of Mahatma Shah as a hostage. His name was Phra Naret. This conquest of Ayutthaya by the king of Pegu took place AD 1556. This state of dependence and tribute continued but a few years. The king of Pegu died, and in the confusion incident to the elevation of his son as his successor, Prince Naret escaped with his family, and, attended by many Peguans of influence, commenced his return to his native land. The new king, on hearing of his escape, dispatched an army to seize and bring him back. They followed him till he had crossed the Sitong, Burman Sit Tuang, river, where he turned against the Peguan army, shot the commander who fell from his elephant dead, and then proceeded in safety to Ayutthaya. War with Pegu followed, and Siam again became independent. On the demise of Mahatma Shah, Prince Naret succeeded to the throne, and became one of the mightiest and most renowned rulers Siam ever had. In his wars with Pegu, he was accompanied by his younger brother, Eka Tasarot, who succeeded Naret on the throne, but on account of mental derangement was soon removed, and Phra Seri Sin Wimon Tam was called by the nobles from the priesthood to the throne. He had been very popular as a learned and religious teacher, and commanded the respect of all the public councillors, but he was not of the royal family. His coronation took place AD 1602. There had preceded him a race of 19 kings, excepting one usurper. The new king submitted all authority in government to a descendant of the former line of kings, and to him also he entrusted his sons for education, reposing confidence in him as capable of maintaining the royal authority over all the tributary provinces. This officer thus became possessed of the highest dignity and power. His master had been raised to the throne at an advanced age. During the 26 years he was on the throne, he had 3 sons, born under the royal canopy, i.e., the great white umbrella, one of the insignia of royalty. After the demise of the king, at an extreme old age, the personage whom he had appointed as regent, in full council of the nobles, raised his eldest son, then 16 years old, to the throne. A short time after the regent caused the second son to be slain, under the pretext of a rebellion against his elder brother. Those who were envious of the regent excited the king to revenge his brother's death as causeless, and plan the regent's assassination. But he, being seasonably apprised of it, called a council of the nobles and dethroned him after 1 year's reign, and then raised his youngest brother, the third son, to the throne. He was only 11 years old. His extreme youth and fondness for play, rather than politics or government, soon created discontent. Men of office saw that it was exposing their country to contempt, and sought for some one who might fill the place with dignity. The regent was long accustomed to all the duties of the government, and had enjoyed the confidence of their late venerable king. So with one voice the child was dethroned, and the regent exalted under the title of Phra Kao Pra Sat Tong. This event occurred AD 1630. The king was said to have been connected with the former dynasty, both paternally and maternally, but the connection must have been quite remote and obscure. Under the reign of the priest-king, he bore the title Raja Suriwong, as indicating a remote connection with the royal family. From him descended a line of 10 kings, who reigned at Ayutthaya and Lophaburee, Louveau of French writers. This line was once interrupted by a usurper between the 4th and 5th reigns. This usurper was the foster father of an unacknowledged, though real, son of the 4th king, Chao Narai. During his reign, many European merchants established themselves and their trade in the country, among whom was Constantine Falcon. He became a great favourite through his skill in business, his suggestions and superintendence of public works after European models, and by his presence of many articles regarded by the people of those days as great curiosities, such as telescopes, etc. King Narai, the most distinguished of all Siamese rulers before or since, being highly pleased with the services of Constantine, conferred on him the title of Chao Phya, Wicha Yentra Tibodi, under which title there devolved on him the management of the government in all the northern provinces of the country. He suggested to the king the plan of erecting a fort on European principles as a protection to the capital. This was so acceptable a proposal that at the king's direction he was authorized to select the location and construct the fort. He selected a territory which was then employed as garden ground, but is now the territory of Bangkok. On the west bank, near the mouth of a canal, now called Bang Luang, he constructed a fort, which bears the name of Wichayu Fort to this day. It is close to the residence of His Royal Highness Kaufer Noi Kroma Kun Isaret Rangsan. This fort and circumjacent territory was called Tanaburi. A wall was erected, enclosing a space of about 100 yards square. Another fort was built on the east side of the river, where the walled city of Bangkok now stands. The ancient name Bangkok was in use when the whole region was a garden. The above-mentioned fort was erected about the year AD 1675. This extraordinary European also induced his grateful sovereign King Narai to repair the old city of Lophaburee, Louveau, and construct there an extensive royal palace on the principles of European architecture. On the north of this palace, Constantine erected an extensive and beautiful collection of buildings for his own residence. Here also he built a Romish church, on which are still to be seen some inscriptions in European letters, supposed to be Dutch or German. They assuredly are neither French nor English. Perhaps they are Greek, as he was of Greek extraction and born at Cephalonia. The ruins of all these edifices and their walls are still to be seen, and are said to be a great curiosity. It is moreover stated that he planned the construction of canals, with reservoirs at intervals for bringing water from the mountains on the northeast to the city Lophaburee, and conveying it through earthen and copper pipes and siphons, so as to supply the city in the dry season on the same principle as that adopted in Europe. He commenced also a canal with embankments to the holy place called Phrabat, about 25 miles southwest from the city. He made an artificial pond on the summit of Phrabat mountain, and thence, by means of copper tubes and stopcocks, conveyed abundance of water to the kitchen and bathrooms of the royal residence at the foot of the mountain. His works were not completed when misfortune overtook him. Many Siamese officers and royal ministers were jealous of his influence and murmured their suspicions of his being a secret rebel. At length he was accused of designing to put the king to death by inviting him to visit the church he had built, between the walls of which, it is said, he had inserted a quantity of gunpowder, which was to be ignited by a match at a given signal, and thus involved the death of the king. On this serious charge, he was assassinated by private order of the king. This is the traditional story. The written annals state that he was slain in his sedan, while faithful to his king, by order of a rebel prince, who perceived he could not succeed in his nefarious plans against the throne while Constantine lived. The works which he left half done are now generally in ruins, viz. The canal to Phrabat and the aqueduct at the mountains. After the demise of Narai, his unacknowledged son, born of a princess of Yunnan or Chiang Mai, and entrusted for training to the care of Phaya Petkar Raja, slew Narai's son and heir, and constituted his foster father king, himself acting as prime minister till the death of his foster father 15 years after. He then assumed the royal state himself. He was ordinarily spoken of as Nai Dua. 2 of his sons and 2 of his grandsons subsequently reigned at Ayutthaya. The youngest of these grandsons reigned only a short time, and then surrendered the royal authority to his brother and entered the priesthood. While this brother reigned in the year 1759, the Burman king Meng Luang Alwang Barai Gyi came with an immense army marching in 3 divisions on as many distinct routes, and combined at last in the siege of Ayutthaya. The Siamese king, Kaufar Ekadwat Anurak Mutri, made no resolute effort of resistance. His great officers disagreed in their measures. The inhabitants of all the smaller towns were indeed called behind the walls of the city and ordered to defend it to their utmost ability, but jealousy and dissension rendered all their bravery useless. Sallies and skirmishes were frequent, in which the Burmese were generally the victorious party. The siege was continued for 2 years. The Burmese commander-in-chief, Maha died, but his principal officer elected another in his place. At the end of 2 years, the Burmese, favoured by the dry season when the waters were shallow, crossed in safety, battered the walls, broke down the gates, and entered without resistance. The provisions of the Siamese were exhausted, confusion reigned, and the Burmese fired the city and public buildings. The king, badly wounded, escaped with his flying subjects, but soon died alone of his wounds and his sorrows. He was subsequently discovered and buried. His brother, who was in the priesthood and now the most important personage in the country, was captured by the Burmans to be conveyed in triumph to Bomar. They perceived that the country was too remote from their own to be governed by them. They therefore freely plundered the inhabitants, beating, wounding, and even killing many families to induce them to disclose treasures which they supposed were hidden by them. By these measures, the Burmese officers enriched themselves with most of the wealth of the country. After 2 or 3 months spent in plunder, they appointed a person of Mon or Peguan origin as ruler over Siam, and withdrew with numerous captives, leaving this Peguan officer to gather fugitives and property to convey to Burma at some subsequent opportunity. This officer was called Phra Nai Kong, and made his headquarters about 3 miles north of the city, at a place called Pho Sam Ton, i.e. the 3 sacred fig trees. One account relates that the last king mentioned above, when he fled from the city wounded, was apprehended by a party of travellers, and brought into the presence of Phra Nai Kong, in a state of great exhaustion and illness. But he was kindly received and respectfully treated, as though he was still the sovereign, and that Phra Nai Kong promised to confirm him again as ruler of Siam, but his strength failed, and he died a few days after his apprehension. The conquest by Burma, the destruction of Ayutthaya, and appointment of Phra Nai Kong took place in March AD 1767. This date is unquestionable. The period between the foundation of Ayutthaya and its overthrow by the Burmans embraces 417 years, during which there were 33 kings of 3 distinct dynasties, of which the first dynasty had 19 kings with 1 usurper, the second had 3 kings, and the third had 9 kings and 1 usurper. When Ayutthaya was conquered by the Burmese in March 1767, there remained in the country many bands of robbers associated under brave men as their leaders. These parties had continued their depredations since the first appearance of the Burman army, and during about 2 years had lived by plundering the quiet inhabitants, having no government to fear. On the return of the Burman troops to their own country, these parties of robbers had various skirmishes with each other during the year 1767. The first king established at Bangkok was an extraordinary man of Chinese origin named Pin Tat. He was called by the Chinese Cha Sin Tat, or Tuat. He was born at a village called Ban Tak in northern Siam in latitude 16 degrees north. The date of his birth was in March 1734. At the capture of Ayutthaya, he was 33 years old. Previous to that time, he had obtained the office of second governor of his own township, Tak, and he next obtained the office of governor of his own town, under the dignified title of Phir Tak, which name he bears to the present day. During the reign of the last king of Ayutthaya, he was promoted to the office and dignity of governor of the city of Kam Cheng Philet, which from times of antiquity was called the capital of the western province of northern Siam. He obtained this office by bribing the high minister of the king, Chaufa Ekedwat Anurak Mutri, and being a brave warrior, he was called to Ayutthaya on the arrival of the Burman troops as a member of the council. But when sent to resist the Burman troops, who were harassing the eastern side of the city, perceiving that the Ayutthayan government was unable to resist the enemy, he, with his followers, fled to Chatabun, a town on the eastern shore of the Gulf of Siam, in latitude 12.5 degrees north and longitude 101 degrees 21 east. There he united with many brave men who were robbers and pirates, and subsisted by robbing the villages and merchant vessels. He became the great military leader of the district, and had a force of more than 10,000 men. He soon formed a treaty of peace with the headman of Bang Plasoi, a district in the north, and with Cambodia and Annan, or Cochin, China, on the southeast. Such is the short historical sketch given by the late King of Siam up to this date, in which we must complete from other sources. As much by stratagem as by force of arms, he gained possession of the northern districts, but not deeming himself secure enough from the hostile attacks in that part of the country, he decided on falling back towards the south, and established himself at Bangkok, having previously surprised and put to death Phra Nai Kong, the Burman governor of that place, and seized on a quantity of money, provisions, and ammunition. Its proximity to the sea afforded many advantages, one being that escape would be tolerably easy, should fortune prove adverse to him. He there built a palace on the western bank of the river, near the fort, which is now standing. After various encounters with the Burmans, he reduced them into subjection, mainly through the assistance of his flotilla, and on one occasion he overpowered their whole camp, recovering great part of the booty they had amassed, and finally freeing the country from those bitter foes, who had brought into it so much desolation and terror. The people, in gratitude to their deliverer, gladly aided him in his assumption of royal authority. He issued his mandates from Bangkok, appointed viceroys, and distributed colonists far and wide for the repeopling of the country. Thus, by the end of 1768, he found himself sovereign of all the southern part of Siam, and the eastern provinces on the shores of the Gulf. Profiting by a sanguinary war between China and Burma, he reconquered the northern district of Hora. He had still to contend with a revolt organized by a prince of the old dynasty, who, pending the struggle with the Burmans, had taken refuge in Ceylon. This, however, was soon quelled, and 2 more provinces were recovered, which had taken advantage of the foreign invasion to assert their independence. At the end of 3 years, Phia Giak was master of the whole of the north, and had everywhere re-established peace and order. His dominion being now set on a firm foundation, it was a comparatively easy matter successfully to resist a new attack of the Burmans in 1771, and the year following he sent an expedition into the Malay Peninsula to take possession of Lahore, whose governor, formerly a vassal of the king, had assumed the sovereignty and proclaimed Phia Giak a usurper. The governor, being worsted in several engagements, took refuge with the chief of Patawi, a town in the peninsula, by whom he was surrendered to the followers of Phia Giak. The king himself, meanwhile, had entered Lahore, made captives of all the governor's family, and carried off his treasures. Among his relatives was a daughter possessed of great beauty. The king gave her a place in his harem, and, through her intercession, her father and all her family were spared. 3 or 4 years afterwards, she procured his reinstatement as prince of that district, which at the present day is governed by his descendants. Phia Giak's reign did not end happily. In the latter part of his life he fell into a state of morbid melancholy, treated his subjects with cruelty, and lost his popularity. One of his generals, Chakri, commanding in Cambodia, took advantage of these circumstances to concert a plot against the king, who was taken prisoner at Bangkok and assassinated in the year 1782. Chakri ascended the throne, and, dying soon afterwards, was succeeded by his son. The old quarrels with the Burmans were renewed about some disputed districts on the northern frontier, and the Siamese monarch came victoriously out of 2 encounters, but in a third was overcome, and lost the western part of the country towards Burma. This king died in 1809, and his son and successor, fearing or feigning to dread conspiracies against him, put to death 117 Siamese nobles, among whom were several generals who had fought by his father's side against the Burmans. This atrocious massacre, and the murder of a cousin much beloved by the people, alienated their affections from him. In other respects he ruled with wisdom and moderation, keeping in check the turbulent Malays. He also successfully repulsed the incursions of the Burmans, bringing his prisoners to Bangkok, where he gave them land to cultivate, and thus extended his capital. The English government, wishing to form a commercial treaty with this prince, sent Mr. Crawford on a mission to Siam, but although that gentleman obtained much interesting information respecting the country, he failed in attaining his purpose. Allowed to remain with his suite for some time at Bangkok, they were treated rather as prisoners than guests. Their propositions were rejected, and the only concession obtained from His Majesty was a promise not to increase the export and import duties, the entire abolition of which had been the object of the negotiation. The king died in 1824 and was succeeded by his illegitimate son, Krom Kiat. This prince, although he feared the English, saw the advantages of extended commerce, and in 1826 concluded a treaty with Great Britain, then represented by Captain Burney, but it did not effect all that had been desired. Direct mercantile intercourse between the two countries was certainly guaranteed, and assistance in all cases of shipwreck on the coast, but English subjects during their stay were to be subject to the laws of the empire, and each province the commerce could be extended or limited at the will of the governor. As these functionaries constantly infringed the terms of the treaty, and imposed heavy charges on the native articles exported, as well as on British goods introduced, disappointment naturally resulted, and the Siamese, fearing a resort to arms on the part of England, made preparations for defence and fortified the mouth of the Menam. Meanwhile, France was attempting to resume her world intercourse with Siam, but at first great distrust was manifested of the Catholic missionaries. In 1780 they had been ordered, on pain of death, to quit the kingdom. They retired for a time, but again gradually insinuated themselves, and met with considerable success. We owe to Monsieur Palagois, in addition to an interesting relation of the progress of the mission, very important information concerning this empire in the Far East, its literature and the character and the manners of the inhabitants. He established there 7 churches and 4 chapels, a seminary in which are 30 native pupils, several other schools and 4 monasteries, and has baptized 8,000 Siamese. The king, annoyed at the advance of the new religion, issued in 1848 an edict against the missionaries, commanding the destruction of all their places of worship, but it was very partially carried into execution. The Protestant mission has had a more restricted sphere of action. The celebrated Dr. Gutzlaff made a long stay at Bangkok in 1828, and finished there his translation of the New Testament into Siamese. This work was published at Singapore and has since been widely circulated. In 1830 he revisited Siam and translated the greater part of the scriptures into the language of Cambodia and Laos. At his request, the American Baptists founded the first Protestant mission at Siam. The Presbyterians established a second in 1840, and a third was founded in 1850 by the Society of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. Their labours, however, have not yet been crowned with any great success. Nevertheless, by uniting to their ministerial office the practice of medicine, they have done much good, and been favourably received by the people. The French priests have recently made efforts to gain an influence over the government of Siam. At the death of the king Krom Kiat, his son Kao Fa, then 20 years of age, should have been his rightful successor, but an elder illegitimate son seized on the throne, promising his brother to resign it in a few years. This promise not having been fulfilled, the prince, as we have before mentioned, went into complete retirement and gave himself up to scientific pursuits. He then came into contact with the Catholic missionaries, and at their persuasion made himself acquainted with their religion. In 1851 the king fell ill, and in spite of the promise to his brother, wished to appoint one of his own sons as his successor. But he was answered that the country had already a sovereign, and on his decease Prince Kao Fa mounted the throne, under the name of Somdet Phra. Monsieur Palagois addressed to him a letter of congratulation, and presented him with a portrait of Louis Napoleon, then President of the French Republic. The king in return made him a gift of money, and revoked the decree of banishment against the 5 Catholic priests, and at an audience granted to the bishop before his departure for Europe in 1852, he charged him with messages to Prince Louis Napoleon and the Pope, entrusting to him an autograph letter for the latter, written in English, and expressing a great regard for his holiness, as well as resolution to grant full toleration in his kingdom to the Catholic religion. He also declared to the archbishop his intention of assuring to his subjects entire religious liberty, with which view he made inquiries from time to time respecting the work of the Catholic missionaries, so as to protect converted natives against the heathen governors. From that time the friendship with France has never been interrupted, but has become more and more intimate. Negotiations were commenced at Bangkok in 1856, in the name of the French government, which terminated in a highly satisfactory manner, a treaty of friendship and commerce being signed on the 15th of August between the two countries, which was ratified in the following year. The reception accorded to M. de Montigny, the French envoy on this occasion, by the two kings, was as brilliant as it was cordial, nor was he entertained less kindly by any of the authorities with whom he came in contact, which proved that Siam has preserved a pleasing remembrance of the embassies exchanged with Louis XIV. All this augured favourably for the future friendly relations between the two crowns, and these were confirmed in the year 1861, when His Siamese Majesty sent an embassy to Paris, where it arrived in June and was received with great magnificence. A French publication gave the following account of the commerce with Siam. According to the information obtained from M. de Montigny, the commercial and maritime relations between the Kingdom of Siam and Europe are capable of great development. Already more than 60 European ships have, since 1854, entered yearly the port of Bangkok, to which must be added a considerable number of junks and prahus which navigate the China Sea and the Malayan archipelago. The markets of Siam and Laos abound in natural products, such as tobacco, cotton, sugar, spice, and dyes. The forests abound with magnificent trees, particularly teak. By the terms of the treaty with France, the duties, whether import or export, are 3% on the value of the merchandise. There is therefore room for hope that commerce, favoured by the moderation of the tariff, will rapidly increase, and that the French Navy will profit by it. In Les Annales du Commerce Extérieur, we find the following account. The greater part of the commerce of Siam, Laos, and Cambodia is in the hands of the Chinese, who are much more active and intelligent than the natives. Their mercantile transactions are generally characterized by dishonesty, and we cannot too strongly warn our traders against the frauds of every kind common in this country, such as mixing diverse qualities, adulteration, and saturating various articles with moisture to increase the weight. Raw silk, cotton and hemp, tobacco and other merchandise sold by weight should be carefully examined when delivered, and always compared with the samples, which it is prudent to demand beforehand. The treaty concluded between the Siamese government and France abolishes all monopolies, and obliges the authorities to watch over the strict and faithful execution of all bargains. Therefore, in case of fraud, traders should show a bold face and demand an indemnity. They should be careful themselves to set an example of strict probity, this being the surest way to improve the morality of the Siamese merchants, who in dealing with people of proved honesty will have less temptation to employ fraud. The best commerce will be, doubtless, that of barter, and it will be difficult to carry this to any great extent, as these people have few wants. The ordinary dress, for example, consists simply of drawers in the hot season, to which in winter they add one or more scarves to cover the upper part of the body. The dignitaries and wealthy individuals on state occasions wear a rich suit, consisting of drawers, vest, belt, and large tunic. They go barefoot, rarely having even sandals. They are not of a migratory nature, but have their fixed habitations, and are fond of elegance and luxury. Very imitative in their ways, they feel a pride in putting on a European dress, and some of those made after the fashion of Louis XIV's reign are still preserved, especially among the descendants of the Portuguese, who are numerous. The uniforms of the soldiers are copied from those of Europe, and the whole nation has a great taste for our Parisian furniture, cotton, silk, and woolen fabrics, porcelain, china, glass, bronzes, cutlery, ironmongery, and toys. Other articles in much esteem with them, and exported by us, are firearms, sidearms, saddlery, quilts, carpets, clocks, and windows, while champagne, brandy, gin, and kirsch would find in Siam a certain and ready sale in exchange for the produce of the country. The efforts of the Americans to obtain from the Siamese government favourable terms of commerce were for a time fruitless, but in 1833 a treaty was concluded with the United States, which proved of but little material benefit. A second embassy from the Western Republic failed completely. Balestier, the envoy, could not even obtain an audience from the king, and consequently was unable to deliver his letters of credit. The Americans had been unfortunate in their choice of Balestier as their representative, he having formerly been in a mercantile house at Singapore, and in no favour either with the king or his ministers. A treaty was, however, eventually concluded between the two nations. Sir James Brooke, the English ambassador at Bangkok, found his advances coldly received. Possibly the court felt aggrieved by the attitude assumed by that gentleman, but whatever may have been the reason, matters nearly approached to an open rupture. In September 1850 he abandoned the negotiation, and Great Britain and Siam remained estranged, until the English government, desirous to establish friendly relations with the Eastern monarch, dispatched Sir John Bowring to Bangkok with instructions to arrange a commercial treaty, which he effected in 1855. His travels have been published in 2 volumes, and contain perhaps the most accurate and full information we possess of Siam. It was particularly from his acquaintance with the language and manners of the nation that Sir John Bowring acquitted himself so well of his task. He was received at court with great favour, and had several interviews with the king, whose thirst for knowledge pleased him, and whose good will he managed to secure. In all his negotiations with the Siamese ministers, he displayed skill and adroitness. Knowing by experience what would be the most profitable conditions, he succeeded in effecting the ratification of an advantageous agreement on the 18th of April 1855, by which the Crown of Siam consented to the appointment of a British consul at the capital, and granted entire liberty of commerce to English merchants in all the maritime districts of the empire. All duties were lowered, those upon opium almost entirely abolished, provision being made that this article should only be sold to parties specially licensed by the government. On the other hand, the English traders might purchase all the productions of the country directly from the producer. It is only in times of scarcity that the king reserves to himself the right of forbidding the exportation of rice, salt, and fish. English subjects are permitted to settle at Bangkok, to hold landed property there, build or purchase houses, and to lease land to others, but this last privilege is only accorded after a 10 years' possession. Full tolerance in religious matters was guaranteed, and if the presence of a British ship of war was at any time thought requisite for protection of their interests, it was permitted to lie in the Gulf, but not to pass beyond Patnam without express leave from the government. Increased favour to Europeans. Holland has also renewed her ancient dealings with the country, and ratified a treaty during the present year, 1862. Even before the arrival of the Siamese ambassadors in Europe, a French publication said very justly, "The government of Siam is showing itself more and more favourable towards Europeans, who find at Bangkok not only protection, but sympathy and toleration for their religion. Bangkok has become one of the most considerable markets of Asia, and the kingdom of Siam is reaping the reward of the liberal politics which it has introduced into the extreme East, and which is warmly seconded by France, England, and the United States." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59, and 1860, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After my visits of ceremony to the two kings, I hastened to finish the preparations for my voyage. I bought a light boat capable of holding all my chests, reserving a narrow space for myself and another for the bipeds and quadrupeds forming my adopted family, viz. 2 rowers, one of whom also officiated as cook, a parakeet, an ape, and a dog. One of the boatmen was a Cambodian, and the other an Annamite, both Christians, and knowing a few words of Latin and English, so that as I had already picked up a little Siamese, I could make myself pretty well understood. On the 19th of October, I quitted Bangkok and commenced my voyage up the Manam. The current runs very strongly at this season, and it took us 5 days to go about 70 miles. At night we suffered terribly from the mosquitoes, and even during the day had to keep up an incessant fanning to drive off these pestilent little vampires. They were so numerous that you could catch them by handfuls, and their humming resembled that of a hive of bees. These insects are the curse of all tropical countries, but here they peculiarly abound in the marshes and lands covered with slime and mud, left by the retiring waters, where the heat of the sun and the moisture combined favour their rapid increase. My legs suffered especially from their attacks. The inundation of the Manam. As the country was entirely inundated, we could not land anywhere, and even after killing a bird, I frequently could not get at it. All this was very tantalizing, for the backs of the streams are very gay and attractive, nature wearing here her richest dress. At this time of the year, the rains have entirely ceased and do not return for several months. For some days, the northeastern monsoon had been blowing. The weather was constantly fine, and the heat tempered by the wind. The waters also were beginning to subside. It was the period of the religious fete of the Siamese, and the river was almost incessantly crowded with long and handsome boats bearing flags, many of them manned by more than 50 rowers, all in new and bright-coloured dresses, trying to pass each other, and exciting themselves by piercing cries and all sorts of noises. In some cases, however, sweet and agreeable music formed an accompaniment more grateful to the ear. One boat, belonging to a mandarin, was escorted by a number of others. It was remarkable for its elaborate carving and the magnificence of its gilding, and was carrying yellow stuffs and other presents to the neighbouring pagodas. The king rarely shows himself in public more than twice a year, once during the month of October, and a second time on board his barge, when a procession is formed consisting of 300 or 400 boats, often containing more than 1,200 persons. The effect produced by this aquatic pageant, with the rowers in their brilliant dresses, and the multitude of rich flags, is extremely gorgeous, and such as is only to be witnessed in the East. I was surprised to see the gaiety and light-heartedness of the people, in spite of the yoke which weighs on them, and the exorbitant taxes they have to pay. But the softness of the climate, the native gentleness of the race, and the long duration of their servitude from generation to generation, have made them oblivious of the bitterness and hardships inseparable from despotism. Everywhere they were making preparations for their fishing season, for when the waters subside from the fields, the fish are most plentiful. Dried in the sun, they furnish food for the whole year, and are also exported in large quantities. My boat was so encumbered with chests, boxes, and instruments that the space left for me was very confined, and I suffered from heat and want of air, but these were trifles compared with the mosquitoes. On arriving at Ayutthaya, my rowers conducted me direct to the excellent Father Larmandy, a French missionary, by whom I was expected. The good priest received me with great kindness, and placed at my disposal all he had to offer in his little house. He employs his leisure time in the study of natural history and in hunting, and frequently accompanied me in my rambles. As we explored the woods, we talked of our own charming country, France. Ruins of a pagoda at Ayutthaya. After a long hunting or rowing expedition, we always, on our return home, found our repast prepared by my servant Nhu, who excelled in Siamese cookery, and which our fatigue made us doubly appreciate. Rice and omelette, or curried fish, bamboo stalks, haricots, and other wild vegetables formed our diet, with the addition of roast fowls and game when the chase had been fortunate. 3 chickens cost a fouend, 37 centimes. The heat was sometimes overwhelming. For a week we had 90 degrees of Fahrenheit in the shade throughout the 24 hours, but the mosquitoes were fewer in number, which was a great relief. In our excursions we visited some ruins amid the woods, and I made a collection of beautiful butterflies, and found several insects new to me. When I reached Pak Pliao, which is a few days' journey to the north, on the frontier of the lake, I shall find a mountain country where I am sure of a plentiful harvest of insects and land shells. The comet, which I had already observed on my journey, shone here with increased brilliancy, and it was difficult not to believe that the extreme heat was owing to the influence of this meteor. I drank nothing but tea, hoping by abstinence from cold water and from all wine and spirits to escape fever. So far my health had certainly never been better, not even in the north of Russia. Since the ports have been opened to English and other European vessels, everything has been doubled in price, but still remained cheap as compared with Europe, and I did not spend more than £1 a day for my own living and that of my men. The people flocked to see my collections, and could not imagine what I should do with so many animals and insects. I have before mentioned the skilful management of boats, and the fearlessness in swimming and diving, displayed by very young children. I used to amuse myself by offering some of them my cigar ends to smoke, in return for which they would run after butterflies and bring them to me uninjured. I discovered here a sort of spider, which is also, I believe, found at the Cape, from which a silken thread may be drawn out by taking hold of the end hanging from its body. One has but to go on winding. The thread is very strong and never breaks. It requires some time to become accustomed to the shrill chirpings during the night of myriads of grasshoppers and other insects, which seem never to sleep. There appears to be no such thing as silence or repose. Everywhere is a continual stir, the gushing overflow of life in this exuberant region. What a contrast between the subdued tints and cold skies of Europe, and this burning clime and glittering firmament. How pleasant it was to rise in the early mornings before the glowing sun had begun his course, and sweeter still in the evening to listen to the thousand sounds, the sharp and metallic cries, which seemed as though an army of goldsmiths were at work. The people here might be extremely happy, were they not kept in such abject slavery. Bountiful nature, that second mother, treats them as her spoilt children, and does all for them. The forests abound with vegetables and exquisite fruits. The rivers, the lakes, and the ponds teem with fish. A few bamboos suffice to construct a house, while the periodical inundations render the lands woefully fertile. Man has but to sow and to plant. The sun saves him all further trouble, and he neither knows nor feels the want of all those articles of luxury which form part of the very existence of a European. On the 13th of November, we arrived at a village called Arajik, where the land was more elevated. Here I killed several white squirrels, animals which I had not met with in the neighbourhood of Bangkok. It is only in the solitude and depth of the woods that one can fully admire and enter into the sort of harmony and concord which reigns in the songs of the various birds, forming such a pleasing kind of symphony that the voice of one is rarely overpowered by that of another. One can enjoy at once the general effect and the melodious note of the particular winged musician we prefer. Scarcely does the sun begin to gild the tops of the trees when, alert and gay, they commence their morning hymn. The martins, the warblers, the drongos, and the Dominicans respond to the turtle-doves cooing in the highest branches. Music of a less dulcet nature is discoursed by the aquatic and rapacious tribes, such as cranes, herons, and kingfishers, who from time to time utter their piercing cries. I procured a guide in the mandarin of the village, who received me courteously, and offered me in return for some trifling presents a breakfast of rice, fish, and bananas. I requested his aid in arranging my purposed visit to Mount Frabat, a favourite object of pilgrimage among the Siamese, who resort thither yearly in great numbers to adore the sacred footprint of Buddha. He volunteered to accompany me, an offer which I gratefully accepted. The next morning at 7 o'clock my host was waiting for me at the door, with elephants mounted by their drivers and other attendants necessary for our expedition. At the same hour in the evening we reached our destination, and before many minutes had elapsed, all the inhabitants were informed of our arrival. Priests and mountaineers were all full of curiosity to look at the stranger. Among the principal people of the place I distributed some little presents, with which they were delighted, but my firearms and other weapons were especially the subject of admiration. I paid a visit to the Prince of the Mountain, who was detained at home by illness. He ordered breakfast for me, and expressing his regret at not being able to accompany me, sent 4 men to serve as guides and assistants. As a return for his kindness and urbanity, I presented him with a small pistol, which he received with extreme gratification. We proceeded afterwards to the western side of the mountain, where is the famous temple containing the footprint of Samana Kodom, the Buddha of Indo-China. I was filled with astonishment and admiration on arriving at this point, and felt utterly incapable of describing the spectacle which met my view. What convulsion of nature! What force could have upheaved those immense rocks, piled one upon another in such fantastic forms? Beholding such a chaos, I could well understand how the imagination of this simple people, who are ignorant of the true God, should have here discovered signs of the marvellous and traces of their false divinities. It was as if a second and recent deluge had just abated. This sight alone was enough to recompense me for all my fatigues. On the mountain summit, in the crevices of the rocks, in the valleys and the caverns all around, could be seen the footprints of animals, those of elephants and tigers being most strongly marked. But I am convinced that many of them were formed by antediluvian and unknown animals. All these creatures, according to the Siamese, formed the cortege of Buddha in his passage over the mountain. As for the temple itself, there is nothing remarkable about it. It is like most of the pagodas in Siam, on the one hand unfinished, and on the other in a state of dilapidation, and it is built of brick, although both stone and marble abound at Frabat. The approach to it is by a flight of large steps, and the walls are covered with little pieces of coloured glass, forming arabesques in great variety, which glitter in the sun with striking effect. The panels and cornices are gilt, but what chiefly attracts attention by the exquisite workmanship are the massive ebony doors, inlaid with mother-of-pearl of different colours, and arranged in beautiful designs. The interior of the temple does not correspond with the outside. The floor is covered with silver matting, and the walls bear traces of gilding, but they are blackened by time and smoke. A catafalque rises in the centre, surrounded with strips of gilded serge, and there is to be seen the famous footprint of Buddha. To this sacred spot the pilgrims bring their offerings, cut paper, cups, dolls, and an immense number of toys, many of them being wrought in gold and silver. After staying a week in the mountain, and adding many pretty and interesting objects to my collection, Our party returned to Arajik, the Prince of Frabat insisting on sending another guide with me, although my friend the mandarin, with his attendants and elephants, had kindly remained to escort me back to his village. There I again partook of his hospitality, and taking leave of him the day following, I resumed my voyage up the river. Before night I arrived at Saraburi, the chief town of the province of Pak Priao, and the residence of the governor. Saraburi is a place of some extent, the population consisting chiefly of Siamese, Chinese, and Laotian agriculturists, and consists, like all towns and villages in Siam, of houses constructed of bamboo. They peep out, half hidden among the foliage along the banks of the river. Beyond are rice plantations, and farther in the background extensive forests, inhabited solely by wild animals. On the morning of the 26th we passed Pak Priao, near which the cataracts began. The waters were still high, and we had much trouble to fight against the current. A little to the north of this town I met with a poor family of Laotian Christians, of whom the good Father Larmandy had spoken to me. We moored our boat near their house, hoping that it would remain in safety while I explored the mountains in the neighbourhood, and visited Patawi, which is the resort of the Laotian pilgrims, as Frabat is of the Siamese. All the country from the banks of the river to the hills, a distance of about 8 or 9 miles, and the whole surface of this mountain range, is covered with brown iron ore and aerolites, where they occur in the greatest abundance. Vegetation is scanty and consists principally of bamboo, but it is rich and varied in those places where the detritus has formed a thicker surface of soil. The dense forests furnish gum and oil, which would be valuable for commerce if the indolent natives could be prevailed on to collect them. They are, however, infested with leopards, tigers, and tiger cats. 2 dogs and a pig were carried off from the immediate vicinity of the hut of the Christian guardians of our boat during our stay at Pak Priao, but the following day I had the pleasure of making the offending leopard pay for the robbery with his life, and his skin served me for a mat. Where the soil is damp and sandy I found numerous traces of these animals, but those of the royal tiger are more uncommon. During the night the inhabitants dare not venture out of doors, but in the daytime the creatures, satisfied with the fruits of their predatory rambles, skulk into their dens in the recesses of the woods. One day I went to explore the eastern part of the chain of Pak Priao, and, becoming excited in the chase of a wild boar, were soon lost ourselves in the forest. The animal made his way through the brushwood much more easily than we could, encumbered as we were with guns, hatchets, and boxes, and we ere long missed the scent. By the terrified cries of the monkeys we knew we could not be far from some tiger or leopard, doubtless like ourselves in search of prey, and as night was drawing in, it became necessary to retrace our steps homeward, for fear of some disagreeable adventure. With all our efforts, however, we could not find the path. We were far from the border of the forest, and were forced to take up our abode in a tree, among the branches of which we made a sort of hammock. On the following morning we regained the river. I endeavoured fruitlessly to obtain oxen or elephants to carry our baggage, with a view of exploring the country, but all beasts of burden were in use for the rice harvest. I therefore left my boat and its contents in charge of the Laotian family, and we set off like pilgrims on foot for Patawi on a fine morning with a somewhat cloudy sky, which recalled to me the pleasant autumn days of my own country. My only companions were Kue and my young Laotian guide. We followed for 3 hours through forests infested with wild beasts, the road to Karat, and at last Patawi. As at Frabat there is a bell, both at the foot of the mount and at the entrance of a long and wide avenue leading to the pagoda, which the pilgrims ring on arriving, to inform the good genii of their presence and bespeak a favourable hearing to their prayers. The mount is isolated and about 450 feet in height. Its formation is similar to that of Frabat, but although its appearance is equally grand, it presents distinct points of variation. Here are not to be seen those masses of rock, piled one upon another, as if hurled by the giants in a combat like that fabled of old. Patawi seems to be composed of one enormous rock, which rises almost perpendicularly like a wall, excepting the centre portion, which towards the south hangs over like a roof, projecting 18 or 20 feet. At the first glance might be recognized the action of water upon a soil originally clay. There are many footprints similar to those of Frabat, and in several places are to be seen entire trunks of trees in a state of petrification, lying close to growing individuals of the same species. They have all the appearance of having been just felled, and it is only on testing their hardness with a hammer that one feels sure of not being mistaken. An ascent of several large stone steps leads on the left hand to the pagoda, and on the right to the residence of the Talapuins, or priests, who are 3 in number, a superior and 2 assistants, appointed to watch and pay reverence to the precious rays of Sumanakodom. Were the authors who have written about Buddhism ignorant of the significance of the word ray employed by the Buddhists? Now, in the Siamese language, the same word which means ray signifies also shadow, and it is through respect for their deity that the first meaning is applied. The priests were much surprised to see a Farang, foreigner, in their pagoda, but some trifling gifts soon established me in their good graces. The superior was particularly charmed with the magnet which I gave him, and amused himself with it for a long time, uttering cries of delighted admiration as he saw it attract and pick up all the little pieces of metal which he placed near it. I went to the extreme north of the mount, where some generous being has kindly had constructed, for the shelter of travellers, a hall such as is found in many places near pagodas. The view here is indescribably splendid, and I cannot pretend to do justice either with pen or pencil to the grand scenes which here and elsewhere were displayed before my eyes. I can but seize the general effect and some of the details. All I can promise to do is to introduce nothing which I have not seen. Hitherto all the views I had seen in Siam had been limited in extent, but here the beauty of the country is exhibited in all its splendour. Beneath my feet was a rich and velvety carpet of brilliant and varied colours, an immense tract of forest, amidst which the fields of rice and the unwooded spots appeared like little streaks of green. Beyond the ground, rising gradually, swells into hills of different elevations. Farther still to the north and east, in the form of a semicircle, is the mountain chain of Frabat, and that of the kingdom of Muang Lom, and in the extreme distance those of Karat, fully 60 miles distant. All these join one another, and are in fact but a single range. But how describe the varieties of form among all these peaks? In one place they seem to melt into the vapoury rose tints of the horizon, while nearer at hand the peculiar structure and colour of the rocks bring out more strongly the richness of the vegetation. There again are deep shadows vying with the deep blue of the heaven above. Everywhere those brilliant sunny lights, those delicate hues, those warm tones, which make the tout ensemble perfectly enchanting. The spectacle is one which the eye of a painter can seize and revel in, but which his brush, however skilful, can transfer most imperfectly to his canvas. At the sight of this unexpected panorama, a cry of admiration burst simultaneously from all mouths. Even my poor companions, generally insensible to the beauties of nature, experienced a moment of ecstasy at the sublimity of the scene. "Oh, Dee, beautiful," cried my young Laotian guide. When I asked Kuei what he thought of it, "Oh, master," he replied, in his mixed jargon of Latin, English, and Siamese, "the Siamese see Buddha on a stone, and do not see God in these grand things. I am pleased to have been born to Patawi." On the opposite side, viz. The south, the picture is different. Here is a vast plain, which extends from the base of Patawi and the other mountains beyond Ayutthaya, whose high towers are visible in the distance, 120 miles off. At the first glance one distinguishes what was formerly the bed of the sea, this great plain having taken the place of an ancient gulf, proof of which is afforded by numerous marine shells, many of which are collected in a perfect state of preservation, while the rocks, with their footprints and fossil shells, are indicative of some great change at a still earlier period. Every evening some of the good Laotian mountaineers came to see the Farang. These Laotians differ slightly from the Siamese. They are more slender, have the cheekbones more prominent, and have also darker complexions. They wear their hair long, while the Siamese shave half the head, leaving the hair to grow only on the top. They deserve praise for their intrepidity as hunters, if they have not that of warriors. Armed with cutlass or bow, with which latter weapon they adroitly launch, to a distance of 100 feet, balls of clay hardened in the sun. They wander about their vast forests, undismayed by the jaguars and tigers infesting them. The chase is their principal amusement, and when they can procure a gun and a little Chinese powder, they track the wild boar, or, lying in wait for the tiger or the deer, perch themselves on a tree or in a little hut raised on bamboo stakes. The poverty borders on misery, but it mainly results from excessive indolence, for they will only cultivate just sufficient rice for their support. This done, they pass the rest of their time in sleep, lounging about the woods or making excursions from one village to another, paying visits to their friends on the way. At Patawi I heard much of Korat, which is the capital of the province of the same name, situated 5 days' journey northeast of Pak Priao, that is about 120 miles, and I determined if possible to visit it by and by. It appears to be a rich country, producing especially silk of good quality. Kau-to-kuk trees abound, but are neglected by the inhabitants, who are probably ignorant of their value. I brought back a magnificent specimen of the gum, which was much admired by the English merchants at Bangkok. Living, according to report, is fabulously cheap. 6 fowls may be purchased for a phuang, 37 centimes, 100 eggs for the same sum, and all other things in proportion. But to get there one has to cross the famous forest of the King of the Fire, which is visible from the top of Patawi, and it is only in the dry season that it is safe to attempt this. During the rains, both the water and the atmosphere are fatally pestilential. The superstitious Siamese do not dare to use firearms there, from fear of attracting evil spirits who would kill them. During all the time I spent on the top of the mountain, the chief priest was unremitting in his attentions to me. He had my luggage carried into his own room, giving me up his mats to add to mine, and in other ways practiced self-denial to make me as comfortable as was in his power. The priests complain much of the cold in the rainy season, and of the torrents, which then rush from the summit of the mountain. They are also greatly disturbed by the tigers, which, driven from the plains by the inundations, take refuge on the high ground, and carry away their dogs and fowls out of the very houses. But their visits are not confined to that period of the year. About 10 o'clock on the second night of my stay, the dogs suddenly began to utter plaintive howls. A tiger, cried my Laotian, who was lying near me. I started up, seized my gun, and half opened the door, but the profound darkness made it impossible to see anything, or to go out without uselessly exposing myself. I therefore contented myself with firing off my gun to frighten the creature. The next morning we found one of our dogs gone. We scoured the neighbourhood for about a week, and then set off once more by water for Bangkok, as I wished to put my collections in order and send them off. The places which 2 months previously had been deep in water were now dry, and everywhere around their dwellings the people were digging their gardens and beginning to plant vegetables. The horrible mosquitoes had reappeared in greater swarms than ever, and I pitied my poor servants, who, after rowing all day, could obtain no rest at night. During the day, especially in the neighbourhood of Pak Priao, the heat was intense, the thermometer being ordinarily at 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Reaumur in the shade, and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, 49 degrees Reaumur in the sun. Luckily, we had no longer to contend with the current, and our boat, though heavily laden, proceeded rapidly. We were about 3 hours' sail from Bangkok, when I perceived a couple of European boats, and in a room built for travellers near a pagoda, I recognized 3 English captains of my acquaintance, one of whom had brought me to Singapore. They were with their wives, enjoying a picnic, and on seeing me, insisted on my joining them and partaking of the repast. I reached Bangkok the same day, and was still uncertain as to a lodging, when M. Wilson, the courteous Danish consul, came to me and kindly offered the hospitality of his magnificent house. I consider the part of the country which I had just passed through extremely healthy, except perhaps during the rains. It appears that in this season the water, flowing down from the mountains and passing over a quantity of poisonous detritus, becomes impregnated with mineral substances, gives out pestilential miasmata, and causes the terrible jungle fever, which, if it does not at once carry off the victim, leaves behind it years of suffering. My journey, as has been seen, took place at the end of the rainy season, and when the floods were subsiding, some deleterious exhalations doubtless still escaped, and I saw several natives attacked with intermittent fever, but I had not an hour's illness. Ought I to attribute this immunity to the regimen I observed, and which had been strongly recommended to me, abstinence, all but total, from wine and spirits, and drinking only tea, never cold water. I think so, and I believe by such a course one is in no great danger. My intention now was to visit Cambodia, and for this purpose my little riverboat was of no use. The only way of going to Chantabun was by embarking in one of the small Chinese junks or fishing vessels, which I accordingly did on the 28th of December, taking with me a new servant called Nyon, a native of Annam, and who, having been brought up at the College of the Catholic Priests at Bangkok, knew French well enough to be very useful to me as an interpreter. The boat was inconveniently small, and we were far from comfortable, for besides myself and servant, there were on board 2 men and 2 children about 13. I was much pleased with the picturesque aspect of all the little islands in the Gulf, but our voyage was far longer than we expected, 3 days being its usual duration, while owing to a strong headwind it occupied us for 8. We met with an accident which was fatal to one of our party, and might have been so to all of us. On the night of the 31st of December, our boat was making rapid way under the influence of a violent wind. I was seated on the little roof of leaves and interlaced bamboos which formed a sort of protection to me against the rain and cold night air, bidding adieu to the departing year and welcoming in the new one, praying that it might be a fortunate one for me, and above all that it might be full of blessings for all those dear to me. The night was dark. We were but 2 miles from land, and the mountains loomed black in the distance. The sea alone was brilliant with that phosphoric light so familiar to all voyagers on the deep. For a couple of hours we had been followed by 2 sharks, who left behind them a luminous and waving track. All was silent in our boat. Nothing was to be heard but the wind whistling among the rigging and the rushing of the waves. And I felt at that midnight hour, alone and far from all I loved, a sadness which I vainly tried to shake off, and a disquietude which I could not account for. Suddenly we felt a violent shock, immediately followed by a second, and then the vessel remained stationary. Everyone cried out in alarm. The sailors rushed forward in a moment. The sail was furled and torches lighted, but, sad to say, one of our number did not answer to his name. One of the young boys, who had been asleep on the deck, had been thrown into the sea by the shock. Uselessly we looked for the poor lad, whose body doubtless became the prey of the sharks. Fortunately for us, only one side of the boat had touched the rock, and it had then run aground on the sand, so that after getting it off we were able to anchor not far from the shore. On the 3rd of January 1859, having crossed the little Gulf of Chantabun, the sea being at a time very rough, we came in sight of the famous Lion Rock, which stands out like the extremity of a cape at the entrance of this port. From a distance it resembles a lion couchant, and it is difficult to believe that nature unassisted has formed this singular colossus. The Siamese, a superstitious race, hold this stone in great veneration, as they do everything that appears to them extraordinary or marvellous. It is said that the captain of an English ship, once anchored in the port, seeing the lion, proposed to buy it, and that on the governor of the place refusing the offer, he pitilessly fired all his guns at the poor animal. This has been recorded in Siamese verse, with a touching complaint against the cruelty of the Western barbarians. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60. By Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the 4th of January at 8 o'clock in the morning, we arrived at the town of Chantabun, which stands on the bank of the river, 6 or 7 miles from the mountain range. The Christian Annamites form nearly a third of the population, the remainder being composed of Chinese merchants and some heathen Annamites and Siamese. The Annamites are all fishers who originally came from Cochin China to fish in the northern part of the Gulf of Siam and settled at Chantabun. Every day, while the cold weather lasts and the sea is not too rough, they cast their nets in the little bays on the coast or in the sheltered water among the islands. The commerce of this province is inconsiderable compared with what it might be from its situation, but the numerous taxes, the grinding exactions of the chiefs, and the usury of the mandarins, added to the hateful system of slavery, keep the bulk of the people in a ruinous state of prostration. However, in spite of a scanty population, they managed to export to Bangkok a great quantity of pepper, chiefly cultivated by the Chinese at the foot of the mountains, a little sugar and coffee of superior quality, mats made of rushes, which meet with a ready sale in China, tobacco, great quantities of salted and dried fish, dried leeches and tortoise-shell. Every Siamese subject, on attaining a certain height, has to pay to government an impost or annual tribute, equivalent to 60 cows, 18 4. The Annamites of Chantabun pay this in Eaglewood, and the Siamese in Gamboge, the Chinese in Gumlak every 4 years, and their tribute amounts to 4 ticals. At the close of the rainy season, the Annamite Christians unite in parties of 15 or 20, and set out under the conduct of an experienced man, who heads the expedition, and indicates to the others the trees which contain the eaglewood, for all are not equally skilled in distinguishing those which produce it. A degree of experience is requisite for this, which can only be acquired by time, and thus much useless and painful labour is avoided. Some remain in the mountains, others visit the large islands of Kojang or Kokut, situated southeast of Chantabun. The eaglewood is hard and speckled, and diffuses a powerful aromatic odour when burnt. It is used at the incremation of the bodies of princes and high dignitaries, which are previously kept in the coffins for a 12-month. The Siamese also employ it as a medicine. The wood of the trees which yields it, the Aquilera agalocha of Roxburgh, is white and very soft, and the trunk must be cut down, or split in two, to find the eaglewood, which is in the interior. The Annamites make a kind of secret of the indications by which they fix upon the right trees, but the few instructions given me put me on the right track. I had several cut down, and the result of my observations was that this substance is formed in the cavities of the trees, and that as they grow older it increases in quantity. Its presence may be pretty surely ascertained by the peculiar odour emitted, and the hollow sound given out on striking the trunk. Most of the Chinese merchants are addicted to gambling, and to the use of opium, but the Annamite Christians are better conducted. The nature of these Annamites is very different from that of the Siamese, who are an effeminate and indolent race, but liberal and hospitable, simple-minded and without pride. The Annamites are short in stature, and thin, lively, and active. They are choleric and vindictive, and extremely proud. Even among relations there is continual strife and jealousy. The poor and the wretched meet with no commiseration, but great respect is accorded to wealth. However, the attachment of the Christians to their priests and missionaries is very great, and they do not hesitate to expose themselves to any dangers in their behalf. I must likewise own that, in all my dealings with the pagan Annamites, whose reverence for their ancestors induces them to hold fast their idolatry, I experienced generosity and kindness from them, both at Chantabun and in the islands. The missionaries at Bangkok, having given me a letter of introduction to their fellow labourer at Chantabun, I had the pleasure of making acquaintance with the worthy man, who received me with great cordiality, and placed at my disposal a room in his modest habitation. The good father has resided for more than 20 years at Chantabun, with the Annamites whom he has baptized, content and happy amidst indigence and solitude. I found him on my arrival at the height of felicity, a new brick chapel, which had been for some time in course of construction, and the funds required for which had been saved out of his modest income, was rapidly progressing, and promised soon to replace the wooden building in which he then officiated. I passed 16 days very agreeably with him, sometimes hunting on Mount Sabab, at other times making excursions on the rivers and canals. The country greatly resembles the province of Pak Priao, the plain being, perhaps, still more desert and uncultivated, but at the foot of the mountains, and in some of the delightful valleys, pepper is grown in some quantity by the Chinese. I bought for 25 ticals a small boat to enable me to visit the isles of the Gulf. The first I landed at was named Konam Sao. It is in the form of a cone and nearly 250 metres in height, but only 2 miles in circumference. Like all the other islands in this part of the Gulf, it is of volcanic origin. The rocks which surround it make the access difficult, but the effect produced by the richness and bright green of the vegetation is charming. The dry season, so agreeable for European travelling, from the freshness of the nights and mornings, is in Siam a time of stagnation and death for all nature. The birds fly to the neighbourhood of houses, or to the banks of the rivers, which furnish them with nourishment. Rarely does their song come to enchant the listener, and the fishing eagle alone utters his hoarse and piercing cry every time the wind changes. Ants swarm everywhere and appear to be, with the mosquitoes and crickets, the only insects that have escaped destruction. Nowhere did I find in these islands the slightest trace of path or stream, and it was extremely difficult to advance at all through the masses of wild vine and interwoven branches. I was forced to make my way, hatchet in hand, and returned at night exhausted with the heat and fatigue. The greater portion of the rocks in the elevated parts of these islands is elementary, and preserves traces of their ancient deposit beneath the waters. They have, however, undergone considerable volcanic changes, and contain a number of veins and irregular deposits of the class known as contact deposits that are formed near the junction of stratified rocks with intruded igneous masses. On the 26th we set sail for the first of the Coman Islands, for there are 3, situated close together, bearing the name. The largest is only 12 miles from the coast. Some fishing eagles, a few black doves, and a kind of white pigeon were the only winged creatures I saw. Iguanas are numerous, and when in the evening they come out of their retreats, they make such a noise in walking heavily over the dead leaves and branches that one might suppose it caused by animals of a much larger size. Toward evening, the tide having fallen, I allowed my boat to ground on the mud, which I had remarked during the day to be like a peat bog impregnated with volcanic matter, and during the whole night so strong a sulphurous odour escaped from it that I imagined myself to be over a submarine volcano. On the 28th we passed on to the second island, which is higher and more picturesque than the other. The rocks which surround it give it a magnificent effect, especially in a bright sunlight when the tide is low. The Isles of the Patates owe their name to the numerous wild tubers found there. I passed several days at Camp Liao, part of the time being occupied in exploring the many adjacent islands. It is the most exquisite part of the Gulf, and will bear comparison for its beauty with the Strait of Sunda, near the coast of Java. 2 years ago, when the king visited Chantabun, they built for him on the shore, at the extremity of the cape, a house and kiosk, and in memory of the event, they also erected on the top of the mountain a small tower from which a very extensive view may be enjoyed. I also made acquaintance with Koh Kram, the most beautiful and the largest of all the islands north of the gulf between Bangkok and Chantabun. The whole island consists of a wooded mountain range, easy of access, and containing much ologist iron. On the morning of the 29th, at sunrise, the breeze lessened, and when we were about 3 miles from the strait, which separates the Isle of Erek from that of the Serfs, it ceased altogether. For the last half hour we were indebted solely to our oars for the little progress made, being exposed to all the glare of a burning sun, and the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. All of a sudden, to my great astonishment, the water began to be agitated, and our light boat was tossed about by the waves. I knew not what to think, and was seriously alarmed when our pilot called out, "Look how the sea boils!" Turning in the direction indicated, I beheld the sea really in a state of ebullition, and very shortly afterwards an immense jet of water and steam, which lasted for several minutes, was thrown into the air. I had never before witnessed such a phenomenon, and was now no longer astonished at the powerful smell of sulphur which had nearly overpowered me in Coman. It was really a submarine volcano, which burst out more than a mile from the place where we had anchored 3 days before. On March the 1st we reached Ven Ven, at Patnam Ven, the name of the place where the branches of the river unite. This river, whose width at the mouth is above 3 miles, is formed by the union of several streams flowing from the mountains, as well as by an auxiliary of the Chantabun River, which, serving as a canal, unites these 2 places. Ascending the stream for 14 or 15 miles, a large village is reached called Bandiana, but Patnam Ven is only inhabited by 5 families of Chinese fishermen. Crocodiles are more numerous in the river at Patnam Yen than in that of Chantabun. I continually saw them throw themselves from the banks into the water, and it has frequently happened that careless fishers or persons who have imprudently fallen asleep on the shore have become their prey, or have otherwise died of the wounds inflicted by them. This latter has happened twice during my stay here. It is amusing, however, for one is interested in observing the habits of animals all over the world, to see the manner in which these creatures catch the apes, which sometimes take a fancy to play with them. Close to the bank lies the crocodile, his body in the water, and only his capricious mouth above the surface, ready to seize anything that may come within reach. A troop of apes catch sight of him, seem to consult together, approach little by little, and commence their frolics by turns actors and spectators. One of the most active or most impudent jumps from branch to branch till within a respectful distance of the crocodile, when, hanging by one claw, and with a dexterity peculiar to these animals, he advances and retires, now giving his enemy a blow with his paw, at another time only pretending to do so. The other apes, enjoying the fun, evidently wish to take a part in it, but the other branches being too high, they form a sort of chain by laying hold of each other's paws, and thus swing backwards and forwards, while any one of them who comes within reach of the crocodile torments him to the best of his ability. Sometimes the terrible jaws suddenly close, but not upon the audacious ape, who just escapes. Then there are cries of exultation from the tormentors, who gambol about joyfully. Occasionally, however, the claw is entrapped, and the victim dragged with the rapidity of lightning beneath the water, when the whole troop disperse, groaning and shrieking. The misadventure does not, however, prevent their recommencing the game a few days afterwards. On the 4th I returned to Chantaboon from my excursions in the Gulf, and resumed charge of my collections, which, during my absence, I had left at the custom-house, and which, to my great satisfaction, had been taken good care of. The tide was low, and we could not go up to the town. The sea here is steadily receding from the coast, and if some remedy be not found in a few years, the river will not be navigable even for boats. Already the junks have some trouble in reaching Chantaboon, even at high water. The inhabitants were fishing for crabs and mussels on the sandbanks, close to the custom-house, the employés in which were occupied in the same pursuit. The chief official, who, probably hoping for some small present, had come out to meet me, heard me promise a supply of pins and needles to those who would bring me shells, and encouraged his men to look for them. In consequence, a large number were brought me, which, to obtain otherwise, would have cost much time and trouble. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Here I am, once more installed in the house of a good old Chinese, a pepper planter, whose hospitality I enjoyed on my first visit to the place 2 months ago. His name is Yu Hao, but in Siamese he is called Apait, which means uncle. He is a widower with 2 sons, the eldest 18, a good young man, lively, hard-working, brave, and persevering. He is already much attached to me and is desirous of accompanying me to Cambodia. Born amidst the mountains and naturally intelligent, there are none of the quadrupeds and few of the feathered tribes found in the district with whose habits he is not familiar. He fears neither tiger nor elephant. All this, added to his amiable disposition, made Fry, that is his name, a real treasure to me. Apait has also 2 brothers who have become Catholics, and have settled at Chantaboon in order to be near a Christian place of worship. He himself has never had any desire to change his religion, because he says if he did, he must forget his deceased parents, for whom he frequently offers sacrifices. He is badly off, having incurred a debt of 50 tikals, for which he has to pay 10 as yearly interest, the rate in Siam being always 20 or 30%. Besides this, he has various taxes to pay, 12 tikals for his 2 sons, 4 for his house, 1 for his furnace, 1 for his pig. The tax on the pepper field is 8 tikals, 1 on his areca trees, 1 on the betel cultivated by him, and 2 selongs for a cocoa tree, altogether 39 tikals. His land brings him in 40 after all expenses are paid. What can he do with the 1 remaining tikal? The unlucky agriculturalists of this kind, and there are many, live on vegetables and on the rice which they obtain from the Siamese in exchange for areca. On my return from the islands I had been detained nearly 10 days at Chantaboon, unable to walk. I had cut my heel in climbing the rocks on the shore at Coman, and as I was constantly barefooted in the salt water, the wound soon closed. But afterwards I began to suffer from it. My foot swelled, and I was obliged to reopen the wound to extract a piece of shell which had remained in it. As soon as I could leave Chantaboon, I hired a carriage and 2 buffaloes to take me to the mountain. I experienced much gratification in finding myself again amongst these quiet scenes, at once so lovely and so full of grandeur. Here are valleys intersected by streams of pure and limpid water, there small plains, over which are scattered the modest dwellings of the laborious Chinese, while a little in the distance rises the mountain with its imposing rocks, its grand trees, its torrents and waterfalls. We have already had some storms, for the rainy season is approaching. Vegetation is fresh and nature animated. The song of birds and the hum of insects are heard all around. Apayit has resigned to me his bed, if that can be so styled, which consists merely of a few laths of areca placed upon 4 stakes. I have extended my mat upon this framework, and should enjoy uninterrupted sleep all night, were it not for the swarms of ants, which frequently disturb me by passing over my body, getting under my clothes and into my beard, and, I almost fancy, would end by dragging me out, if I did not from time to time shake them off. Occasionally great spiders and other disgusting creatures crawling about under the roof would startle me by dropping suddenly on my face. The heat now is quite endurable, the thermometer generally marking 80 degrees Fahrenheit in the morning and 90 degrees in the middle of the day. The water of the streams is so cool and refreshing that a good morning and evening ablution makes me comfortable for several hours, as well as contributing to keep me in health. Last evening Fry, having gone along with my man Niu to Chantaboon to buy provisions, brought back to his father some Chinese bonbons, for which he had paid half a franc. The poor man was delighted with them, and this morning at daybreak he dressed himself in his best clothes, on which I asked him what was going to happen. He immediately began to clean a plank, which was fitted into the wall to serve as a sort of table or altar. Above this was a drawing of a man dancing and putting out his tongue, with claws on his feet and hands, and with the tail of an ape, intended to represent his father. He then filled 3 small cups with tea, put the bonbons in a 4th, and placed the whole upon the simple altar. Finally, lighting 2 pieces of odoriferous wood, he began his devotions. It was a sacrifice to the manes of his parents, performed with the hope that their souls would come and taste the good things set before them. At the entrance to Apayit's garden, in front of his house, I had made a kind of shed with stakes and branches of trees, covered with a roof of leaves, where I dried and prepared my large specimens, such as the long-armed apes, kids, and hornbills, as also my collections of insects. All this has attracted a crowd of inquisitive Siamese and Chinamen, who come to see the Farang and admire his curiosities. We have just passed the Chinese New Year's Day, and as there has been a fete for 3 days, all those living at any distance have profited by the opportunity to visit us. At times Apayit's house and garden have been crowded with people in their holiday dresses, many of whom, seeing my instruments, my naturalist's case, and different preparations, took me for a great doctor and begged for medicines. Alas, my pretensions are not so high. However, I treat them on the Raspail system, and a little box of pomade or phial of sedative water will perhaps be represented in some European museum by an insect or shell brought to me by these worthy people in return for the good I would gladly do them. It is very agreeable after a fatiguing day's chase over hills and amongst dense forests, through which one must cut one's way, axe in hand, to repose in the evening on the good Chinaman's bench in front of his house, shaded by bananas, cocoa-nut, and other trees. For the last 4 days a violent north wind, fresh in spite of the season, has been blowing without intermission, breaking asunder, and tearing up by the roots some of the trees on the higher grounds. This is its farewell visit, for the southeast wind will now blow for many months. This evening everything appeared to me more beautiful and agreeable than usual. The stars shone brightly in the sky. The moon was clear. Sitting by Apayit while his son played to me some Chinese airs on the bamboo flute, I thought to what a height of prosperity this province, even now one of the most interesting and flourishing in the country, might attain, were it wisely and intelligently governed, or if European colonists were to settle and develop its resources. Proximity to the sea, facility of communication, a rich soil, a healthy and propitious climate. Nothing is wanting to ensure success to an industrious and enterprising agriculturalist. The worthy old Apayit has at last consented to allow his son to enter my service, provided I pay him 30 ticals, half a year's wages, in advance. This will enable him, if he can sell his house and pepper field, to clear off his debt and retire to another part of the mountain. Fry is delighted to attend me and to run about the woods all day, and I am not less pleased with our bargain, for his knowledge of the country, his activity, his intelligence and attachment to me are invaluable. The heat becomes greater and greater, the thermometer having risen to 102 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. Thus hunting is now a painful and sometimes impossible exertion, anywhere except in the woods. A few days ago I took advantage of a short spell of cloudy and consequently cooler weather to visit a waterfall I had heard of in the almost desert district of Prion, 12 miles from Combao. After reaching the last named place, our course lay for about an hour and a half along a charming valley, nearly as smooth as a lawn, and as ornamental as a park. By and by, entering a forest, we kept by the banks of a stream, which, shut in between two mountains and studded with blocks of granite, increases in size as you approach its source. Before long we arrived at the fall, which must be a fine spectacle in the rainy season. It then pours down from immense perpendicular rocks, forming as it were a circular peaked wall, nearly 30 meters in diameter and 20 meters in height. The force of the torrent having been broken by the rocky bed into which it descends, there is another fall of 10 feet, and lower down, after a third fall of 15 feet, it passes into an ample basin, which, like a mirror, reflects the trees and cliffs around. Even during the dry season, the spring then running from beneath enormous blocks of granite flows in such abundance as to feed several streams. I was astonished to see my two servants, heated by their long walk, bathe in the cold water, and on my advising them to wait for a little, they replied that the natives were always accustomed to bathe when hot. We all turned stone cutters, that is to say, we set to work to detach the impression of an unknown animal from the surface of an immense mass of granite rising up out of one of the mountain torrents. A Chinese had in January demanded so exorbitant a sum for this that I had abandoned the idea, intending to content myself with an impression in wax, but Fry proposed to me to undertake the work, and by joint labour it was soon accomplished. The Siamese do not much like my meddling with their rocks, and their superstition is also somewhat startled when I happened to kill a white ape, although when the animal is dead and skinned, they are glad to obtain a cutlet or steak from it, for they attribute to the flesh of this creature great medicinal virtues. The rainy season is drawing near, storms become more and more frequent, and the growling of the thunder is frightful. Insects are in greater numbers, and the ants, which are now looking out for a shelter, invade the dwellings, and are a perfect pest to my collections, not to speak of myself and my clothes. Several of my books and maps have been almost devoured in one night. Fortunately, there are no mosquitoes, but to make up for this, there is a small species of leech, which when it rains, quits the streams and infests the woods, rendering an excursion there, if not impracticable, at all events very disagreeable. You have constantly to be pulling them off you by dozens, but as some always escape observation, you are sure to return home covered with blood. Often my white trousers are dyed as red as those of a French soldier. The animals have now become scarcer, which in different ways is a great disappointment to all, for Fry and New feasted sumptuously in the flesh of the apes, and made a profit by selling their gall to the Chinese doctors in Chantabun. Hornbills also have turned wild, so we can find nothing to replenish our larder but an occasional kid. Large stags feed on the mountain, but one requires to watch all night to get within range of them. There are not many birds to be seen, neither quails, partridges, nor pheasants, and few wild fowl which occasionally make their appearance are so difficult to shoot that it is a waste both of time and ammunition to make the attempt. In this part of the country the Siamese declare they cannot cultivate bananas on account of the elephants, which at certain times come down from the mountains and devour the leaves, of which they are very fond. The royal and other tigers abound here. Every night they prowl about in the vicinity of the houses, and in the mornings we can see the print of their large claws in the sand and in the clay near streams. By day they retire to the mountain, where they lurk in close and inaccessible thickets. Now and then you might get near enough to one to have a shot at him, but generally, unless suffering from hunger, They fly at the approach of man. A few days ago I saw a young Chinese who had 19 wounds on his body made by one of these animals. He was looking out from a tree about 9 feet high, when the cries of a young kid, tied to another tree at a short distance, attracted a large tiger. The young man fired at it, but though mortally wounded, the creature, collecting all his strength for a final spring, leaped on his enemy, seized him and pulled him down, tearing his flesh frightfully with teeth and claws as they rolled on the ground. Luckily for the unfortunate Chinese, it was a dying effort, and in a few moments more the tiger relaxed its hold and breathed its last. In the mountains of Chantaboon, and not far from my present abode, precious stones of fine water occur. There is even at the east of the town an eminence, which they call the Mountains of Precious Stones. Though it would appear from the account of M. Pellegrin that at one time they were abundant in that locality, since in about half an hour he picked up a handful, which is as much as now can be found in a 12-month, nor can they be purchased at any price. It seems that I have seriously offended the poor Thai of Combao by carrying away the footprints. I have met several natives who tell me they have broken arms, that they can no longer work, and will always henceforth be in poverty, and I find that I am considered to be answerable for this, because I irritated the genius of the mountain. Henceforth they will have good excuse for idleness. The Chinese have equally amused me. They imagine that some treasure ought to be found beneath the footprints, and that the block which I have carried away must possess great medicinal virtues. So Uppeat and his friends have been rubbing the under part of the stone every morning against another piece of granite, and, collecting carefully the dust that fell from it, have mixed it with water and drunk it fasting, fully persuaded that it is a remedy against all ills. Here they say that it is faith which cures, and it is certain that pills are often enough administered in the civilized West, which have no more virtue than the granite powder swallowed by old Uppeat. His uncle Tiu O has disposed of his property for him for 60 ticals, so that, after paying off his debts, he will have left, including the sum I gave him for his son's services, 40 ticals. Here that is enough to make a man think himself rich to the end of his days. He can at times regale the souls of his parents with tea and bonbons, and live himself like a true country mandarin. Before leaving Combao, the old man secured me another lodging, for which I had to pay 2 ticals, 6 francs, a month, and I lost nothing in point of comfort by the change. For furnished apartments, I think the charge not unreasonable. The list of furniture is as follows. In the dining room, nothing. In the bedroom, an old mat on a camp bed. However, this house is cleaner and larger than the other, and better protected from the weather. In the first, the water came in all directions. Then the camp bed, which is a large one, affords a pleasant lounge after my hunting expeditions. Besides which advantages, my new landlord furnishes me with bananas and vegetables, for which I pay in game when the chase has been successful. The fruit here is exquisite, particularly the mango, the mangosteen, the pineapple, so fragrant and melting in the mouth, and also superior to anything I have ever imagined or tasted, the famous durian or durian, which justly merits the title of king of fruits. But to enjoy it thoroughly, one must have time to overcome the disgust, at first inspired by its smell, which is so strong that I could not stay in the same place with it. On first tasting it, I thought it like the flesh of some animal in a state of putrefaction, but after 4 or 5 trials I found the aroma exquisite. The durian is about 2/3 the size of a jacquard, and like it is encased in a thick and prickly rind, which protects it from the teeth of squirrels and other nibblers. On opening it, there are to be found 10 cells, each containing a kernel larger than a date, and surrounded by a sort of white or sometimes yellowish cream, which is most delicious. By an odd freak of nature, not only is there the first repugnance to it to overcome, but if you eat it often, though with ever so great moderation, you'll find yourself next day covered with blotches, as if attacked with measles, so heating is its nature. A durian picked is never good, for when fully ripe it falls of itself. When cut open it must be eaten at once, as it quickly spoils, but otherwise it will keep for 3 days. At Bangkok one of them costs 1 salung. At Chantaboon 9 may be obtained for the same sum. I had come to the conclusion that there was little danger in traversing the woods here, and in our search for butterflies and other insects, we often took no other arms than the hatchet and hunting knife, while New had become so confident as to go by night with Fry to lie in wait for stags. Our sense of security was, however, rudely shaken when one evening a panther rushed upon one of the dogs close to my door. The poor animal uttered a heart-rending cry which brought us all out, as well as our neighbours, each torch in hand. Finding themselves face to face with a panther, they in their turn raised their voices in loud screams, but it was too late for me to get my gun, for in a moment the beast was out of reach. In a few weeks I must say farewell to these beautiful mountains, never in all probability to see them again, and I think of this with regret. I have been so happy here, and have so much enjoyed my hunting and my solitary walks in this comparatively temperate climate, after my sufferings from the heat and mosquitoes in my journey northwards. Thanks to my nearness to the sea on the one side and on the mountain region on the other, the period of the greatest heat passed away without my perceiving it. I was much surprised at receiving a few days ago a letter from Bangkok, which stated that it had been hotter weather there than had been known for more than 30 years. Many of the European residents had been ill, yet I do not think the climate of Bangkok more unhealthy than that of other towns of Eastern Asia within the tropics. But no doubt the want of exercise, which is there almost impossible, induces illness in many cases. A few days ago I made up my mind to penetrate into a grotto on Mount Sabab, halfway between Chantabun and Kombao, so deep, I am told, that it extends to the top of the mountain. I set out, accompanied by Fry and New, furnished with all that was necessary for our excursion. On reaching the entrance of the grotto, we lighted our torches, and, after scaling a number of blocks of granite, began our march. Thousands of bats, roused by the lights, commenced flying round and round us, flapping our faces with their wings, and extinguishing our torches every minute. Fry walked first, trying the ground with a lance which he held, but we had scarcely proceeded 100 paces when he threw himself back upon me with every mark of terror, crying out, "A serpent! Go back!" As he spoke, I perceived an enormous boa, about 15 feet off, with erect head and open mouth, ready to dart upon him. My gun being loaded, one barrel with 2 bullets, the other with shot, I took aim and fired off both at once. We were immediately enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, and could see nothing, but prudently beat an instant retreat. We waited anxiously for some time at the entrance of the grotto, prepared to do battle with our enemy should he present himself, but he did not appear. My guide now boldly lighted a torch, and, furnished with my gun reloaded and a long rope, went in again alone. We held one end of the rope, that at the least signal we might fly to his assistance. For some minutes, which appeared terribly long, our anxiety was extreme, but equally great were our relief and gratification when we saw him approach, drawing after him the rope, to which was attached an immense boa. The head of the reptile had been shattered by my fire, and his death had been instantaneous, but we sought to penetrate no farther into the grotto. I had been told that the Siamese were about to celebrate a grand fete at a pagoda about 3 miles off, in honour of a superior priest who died last year, and whose remains were now to be burned according to the customs of the country. I went to see this singular ceremony, hoping to gain some information respecting the amusements of these people, and arrived at the place about 8 in the morning, the time for breakfast or king cow, rice eating. Nearly 2,000 Siamese of both sexes from Chantabun and the surrounding villages, some in carriages and some on foot, were scattered over the ground in the neighbourhood of the pagoda. All wore new sashes and dresses of brilliant colours, and the effect of the various motley groups was most striking. Under a vast roof of planks, supported by columns, forming a kind of shed, bordered by pieces of stuff covered with grotesque paintings representing men and animals in the most extraordinary attitudes, was constructed an imitation rock of coloured pasteboard, on which was placed a catafalque lavishly decorated with gilding and carved work, and containing an urn in which were the precious remains of the priest. Here and there were arranged pieces of paper and stuff in the form of flags. Outside the building was prepared the funeral pile, and at some distance off a platform was erected for the accommodation of a band of musicians, who played upon different instruments of the country. Farther away some women had established a market for the sale of fruit, bonbons, and arrack, while in another quarter some Chinamen and Siamese were performing, in a little theatre run up for the occasion, scenes something in the style of those exhibited by our strolling actors at fairs. This fete, which lasted for 3 days, had nothing at all in it of a funereal character. I had gone there hoping to witness something new and remarkable, but these peculiar rites are only celebrated in honour of sovereigns, nobles, and other persons of high standing, but I had omitted to take into consideration the likelihood of my being myself an object of curiosity to the crowd. Scarcely, however, had I appeared in the pagoda, followed by Fry and New, when on all sides I heard the exclamation, "Farang! Come and see the farang!" and immediately both Siamese and Chinamen left their bowls of rice and pressed about me. I hoped that, once their curiosity was gratified, they would leave me in peace, but instead of that the crowd grew thicker and thicker and followed me wherever I went, so that at last it became almost unbearable, and all the more so as most of them were already drunk, either with opium or arrack, many indeed with both. I quitted the pagoda and was glad to get into the fresh air again, but the respite was of short duration. Passing the entrance of a large hut temporarily built of planks, I saw some chiefs of provinces sitting at breakfast. The senior of the party advanced straight towards me, shook me by the hand, and begged me in a cordial and polite manner to enter, and I was glad to avail myself of his kind offer, and take refuge from the troublesome people. My hosts overwhelmed me with attentions, and forced upon me pastry, fruit, and bonbons. But the crowd who had followed me forced their way into the building and hemmed us in on all sides. Even the roof was covered with gazers. All of a sudden we heard the walls crack, and the whole of the back of the hut, yielding under the pressure, fell in, and people, priests and chiefs, tumbling one upon another. The scene of confusion was irresistibly comic. I profited by the opportunity to escape, swearing, though rather late in the day, that they should not catch me again. I know not what it is to be attributed, unless it be the pure air of the mountains and a more active life, but the mountaineers of Chandaboon appear a much finer race than the Siamese of the plain, more robust and of a darker complexion. Their features also are more regular, and I should imagine that they sprang rather from the Aryan than from the Mongolian race. They remind me of the Siamese and Laotians whom I met with in the mountains of Pakpriao. Will the present movement of the nations of Europe towards the east result in good by introducing into these lands the blessings of our civilization? Or shall we, as blind instruments of boundless ambition, come hither as a scourge to add to their present miseries? Here are millions of unhappy creatures in great poverty in the midst of the richest and most fertile region imaginable, bowing shamefully under a servile yoke made viler by despotism and the most barbarous customs, living and dying in utter ignorance of the only true God. I quitted with regret these beautiful mountains, where I had passed so many happy hours with the poor but hospitable inhabitants. On the evening before and the morning of my departure, all the people of the neighbourhood, Chinese and Siamese, came to say adieu, and offered me presents of fruits, dried fish, fowls, tobacco, and rice, cooked in various ways with brown sugar, all in greater quantities than I could possibly carry away. The farewells of these good mountaineers were touching. They kissed my hands and feet, and I confess that my eyes were not dry. They accompanied me to a great distance, begging me not to forget them, and to pay them another visit. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59, and 60, by Henri Mouhot. Immediately on my return to Chandaboon, where I was again received with open arms by the good Abbé Raufang, a French missionary associated as colleague with Father Larmandy, I began to collect information as to the best route to Battambang, the chief town of a province of the same name, which above a century ago was wrested from Cambodia by the Siamese. I made an agreement with some pagan Annamite fishermen to give them 30 tikals for taking me from Chandaboon to Kumput, a province of Cambodia. The Annamite Christians demanded 40 tikals, and provisions both going and returning. After taking leave of the abbé, who had shown me every possible kindness and attention on each of my visits, I embarked at noon in spite of a heavy rain, as I wished to take advantage of a high tide. We arrived in the harbour at 7 in the evening, and were detained there for 2 days by a contrary wind too violent to allow us to leave without danger. 2 days later we reached Kumput, where again pouring rain and a headwind compelled us to anchor about 100 metres from the shore in a small bay, which was far from promising much security to our little craft. Our position was not agreeable, our frail bark, rudely tossed by the furious waves, seemed every moment in danger of being dashed upon the rocks. Our baggage, to which we had assigned the best place for preservation from wet, occupied 3/4 of the boat, and we were crowded, 5 of us together in the bows, with no better shelter than some palm leaves sewn together, through which the water dripped and kept us continually soaked. The rain falling without intermission, we could not keep the fire alight to cook our rice, and for 4 days remained half lying in the boat, scarcely able to move in the narrow space left for us, and our clothes clinging to us with wet. At last, on the 5th day, we had the pleasure of seeing the sky clear up, and the wind change. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, foreseeing a fine night, and having revived the drooping courage of my men by a stiff dose of arrack, we weighed anchor and left Khokut with a fair breeze. It was quite a comfort to be able to move and breathe freely, and I spent a part of the night under my little awning of palm leaves, enjoying the beauty of the heavens and the rapid movement of the vessel. At daybreak we perceived, about 10 miles distant, the first of the islands of Kokong. It is smaller than Kojang, and neither so imposing in general appearance, nor having such a splendid range of peaked hills. The island is nearly a desert, but it produces the beautiful cardamom, as also gamboge, collected from the bamboos, which the natives split open when hard. I soon forgot the miseries of the first part of our voyage, and was amply recompensed by the shifting scenes of beauty presented to us by the group of islands we were passing. At length we reached the advanced posts of the pirates of Komput, from the heights of which they keep a lookout, and as soon as a sail comes in sight, make preparations for an attack. We had no cause for fear, having no merchandise to tempt them, and moreover we were all well armed. About 5 in the evening we cast anchor in a little bay, where we cooked our rice, and my men lay down to take some repose, having had none the night previous. We were a day and a half's sail from Komput, and at midnight we resumed our voyage, gently rocked by the waves and favoured by a light breeze. After passing the island of Fukok, which belongs to Cochin China, the view became more and more beautiful. Land surrounded us on all sides, and we seemed to be sailing on a lake. The scenery in this gulf is truly enchanting. Eastward extend the coast and islands of Cochin China as far as Itagien, and to the north and west of those of Cambodia, crowned by a mountain 900 meters in height, which is so like Sabab that Fry called out to the pilot, "You are taking us back to Chantaboon. There is Mount Sabab." We were not, however, long permitted to enjoy the splendid picture here displayed before us, for very shortly after our entrance into the gulf large black clouds, gathering at the summit of the mountain, by degrees hid it entirely from view. The thunder growled, and a terrific wind arose, which hurried our boat along at an extraordinary rate. The pilot at the helm shook all over, and begged for arrack to sustain his strength and courage. When the storm had lasted half an hour, a heavy rain began to descend, and with it the wind moderated. We had now arrived at the mouth of the river on which Komput is situated. It happened to be the day fixed for the King of Cambodia, then in Komput, to pass in review all the ships lying in the roads. But for some time he had been detained by the rough weather in a sort of apartment erected for him on piles, in a place where the water was shallow. As we passed the custom-house, we perceived the royal cortege advancing towards a large junk, which His Majesty was having built as a trading vessel for Singapore. The river leading to Komput is about 300 meters in width, but rising in the neighbouring mountains, its course is but very limited. The magnificent tree, called by the Siamese Mai Jakien, and much prized by the Chinese for furnishing masts for their junks, is found in great abundance in the forests bordering its banks. There were frequently 6 or 7 ships, loading at one time in the roads, so that both Chinese and European vessels may be constantly seen going up and down the stream. Though Komput is now the only part of Cambodia, it is far from being as full of life and bustle as Bangkok, for the town boasts only 300 houses at most, and a population scarcely equal to that of Chantaboon. All its little commerce is supplied by Lower Cochin China, the ports of which are almost always closed against Europeans, so that rice, which is imported in a sort of contraband manner, some tons of gamboge, a little ivory, fish taken in the lake by the Annamites, a small quantity of cotton, and the valuable wood above mentioned, constitute the whole of the commerce of the town, and I venture to predict that, when the ports of Annam are thrown open to Europeans, the Chinese merchants will abandon Komput altogether. And yet, under a better system of government, this country might supply a great number of articles, of which I will speak hereafter. It will not probably be long before what remains of this unfortunate land will fall under the dominion of some other power. Possibly France has her eyes fixed upon it, with a view of annexing it to her possessions in Lower Cochin China. The comparative exemption from heavy taxes and duties which the Cambodians enjoy, when compared with the Siamese, made me imagine I should be able to live here in comfort and abundance. But I was disappointed. Almost every vice seemed prevalent at Komput. Pride, insolence, cheating, cowardice, civility, excessive idleness are the attributes of this miserable people. It is often remarked that no one should judge a country through which he is merely a traveller, and that only those are capable of doing so who have resided in it for some time. I admit that, in the first case, one is liable to make mistakes, but I state here what I see, and give my impressions as I receive them, leaving it to more experienced travellers to correct me where I am in error. Nevertheless, the first impression often proves ineffaceable, and I may mention that frequently I have trusted less to my own judgment than to the experience of others. There are few travellers in Europe, America, or probably anywhere else who have not had cause to complain of the offensive manner in which custom-house officers perform their duties, and often exceed them. In Europe they earn their daily bread by annoying in every possible way the unfortunates who are compelled, for the sake of peace, to submit to their insolence and tyranny. Here they gain it by begging. They are licensed beggars. A little saltfish, a little arrack, a little beetle, if you please. Such are the petitions, and the more you give, the less strict will the search be. After having sailed up the pretty river for about a mile, we came in sight of a house covered with creepers and surmounted by a cross, which indicated the residence of the Abbé Hestrest, the head of the foreign mission here. Reader, have you journeyed in foreign lands? Have you ever for a time, more or less long, been separated from your friends and relatives, shut out from civilized society? Have you ever been tossed about by tempests or buffeted by your fellow men? Have you narrowly escaped some great danger? Have you been unhappy? Have you lost someone very dear to you? In one word, have you suffered? If you have, you will appreciate the feelings with which the solitary wanderer welcomes the divine cross, the heart-stirring emblem of his religion. It is to him a friend, a consoler, a father, a brother. At sight of it, the soul expands, and the more you have suffered, the better you will love it. You kneel down, you pray, you forget your griefs, and you feel that God is with you. This is what I did. I had letters to the Abbé Hestrest from several of the missionaries in Siam. We therefore anchored, and I landed, but the 9 days' inactivity to which I had been forced to submit had so cramped my limbs that for a time I had almost lost the use of them, and could scarcely walk. The Abbé received me like a brother, and offered me accommodation in his humble abode until I could find lodgings elsewhere. The first piece of news which he imparted to me was that France was at war with Austria, and I did not even know that there had been a difference between the two governments. Scarcely had I landed when the return of the king from his aquatic excursion was announced. The Abbé Hestrest conducted me to the banks of the river, and as soon as his Majesty perceived a stranger by the side of the priest, he gave orders to his rowers to approach the shore, and when within hail, addressed the Abbé. "Who is the stranger with you?" "Sire, a Frenchman," replied my companion. "A Frenchman," repeated the king quickly, then turning to me, "You are French?" "Yes, sire," I answered in Siamese. "Monsieur comes from Paris," said the Abbé, "but he has recently visited Siam." "What does he come to my kingdom for?" "He has a particular mission, which has nothing to do with politics. It is merely to see the country. Mouhot will soon wait upon your Majesty." After a few minutes' silence, the king, waving his hand and saying au revoir, passed on. I was at first afraid that the Abbé had made me pass for a less humble and modest individual than I really was, and I should be forbidden the kingdom. The very name of France is full of dread to these poor monarchs, and this present one lived in daily fear of seeing the French flag waving in the roads. He is about 60 years of age, short and stout. He He wears his hair cut rather close, and his countenance is good-natured, mild, and intelligent. The king was reclining on a thick cushion in the stern of his boat, which was of European build. 4 rowers and a dozen young girls were with him, and among the latter I remarked one whose features were delicate and pretty, dressed in the European style, and wearing long hair. She would have been reckoned a pretty girl anywhere, and was, I fancy, the favourite, for she was in a richer costume than the others, and covered with jewels. She also occupied the place nearest the king, and seemed to pay great attention to her old adorer. The rest were fat, with bloated faces and vulgar features, and had their teeth blackened by betel and arrack. Besides a kind of petticoat, the corners of which are looped up and fastened to the sash behind. Some wore a tight jacket, white or blue, buttoning over the chest, and had a red scarf, which, according to the custom of the Siamese and Cambodian women, was passed round the body under the arms and tied at the bosom. Behind the king's boat, in no apparent order and at long intervals, followed those of several mandarins who were not distinguished in any particular manner. One boat alone, manned by Chinese, and commanded by a fat man of the same nation, holding in his hand a halberd surmounted by a crescent, attracted my attention as it headed the escort. This man was the famous Mouhot, chief of the pirates, and a friend of the king. I was told that 2 years before he had been compelled, owing to some iniquities not very well known, to fly from Amoy, and had arrived at Komput with 100 followers, adventurers, and rovers of the sea like himself. After having remained there for some time, keeping the whole place in terror and extorting by menaces all he could from the market people, he conceived the project of seizing upon and burning the town, and putting all the inhabitants to the sword, intending them to retreat with his spoils, if not strong enough to hold his ground. Fortunately, the plot was discovered, and the Cambodians from the neighbourhood were armed and assembled in readiness to defend the place. Mouhot, not liking the aspect of affairs, embarked with his band and his junk, and fell suddenly on Itatais. The market was sacked in a minute, but the inhabitants, recovering from their surprise, repulsed the pirates and drove them back to their vessel with the loss of several men. Mouhot then returned to Komput, gained over by presents, first the governor and afterwards the king himself, and ever since has carried on his piratical acts with impunity, making his name dreaded by all around. Loud complaints arose from the neighbouring countries, and the king, either awed by the pirate or for protection against the Annamites, appointed him commander of the coast guard. Henceforth, therefore, he became a licensed robber, and murder and rapine increased to such degree that the king of Siam sent a naval expedition to Komput to capture the malefactor and his gang. 2 only were taken and executed. As for their leader, he was hidden, they say, in the palace. Some days after my arrival, I was installed in a house built by the king's orders, and at his own expense, for the accommodation of European merchants, who, however, do not often visit Komput. Abbé Hestrest conducted me through the city. The marketplace, occupied chiefly by the Chinese, is covered by a number of thatched huts built of bamboo, in which are exhibited for sale glass, china, hatchets, knives, Chinese parasols, and other articles of merchandise, native and foreign. The dealers in fish and vegetables and the Chinese restaurateurs dispute the street with pigs, hungry dogs, and children of all ages and both sexes, in a state of nature, and dabbling in the mud. Mingled with these are native women, repulsively ugly, and effeminate and emaciated Chinamen with haggard cheeks, dragging themselves painfully along to the opium merchants, the barbers, or some gambling house, 3 requisites to the very existence of a Chinese. All the commerce is in their hands, and you meet 10 of them to 1 native. I was introduced by the abbé at several Chinese houses, where we were most politely received. The king was expecting a visit from me, and had sent several persons to find out who I was, his idea being that I was an officer of the French army in Cochin-China, dispatched from thence to gain information about the country. I begged M. Hestrest to accompany me to see the king, for which purpose we proceeded 1.5 miles up the river to Kompong Bay, which is the Cambodian part of the town, and the residence of the governor. and where His Majesty and suite were encamped. When we arrived, he was holding a kind of levee in a building constructed of bamboo, with some elegance and covered with red cloth, but the interior of which looked more like a theatre than a royal abode. Finding at the door neither sentinel nor porter, we entered without being announced. The king was seated on an old European chair, with 2 officers on each side of him, who from time to time offered him, kneeling, a lighted cigarette or some betel, which they kept always ready. At a little distance stood his guards, some holding pikes, ornamented at the top with white tufts, others with sheathed sabres in their hands. The ministers and mandarins knelt a few steps below His Majesty. On our entrance, chairs similar to the king's were placed for us close to him. Like his subjects, he generally wears nothing but the languti, the native dress. He was composed of yellow silk, confined at the waist by a magnificent belt of gold studded with precious stones. At Cambodia, as at Siam, it is necessary to offer presents if one desires to gain the royal favour. I had accordingly brought with me an English walking-stick gun as a gift for the king. It at once attracted his notice. "Pray show me that cane," he said in Cambodian. I gave it to him. "Is it loaded?" asked he, seeing it was a firearm. "No, sire." He then begged for a cap and snapped it, unscrewed the barrel and examined it with great attention. "If it would be agreeable to His Majesty," I said to M. Hestrest, "I shall be happy to offer it to the king." The abbé interpreted my words. "What did it cost?" asked the king. "Sire, I dare not ask M. Mouhot. In Europe no one tells the price of what he gives." The king then begged to look at my watch, and after inspecting it attentively, again asked the price. The abbé then alluded to my design of visiting Udong, the capital of Cambodia, and of journeying through the country. "Go to Udong. Go about," said the king, laughing. "Very well." He then asked my name, and tried to write it, on which I drew out my pocket-book and gave him one of my cards. He seemed to wish for the pocket-book, and I presented him with it. "Sire," said M. Hestrest, "as M. Mouhot is going to Udong, perhaps Your Majesty will deign to facilitate his journey." "Willingly. How many carriages do you want?" "3 will be sufficient, sire." "And for what day?" "The day after tomorrow, sire." "Take a note of that and give orders about it," said the king to his secretary. He then rose and, shaking hands with us, retired. We returned to our hotel. I say hotel, for it is the only lodging for strangers. M. de Montigny, when ambassador at Cumput, lived there, indications of which were afforded by the inscriptions scratched on the walls by the sailors belonging to the expedition, such as Hotel of the King and Ambassadors. Here is lodging for man, horse, and elephant gratis pro deo. Good beds, sofas, and dining tables on the floor. Sea-water bathing in the river. Good table in the market. Good wine at Singapore. Nothing for the servants. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. All my preparations for departure having been completed, the Abbé Hestrest came in the morning on the day fixed, to invite me to breakfast with him, after which he offered to take me in his own boat to Kompong Bay, where the promised vehicles were to meet us. When we arrived there, none were to be seen. We applied to the first mandarin, who, chewing his betel, displayed his black teeth with a stupid grin, and I then perceived that I had been duped by these people, who are always and everywhere false, never yielding, but to force, and holding the very name of a European in detestation. After various complaints and remonstrances with the mandarins, we, with great difficulty, obtained 3 carriages, by courtesy so called, but the dog-cars in use in Holland would have been more serviceable to me, so I sent back the 3 wheelbarrows to the king, with my compliments, and hired other vehicles for myself. Udong, the present capital of Cambodia, is situated northeast of Cumput, and is 4.5 miles from that arm of the Mekong which forms the Great Lake, lying about 135 miles from Cumput as the crow flies. It is reckoned an 8 days' journey, travelling with oxen or buffaloes, and there are 8 stations on the way. With elephants you can accomplish it in half the time, but only the king, the mandarins, and very wealthy persons can afford to keep these animals. The conveyances which I had engaged could scarcely hold my baggage, so that my men were obliged to make the journey on foot. Perceiving in the shops several necklaces, bracelets, and rings formed of a material like jet, I inquired from whence it was procured, and was told that it came from the neighbouring island of Phuket, where it was to be found in abundance. I afterwards handled a piece of this substance, and discovered it to be a sort of coal. It would burn well in a lamp, and greatly resembles the kennel coal of Scotland. After traversing a marshy plain where we knocked down several aquatic birds, we encountered a beautiful forest, which stretches unbroken to the very gates of Udong. To cross this marsh, I had to put on my hunting boots, which I had not worn for some time, and consequently the leather had hardened so much that after 2 days walking in the heat of the day, the skin was rubbed off my feet in several places, and I was forced to take off the boots and continue my journey barefoot. Luckily, owing to the dry weather and the constant communication between Mouhot and the capital, the road was almost everywhere in good condition. The heat was intense, and our progress excessively slow. But at length we reached the first station, where I was lodged in a large hall, thatched and built of bamboo, which had been erected for the accommodation of the king and his suite. At night, guards were stationed at my door to protect me from robbery, and, thanks to the royal letter which I carried, I was respectfully treated. On the following morning I managed, at the cost of a franc of our money, to hire an elephant to take me as far as the next station. From thence I continued my route barefoot, and our sufferings from the heat exceeded all I had ever imagined of the effect of the sun in the torrid zone. Its burning rays, falling on the sandy soil, became intolerable at 10 o'clock in the morning, so that even the natives, the soles of whose feet were much harder than mine, could not bear contact with the bare ground, but sought for tufts of grass to step upon. The oxen could scarcely move, and showed every sign of pain and exhaustion, and in spite of spurring and blows, often refused to stir. The water in the ponds was not warm, but literally hot. The whole atmosphere seemed on fire, and all nature languishing and prostrate. At 10 o'clock we halted until 3. We sadly felt the want of drinkable water, as also did our cattle, which suffered from thirst even more than ourselves. To make our tea and cook our rice we had no resource but the stagnant pools, impregnated with unwholesome matter by the vomica nuts which fall from the surrounding trees. The day following I was fortunate enough to obtain another elephant, but after this there was no more help to be met with, and the greater part of the ensuing 4 days' journey I performed on foot, my attendants contriving to perch themselves in the corners of one of the wagons. At this dry season, a broad track in the middle of the road, which altogether is from 25 to 30 metres in width, is beaten hard by the frequent passage of vehicles and elephants, and the fine thick dust arising from it is very annoying. The remainder of the road is covered with grass and shrubs, and on either hand is the forest, with its trees, tall, straight, and majestic, surmounted by immense tufts of leaves. The effect is that of a magnificent avenue, and from the regularity of the intervals between the trees, one might almost believe that it had been laid out by the hand of art. The stations are equidistant from each other, about 12 miles apart, and at all of them, besides the old caravanserais, for the shelter of ordinary travellers, new ones, much more spacious and ornamental, have been erected for the accommodation of the king. There are also intermediate resting places between every 2 stations, where travellers can obtain a welcome shelter from the midday heat. On leaving Mouhot, a low chain of hills came in sight on our left hand, but everywhere on our route we met with the same sandy soil, except in a single spot, which was stony and contained veins of iron ore. We passed through but one village, and there only were a few attempts at cultivation. In no other part of the forest could I distinguish any traces of its being inhabited. On approaching the capital, the prospect became more diversified. We passed fields of rice, cottages encircled by fruit gardens, and country houses belonging to the Cambodian aristocracy, who come here in the evening for the sake of breathing a purer air than they can find in the city. As we drew closer to the gates, I found the place to be protected by a large moat, surmounted by a parapet, and enclosed by a palisade 3 meters high. I expected to enter a fortified town, and as my countrymen were now engaged in giving a lesson to the Cochin Chinese, to be received by a sentinel with fixed bayonet, and with the startling words, "You cannot pass." But seeing no one, I pushed open the gate and entered. It seemed that I was in the enclosure surrounding the palace of the second king. The first object that attracted my attention was a sort of cage, something between a sentry box and a pigeon house, with a small window at each of the four sides, intended for a lookout house and signal station in case of invasion. I then found myself in the centre of a large square surrounded by ramparts, and the access to which is by two gates, one opening on the marketplace and the other on the country. Within this walled space is, on one side, the palace of the inferior king, and opposite are the residence of a younger prince, his brother, and a pagoda. All these buildings were thatched. I hoped to find here, as at Kamput, an hotel for the king and ambassadors, but not seeing any sign hung out, I bent my steps to a house where many persons were passing in and out. It was the Hall of Justice. The judges were then sitting. I sent my man New to ask if they would give shelter to a traveller, and had not long to wait for an answer, for both judges and accused came out to see me, and I was brought into the hall, where I was an object of great curiosity, all crowding round me and asking me what I sold. The news of my arrival soon reached the ears of the king, and 2 pages were sent to request me to wait at once on his majesty. But my luggage was not yet forthcoming, and I objected that I could not visit him in my travelling dress. "Oh, that is nothing. The king has no dress at all, and he'll be delighted to see you," was the reply. Scarcely had my wagons arrived when a chamberlain, followed by a page, came to say that the king was waiting for me. I went therefore to the palace, before the entrance of which were a dozen dismounted cannon, in whose mouths the sparrows had built their nests. Further off, a crowd of vultures were devouring the remains from the table of the king and his courtiers. I was ushered into the audience chamber, which communicates with His Majesty's private apartments, and is paved with large Chinese tiles, the walls being whitened with chalk. A number of Siamese pages, fine young men from 25 to 30 years of age, uniformly dressed in a languti of red silk, were standing in groups, or seated in Oriental fashion, waiting the king's appearance. A few minutes after my arrival he entered, and every forehead was bowed to the ground. I rose, and he advanced towards me, with an air at once easy and distinguished. "Sire," said I had the honour of an interview with the first king at Kamput, and of being favoured by him with permission to visit Udong. "Are you French or English?" he asked, examining me attentively. "I am a Frenchman, sire." "You are not a merchant. Why do you come to Cambodia?" "Sire, I came to Siam to see your country, and to hunt here, if allowed." "Very good. You have been in Siam? I also have visited Bangkok. Come and see me again, as often as my presence will be agreeable to Your Majesty." After a few more minutes' conversation, the king held out to me his hand, which I kissed, and I then retired, but had not proceeded far when several officials ran after me, exclaiming, "The king is enchanted with you. He wants to see you often." The following day I devoted to making an investigation of the city. The houses are built of bamboos or planks, and the marketplace, occupied by the Chinese, is as dirty as all the others of which I have made mention. The longest street, or rather the only one, is a mile in length, and in the environs reside the agriculturists, as well as the mandarins and other government officers. The entire population numbers about 12,000 souls. The many Cambodians living in the immediate vicinity, and still more the number of chiefs who resort to Udong for business or pleasure, or are passing through it on their way from one province to another, contribute to give animation to this capital. Every moment I met mandarins, either borne in litters or on foot, followed by a crowd of slaves carrying various articles, some yellow or scarlet parasols, more or less large, according to the rank of the person, others boxes with betel. I also encountered horsemen, mounted on pretty spirited little animals, richly caparisoned and covered with bells, ambling along, while a troop of attendants, covered with dust and sweltering with heat, ran after them. Light carts, drawn by a couple of small oxen, trotting along rapidly and noisily, were here and there to be seen. Occasionally a large elephant passed majestically by. On this side were numerous processions to the pagoda, marching to the sound of music. There again was a band of ecclesiastics in a single file, seeking alms, draped in their yellow cloaks and with the holy vessels on their backs. The third day after my arrival at Udong, the Court of Justice was noisily opened at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the loud voices of the judges and advocates were still resounding through the hall at 5 in the afternoon, having never for an instant been hushed, when suddenly 2 pages came out of the court of the palace, crying out, "The king!" A thunderbolt falling in the hall could not have caused a greater sensation than the announcement. There was a general hurry-scurry. Judges, advocates, accused, and spectators fled pell-mell, taking refuge in the corners with their faces to the ground. I laughed to see the legal functionaries and the Chinamen with their long queues rushing against each other in their eagerness to escape at the king's approach. His Majesty, who was on foot, now appeared at the entrance, followed by his pages. He waved his hand and called me to him. Immediately 2 attendants brought chairs and placed them on the grass opposite to each other. The king offered me one, and then entered into conversation with me, while the whole escort and everyone near us remained prostrate on the ground, as far as the eye could reach. Not a soul was standing. "How do you like my city?" asked the king. "Sire, it is splendid, and presents an appearance such as I have never seen elsewhere. All the palaces and pagodas which you see from here have been built in 1 year since my return from Siam. In another year all will be finished. Formerly Cambodia was very extensive, but the Annamites have deprived us of many provinces. Sire, the time has arrived for you to retake them. The French are assailing them on one side. Do you attack them on the other?" His Majesty did not reply, but offered me a cigar and inquired my age. "I am 23, he said to me. "I recognize you. You were at Siam with M. de Montigny." "No, sire, your Majesty is mistaken. I have only been in Siam a 12-month. I then sent for an elegant small Minié rifle, which the king's officers had examined in the morning, and presented it to him, asking if he would deign to accept it. He desired me to load it, which I did. "It is done, sir," said I. "Is it possible? Fire, then." He chose for a target to post some way off, and pointed out the place he wished for me to hit. I fired, and immediately His Majesty and the pages were to satisfy themselves that the aim was true. "When do you wish to leave Udong?" "Sire, I should like to depart the day after tomorrow for Pinhalu and the other provinces. If you could remain 1 day longer, it would give me pleasure. Tomorrow you will dine with me. On the day after I will take you to see the town of the first king, and in the evening we will have a play." The play I thought would be curious, and therefore I decided to remain, and after I had thanked the king for his kindness to me, he shook hands with me and we separated. Evidently I was in high favour. On the following morning messengers came from the king to place horses at my disposal, should I be inclined to ride, but the heat was too great. About 4 in the afternoon he again did me the honour of sending a horse to bring me to the palace. I wore a white coat, vest, and trousers, a helmet made of cork, and the fashion of the ancient Romans, and covered with white muslin, completed my singular toilet. I was introduced by the chamberlain into one of the king's private apartments, a pretty room furnished in the European style. His Majesty sat waiting for me, smoking near a table covered with refreshments, and as soon as I entered he rose, and holding out his hand and smiling, he begged me to sit down and begin my repast. I perceived that he intended, after the manner of the country, to do me the honour of being present at the meal without partaking of it himself. After introducing me with much courtesy and friendliness to his brother, a young man of 15, who was kneeling by his side, the king said, "I have had this fowl and duck cooked in the European fashion. Tell me if they are to your taste." All had been really exceedingly well prepared. The fish, particularly, was capital. "Good brandy," said the king in English, the only words he knew in that language, as he pointed to a bottle of cognac. "Drink," continued he. The attendants then placed before me jellies and exquisitely preserved fruits, bananas, and excellent mangoes. Afterwards tea was served, of which the king also partook, having first offered me a Manila cigar. He then wound up a musical box and put it on the table. The first air gave me great pleasure, all the more because I was unprepared to hear it in a royal palace. It was the Marseillaise. The king took my start and look of astonishment for admiration. "Do you know that air?" he asked. "Yes, sire." Then followed another scarcely less familiar, the air of the Girondins, "Mourir pour la patrie." "Do you also know that?" As an answer, I accompanied the air with the words, "Does your Majesty like this air?" I inquired. "Not so well as the first." "Your Majesty is right. Most European sovereigns have the same taste." "Napoleon, for instance?" "Napoleon, particularly." My Annamite was with me, and filled the office of interpreter with a perfect tact which pleased the king. The young prince now asked permission to retire, and saluted his brother by bowing to the earth, and raising his clasped hands above his head. The king desired him to return the next morning, and accompany us to the palace of the first king, and the prince, passing out into the courtyard, was lifted astride on the shoulders of an attendant and carried to his palace. His Majesty then displayed to me his European furniture, mahogany tables covered with china vases and other ornaments of a commonplace description. Above all, he pointed out, as worthy of notice, 2 old looking-glasses in gilt frames, a sofa, and various similar articles. "I am but beginning," said he. "In a few years my palace will be beautiful." He afterwards took me into his garden, where were some rare and curious plants, and a miniature artificial rock. Then, on returning to the sitting-room, he conducted me past the inmates of his seraglio, at least 100 in number, whom curiosity had brought me out to gaze at the stranger. "You are the first foreigner who has ever been admitted here," he said to me. "In Cambodia, as in Siam, no one but the people on duty can penetrate into the king's private apartments." I thanked him for the honour he had done me and took leave. He told me to ask for all I wanted, and he would refuse no request. The only thing I desired was to have my journey facilitated, and to this end I begged him to furnish me with letters to the chiefs of the different provinces of his dominions, and 1 or 2 elephants. This he promised to do. This young sovereign is the presumptive heir to the crown. His father, who owes his throne to the King of Siam, is not permitted by that monarch to leave his own country, and as a guarantee of his fidelity, 1 or 2 of his sons have always been retained as hostages at the Siamese court. It was thus that the young king passed many years at Bangkok, where, doubtless, he learnt the art of government, and whence he was not allowed to return to his own kingdom till it was apparent that he would prove a submissive and obedient tributary. Another brother, a prince of 21, paid me a visit at night, unknown to his relatives, hoping to receive a present. He was very childish for his age, and wanted everything he saw. He was, however, gentle and amiable, and of superior manners. The next morning the king sent for me at 10 o'clock. I found him seated on a sofa in the reception hall, giving orders to his pages about the order of march to be observed in going and returning. When all was ready, he entered a sedan chair or palanquin magnificently carved and painted. His head and feet were bare, his hair cut in the Siamese fashion, and he wore a superb languti of yellow silk, with a girdle of the same material, but of a lighter shade. The palanquin was borne on the shoulders of 4 attendants, and another held up an enormous red parasol, with a gilt handle upwards of 12 feet long. The youngest prince, carrying the king's sabre, walked beside him. I was on the other side, and His Majesty often turned towards me to point out any striking object, and trying to read in my face what I thought of the effect produced on the people by his appearance. He sat in a careless attitude, 1 leg hanging out of the palanquin, and with his elbow resting on the morocco cushions. At the approach of the procession, all the collected population bowed themselves to the ground. In front marched 3 lictors, bearing in their hands bundles of rattans, the emblems of power. Behind the palanquin came 2 and 2, the chamberlains and pages, numbering more than 30, all dressed in red and bearing on their shoulders pikes, sabres, or guns in cases. In this order we arrived at the outer entrance of the palace of the first king. His Majesty here descended from his palanquin, and still in the same order of march, we proceeded along an avenue about half a mile in length, planted with young trees, and bounded on either side by a wooden fence. The ground slopes gradually from hence, and is laid out in gardens and lawns, encircling which are 100 little cottages with walls of clay and thatched roofs. "All these houses are inhabited by my father's wives. There is not a man in them," said the young king. Farther on was a lake, surrounded with rich and luxuriant verdure. On its banks, buried in foliage, which is reflected in the clear water, stands the royal residence, part of which is of bamboo, the rest being whitewashed. We went through several apartments, in which poor Annamite women were wearing silk, and after passing in front of the treasury and the king's magazines, finally reached a vast hall, which here is peculiarly called the palace. The interior does not come up to what might be expected from an outside view. It is stocked like a bazaar with glass bottles, vases filled with artificial flowers and covered by glass shades, cushions of all colours and sizes, boxes, slippers, old sofas, looking-glasses, washing stands, and a variety of European articles piled upon tables and shelves, and on the floor. As the young king was to spend the day at the palace, he now dismissed me, appointing 1 of his chamberlains to escort me home. A little after sunset, the people collected in crowds to witness the play which was to be performed on the king's return, expected at 7 o'clock. The multitude was so dense that not a single inch of ground in the courtyard was unoccupied, and the walls, even, were all covered. At these festivities, the people are apparently permitted to depart from the customary posture of humility, for everyone was seated in Oriental fashion. The play was simply a phantasmagoria, tolerably well managed, and accompanied by music more noisy than harmonious, but which appeared perfectly to satisfy the public. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos during the years 1858, 59 and 60 by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the 2nd of July, having taken our usual morning repast of rice, we were ready to set off, and were only waiting for the wagons and elephants promised me by the king. They were not long in arriving, and we passed through the city amidst an immense crowd of people who had come from all quarters to witness our departure. We were mounted on our elephants and escorted by several of the royal pages as far as the road to Pinhaloo, all the population prostrating themselves as before the king, doubtless because he had paid me such marked attention. We proceeded at the rate of about 3 miles an hour on a good road, which was in some places raised more than 10 feet above the level of the wooded but marshy plain which extends to the great arm of the Mekong. Now and then we crossed handsome bridges built of stone or wood, which certainly give a more favourable idea of the state of engineering in Cambodia than in Siam, for even at Bangkok the streams and canals are spanned by thin, narrow planks, or by trunks of trees thrown across by the inhabitants, and not by the authorities. About 2 kilometres from Udong is a sort of rampart formed of earth, in the form of a horseshoe. It environs a portion of the town, and was intended to defend the place in case of an invasion by the Annamites, an event which is yearly looked for at the time of the floods. We met many pedestrians laden probably with provisions for the market. The road is bordered with miserable bamboo huts, like poultry houses raised on piles, which serve for dwellings for the unlucky Taemas, who were transported here by the king a 12 months since, from the plains to the east of the Mekong, as a punishment for an attempted revolt which they were accused of. We arrived early the same day at Pinhaloo, a village of some size, situated on the right bank of the stream, many of the inhabitants of which are the descendants of Portuguese and Annamite refugees. It is the residence of a French bishop, Monseigneur Mouhot, vicar apostolic of the mission to Cambodia and Laos. He was absent, but I found 3 good and benevolent missionaries who begged me to wait for his return, and received me in that cordial and affectionate manner which is so pleasant to meet with in a strange land, and especially from fellow countrymen. M. Fontaine, the eldest of the 3, though still in the prime of life, had been a missionary for nearly 20 years. He was formerly attached to the mission at Cochin, China, and I had seen him on my visit to Bangkok, where he remained some time before going to Cambodia. He was then feeble and suffering, but I was glad now to find him stronger and full of animation. I felt a true respect for this worthy man. May there be many labourers in the same vocation resembling him. The second priest, M. Arnaud, was not only a fellow countryman, but our birthplaces were only distant from each other by a few leagues. He was born in the department of Russie, and I in that of Montbéliard, Doubs, and so I had 2 reasons for being drawn towards him. He belongs to the Cochin China mission, and had come from among the savage Stian to renew his stock of provisions, but having been attacked by dysentery owing to the fatigue of the journey, he had been unable to return. These 2 valiant soldiers of the Church, with good and pure hearts, iron wills, and the energy and courage of heroes, or rather of martyrs, had formerly lived together at a distant station among the savage Benue, and had suffered there terribly from fevers, dysentery, scurvy, and other diseases. Among the 50 Annamites who were with them in that refuge of Christianity, there frequently was not a single one able to cook their rice, all being in the hospital. On hearing these brave and worthy sons of our dear country describe their past and present misery, I was sometimes as much amused as affected, with so much liveliness was the narration given. But it is the characteristic of our dauntless nation that her sons suffer and die gaily and with smiles on their lips. 4 days flew by rapidly in the society of these friends, by whom I was detained till the return of their bishop, whose acquaintance I much desired to make. I knew that I should find in him a man of very superior character, but I did not expect to find in this eminent missionary a simplicity and humility equal to his talents and strength of mind. Monseigneur Mouhot is short and slight, but under his frail exterior exist extraordinary energy and endurance. The annals of the Cochin-China mission, as well as of that to Cambodia, must contain many a page filled with the noble actions of this distinguished pioneer of Christianity, and with the persecution and captivity he has suffered. When a simple missionary, he and one of his companions were imprisoned and beaten with rods, a fearful punishment which at each blow cut open the flesh and made the blood flow. They were then conducted to their cells, in order that the torture might be repeated on the following day, when their wounds were beginning to heal, for the Annamites are skilled in the refinements of cruelty. "The suffering is dreadful," said his companion to Mouhot. "I do not believe I can bear it a second time." "Be easy," he replied. "I will ask to receive your blows for you." He did request this, and actually did receive them. Here the missionary is everything to the poor Christians, physician to the body as well as the soul, and every day he passes hours in listening to their disputes and acting as peacemaker. The rule here is that if a man cannot pay a debt, he and his family become the slaves of the creditor. "You are my slave," said a person to a young girl whom he met. "How so? I do not know you." "Your father owed me money and never paid me." "I never knew my father. He died before I was born." "Will you go to law?" "Yes." The man then consulted some mandarin, gave him a present, promised him others, won his cause, and the unfortunate girl, having no means to do the same, became a slave. It is the story of Appius and Virginia reproduced in the East. Corruption and barbarity are general in Cambodia. I now determined to visit the savage tribes living to the east of the great river, 104 degrees east long from Paris, and of whom I had heard M. Arnoux speak. He had promised me a welcome from M. Guilou, the missionary there. I sent New back to Udong to ask the king for the letter he had promised. He soon returned with it in due form, and on the 22nd of July I quitted Pinhaloo in a small boat with 2 rowers, which are hired as far as Pemtjelan, situated on the Mekong River, about 40 miles to the north of Phnom Penh. Ever since I had been in Cambodia, my servants had been in a state of alarm, and it reached its height when I informed them that we were about to set out on an expedition to the savage tribes. Cambodia is much dreaded by the Siamese, and the mountains, and still more the forests, inhabited by the Stiens, have a reputation for unhealthiness among both Cambodians and Annamites, equal to that which in France is enjoyed by Cayenne, whither condemned political offenders and malefactors from the galleys are sent to die. I doubt very much if I could have met with any other men who would have remained with me. On descending the great arm of the Mekong, which is here 1,200 meters wide, I was astonished at seeing the current running from south to north, instead of following the course of the river into which it falls. The banks of this river are peopled by the same of Siam, whom I saw on my route to Udong to Pinhaloo. During more than 5 months of the year, the great lake of Cambodia, Tuli Sap, covers an immense space of ground. After that period there is a diminution in depth owing to the great evaporation, but its width remains nearly unaltered. Although its waters increase in volume during the rainy season, these are not swelled by the streams from the mountains on its western boundary, but by the strength of the current from the Mekong, which pours into it its overflow. As for the Malays, or Siam, as the Cambodians call them, I made endeavours to investigate their origin, and also the traces which I supposed to exist in Cambodia of Israelite migrations. Monseigneur Mouhot told me that he had never met with any Jews in the country, but that he had found in one of the sacred books of the Cambodians the judgment of Solomon exactly recorded and attributed to one of their kings who had become a god, after having been, according to their ideas of metempsychosis, an ape, an elephant, etc. The Siams are the same as the ancient Siampois, but these Siampois, whence came they? What is the origin of this strange people, whom the conquests of the Annamites drove back, doubtless from the south of Cochin-China to Cambodia? but who form alliances with neither of the races whose country they share, and who preserve their own language, manners, and religion. On looking over the life of the Abbé Gagalin, one of the martyrs in Cochin China, written with talent and eloquence by the learned Abbé Jacquenet, I found what I had long been in search of, and I extract the following passage. In the midst of Cochin China, properly so called, between the seas which surround it on all sides except on the west where it touches Cambodia, is the ancient kingdom of Siam. The inhabitants are a singular race. They never ally themselves with the Cochin Chinese, their character, religion, and language raising insuperable barriers between them. On submitting to the yoke of the conqueror, the sovereign simply changed his title from king to mandarin, but the constitution and ancient laws remained in full vigor in his states, and he continued to exercise absolute authority over his subjects. It is difficult for strangers to observe the domestic life of these people, but it is said that they practice circumcision, observe the Sabbath, abstain from the flesh of pork, and offer the sacrifice of the red calf. It is even said that they possess the Pentateuch, but this I dare not affirm. Strangely, however, all these observances, imitated no one knows whence, are all vain ceremonies to these men, enigmas to which they have lost the clue. They have not even retained a distinct idea of the true God, and their worship, although mixed up with some of the rites of the Mosaic law, is a real idolatry. One wonders whence come this people. Are they an ancient colony of Ishmaelites or Idumeans? Are they an offshoot of Judaism thrown onto these shores? These questions are worthy of consideration. However it may be, they care to preserve their traditions pure from all alloy, and their obstinate persistence in error render them worthy of a Jewish origin. The Jews in the days of their prosperity did not guard their faith more religiously than do these people theirs in their new Palestine, and in order to avoid intercourse with strangers and escape the proselyting efforts of the missionaries, they have relinquished to the Cochin Chinese all the advantages of the seashore and retired to the mountains in the interior of the country. On the eve of the Assumption, I bent my steps towards the interior to visit the Tsiampoa and find out whether they would still reject the good news of salvation. After a few days' walking, I arrived, I dare not say at one of their towns, but at one of their principal dwelling places. These singular people have retained none of the power ascribed to them by ancient tradition, according to which they have held sway over Cambodia, Cochin China, Tonking, and even Peigu, as far as the province of Canton. Their governor has to pay a small tribute, but remains as much ruler over his own people as before the conquest. I was anxious to find out the truth about their religion, but could only obtain scraps of tradition which a Christian could manage to put into form. One of these traditions teaches that the founder of their religion was a great man, a famous warrior, who worked marvels with a rod which is carefully preserved among them. I had the signal honour of being allowed to see it. It is about 10 feet long, and is covered with a kind of red stuff, studded with yellow stars, having at one end an iron blade about an inch in length. With this rod in his hand, the founder of their faith controlled the elements, divided the waters, and calmed tempests, and it is pretended that this instrument still preserves its virtue of working miracles. They have, they say, a precious volume left them by this great chief. Their religious practices consist in the scrupulous observance of a seventh day of rest, in abstaining from certain food, especially pork, which they hold in abhorrence, and in the rite of circumcision, which the male children undergo at the age of 15. When the girls arrive at the same age, the hair over their forehead is cut. They preserve a remembrance of certain days on which it is not lawful to work, nor even to leave their houses before sunset. Their prayers end with the word Amen, much the same as the Amen of the Hebrews. They seem to have lost the idea of a creator of heaven and earth, but worship the sky and the stars. There are, however, no idols in their temples. The priests who officiate there light candles on a table, burn incense, and at certain times of the year, as in April and May, pass a month without going out of doors. Clear away from this account, says the Abbé Jacquenet, the mists of ages, and it is easy to recognize the traces of an Israelitish origin. Comparing this with other missionary accounts and the traces of these people found elsewhere, who will doubt that the torch of truth, which shone formerly between the Great Sea and Jordan, also shed its light over the extreme east? Whether to explain these facts, we consider the commercial relations of the Jews with these countries, particularly when, in the height of their power, the combined fleets of Solomon and Hiram went to seek the treasures of Ophir, a generic name used perhaps to designate the two Indies, or whether we come lower down to the dispersion of the 10 tribes, who, instead of returning from captivity, set out from the banks of the Euphrates and reached the shores of the ocean. Whatever ground of explanation we resolve upon, the shining of the light of revelation in the Far East is not the less incontestable. Joined to this light, those traditional truths carried with them as a sacred heritage by the families who were dispersed at Babel, and say what becomes of the extravagant praises lavished on Eastern wisdom by the sect of philosophers. Passion and presumptuous ignorance joining hands tried to oppose wisdom from on high, and have left behind only a faint reflection of it. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Travels in the central parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60. By M. Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We left Pinholu at 11, and by evening had reached the Great Bazaar of Cambodia, the distance being about 18 miles. I had little to buy, for M. Mich and M. Arnaud had insisted on filling my boat with rice and dried fish, sufficient to last not only for my voyage, but during the whole period I proposed to remain among the Stien. I stopped a whole day to see the city and make a few purchases of glass, brass wire and cotton yarn, articles which would be useful as barter among the savages. The town is situated at the confluence of 2 great streams, and contains about 10,000 inhabitants, almost all Chinese, but it has a floating population of more than double that number, composed of Cambodians and Cochin Chinese, living in their boats. It was the time when most of the fishermen, returning from the Great Lake, stop at Phnom Penh to sell part of their fish, and when a crowd of small merchants flock there to buy cotton, which is gathered in before the rains. Having traversed the city, which was long and dirty, I arrived at an eminence on which was built a pagoda, possessing neither beauty nor interest, but from whence there is an extensive view over a large tract of country. On one side extend, like 2 long and wide ribbons, across an immense wooded plain, the Mekong and its tributary. On the other, another plain and thick forest, bounded in the northwest and south by small chains of mountains. Although the missionaries often passed through Phnom Penh, my presence excited much curiosity among the people. The war in Cochin China was the subject of all conversations, and in everyone's thoughts. The reports of the Chinese and Annamites, who had seen the taking of the town of Saigu, were not flattering to the pride of a Frenchman. I had not seen the glorious bulletins of our admiral, but had the pain of hearing our enemies stigmatize us as barbarians, and, describing the burning of the market and the conduct of the soldiery towards defenceless women, speak of it as the behaviour of savages. Thus the evil deeds of a less civilized ally were visited upon us, and a whole nation judged of by isolated acts, all but inevitable in time of war, especially in a country where the soldier suffers from the climate and privations of all kinds. The people, perhaps the most corrupted in all the East, expected to find in us men superior, morally as well as intellectually and physically, and I dare to flatter myself that before long they will learn to distinguish between the characters of the true French soldiers and their allies, and that in every respect we shall recover our ancient prestige. The next day, descending the river toward the southern extremity of the city, we passed a floating town, composed of more than 500 boats, most of them of large size. They served as an entrepôt for some merchants, and residences for others. All their money and the greater part of their merchandise is here kept, that in case of alarm they may be ready to take flight at a moment's warning. Shortly afterwards we entered the Mekong, which was only now beginning to rise, as throughout the country the drought had been excessive, lasting much longer than usual. This great river, the name of which signifies Mother of Rivers, recalled to my mind the Menam, north of Bangkok, but its aspect is less gay. Yet there is something very imposing in this expanse of water, running with all the rapidity of a torrent. A few boats, scarcely distinguishable, toiled along. The banks, generally about 18 or 20 feet high, seemed almost deserted, and the forests were indistinctly discernible more than a mile beyond. In Siam, the elegant foliage of the bamboos and palm trees shows out strikingly against the blue sky, while the songs of the birds charm the ear. Here, shoals of porpoises sail along with their noses to the wind, frequently bounding out of the water. Pelicans sport on the margins of the stream, and herons and storks fly silently from among the reeds at our approach. These are the sole objects of interest. We passed the great island of Koh Sutin, which is distant about 40 miles from Phnom Penh, after 5 days' difficult and laborious travelling. The current was so strong that at every turn in the stream we were obliged, in addition to redoubling our efforts at the oars, to hold on by the reeds to prevent our being carried away. The farther north we went, the more rapidly the stream ran, so that when the waters are high, 2 miles a day are the usual rate of progress, and it is a common occurrence for the boatmen to seek fuel for their evening fire in the same spot where they had cooked their rice in the morning. About 25 or 30 leagues north of Koh Sutin, on the confines of Laos, commence the rapids and cataracts. It is then necessary to leave the boats and take to pirogues, which, as well as the luggage, have often to be carried on men's backs. I made a halt of only a few hours, in order to see another voluntary exile, Henri, a priest of great worth from the Cambodian mission who resides here. I felt great compassion for this good man. On entering the chapel which he had built, and seeing the poverty and nakedness around, he came to meet me and invited me to share his repast. For the last 3 years, the poor missionary has been suffering from a dysentery which has become chronic. However, he complains neither of his bad health nor of his poverty. The only thing that grieved him was the small number of converts he was called on to baptize. So deeply the Cambodians attached to their idols. "But you," said he to me, "do you know whither you are going? I am astonished that they allowed you to leave Pinaloo. Ask the Cambodians what they think of the forests of the Stiens, and propose to some of them to accompany you. You would not find one. The rains have begun, and you are going to almost certain death, or will at least catch a fever, which will be followed by years of languor and suffering. I have had the jungle fever, and it is something terrible. Even to the tips of my nails I felt a heat which I can only call infernal. Sometimes an icy coldness will take its place. Generally people sink under it. Witness M. Lafitte, a young missionary who a short time ago took the same journey, M. Comte, who died of exhaustion, and many others." This account was not reassuring. Nevertheless, I had determined on my route. I knew that I should find there land and fresh water shells which I could find nowhere else, and that this tribe of almost unknown savages would afford me a curious and interesting study. These considerations were sufficient to determine me to proceed. I trusted in God, and went on my way, Henri's last words being, "May God be with the poor traveller." 12 miles higher up I left the river, and set off on my land journey at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hoping to arrive the same day at Pemtialan, a large village where lived the mandarin to whom the king's letter was addressed. I did not, however, get there till 11 the next morning, having to pass the night at the foot of a tree, where we lighted a fire. I waited at once upon the mandarin, who was governor of the district, and he received me very well, in spite of the small value of the presents I made him, and immediately gave orders for wagons to be made ready for me. He then presented me with a quantity of tobacco and betel. His manners were, for a Cambodian, gentle and polished, and he questioned me much as to the war in Indo-China, as well as about Europe, how long it took to get there, etc. From the time we left Pemtialan, we had, except at rare intervals, to pass through dense forests, and at first the ground was so marshy that our miserable wagons occasionally sank deeply, and it required the united strength of the oxen and all our men to extricate them. We got over the latter part of our route more agreeably, for as we reached a high elevation, the ground became dry and the aspect of the country more varied. We had only been able to accomplish 60 miles in 5 days, and were still 30 miles from Brelam. I grew tired of the incivility of the inhabitants from whom I hired the oxen, and of the slowness of these animals. When we had no shelter for the night, we suffered much from rain and damp. Our clothes were almost always soaked through, and to crown our misfortunes, my 2 servants were attacked with intermittent fever, the Annamite particularly, who had tertian fever, lasting for 10 days. The mode of life of the Cambodians is similar to that of the Siamese. Rice, as with the latter, is the chief part of their food. They eat it with vegetables, such as pumpkins or gourds, and wild potatoes. Those in better circumstances add it to fish, but rarely meat. And yet the country is as fertile as Lower Cochin-China, the soil of which yields so abundant a return for all that is put in the ground. The poverty of the inhabitants of these miserable villages engenders a repulsive dirtiness. A strip of matting or an old filthy cushion thrown on the ground and full of vermin, some basins of coarse Chinese porcelain, a sort of hatchet, and a piece of cotton intended either for counterpane, scarf, or cloak, according to the season and time of day, are the usual contents of a Cambodian hut. We arrived at Pumpkadai on the confines of Cambodia, and inhabited by about 20 Stiens, who have approached the boundary in order to escape slavery in their own tribe. Our wagons halted before a small caravanserai, open to every wind, and after having carried in our luggage, our guides disappeared much faster than they had come. The chief soon presented himself, followed by some men. He had all the characteristics of a savage in his face, and of a Cambodian in his nature. I handed him my letter, but he returned it saying he could not read. These, then, said I, are the contents. It is the king's order to all chiefs of villages where I shall stop to furnish me with wagons to continue my journey to Brelam. We have no wagons, was the answer. We made ourselves as comfortable as we could till the next day, when a second interview with the chief proved to me that I should get no aid from him. I therefore sent Niu with 2 Cambodians to carry a letter to Mguilu and to bring me an answer. This arrived on the evening of the 4th day, and in it Mguilu assured me of a cordial welcome, adding that he was interested in my undertaking and had already a great regard for me, without seeing me, for my courage in coming so far. The good father sent me 3 wagons from the mission settlement, and some of his Annamites, as well as 2 Stiens, to help me on my way. This letter completely removed all fear of being a troublesome and unwelcome guest to the poor hermit, and I set out with pleasure and confidence. It took us 2 long days' journey to reach Brelam. We encamped one night near a torrent, lying on our mats beside a good fire, which we lighted to keep off the ferocious denizens of these forests. The second night we passed in a deserted cabin some miles from Brelam, and on the 16th of August, at 9 in the morning, we came to a clearing of from 250 to 300 meters square. We were betwixt 2 hills, at the foot of which was marshy ground. On the slope of one I saw 2 long bamboo houses, covered with thatch, and with the mission garden attached. Higher up was the cross planted 2 years before amidst these frightful solitudes by the noble and courageous French missionaries. Scarcely had we appeared when we were saluted by a discharge of musketry. We replied as well as we could, and while these sounds were reverberating among the echoes of the forests, poor Father Guilu, his legs covered with bad wounds, which had confined him for above 6 months to his mattress, and which he had received on the journeys undertaken through the promptings of his pious zeal, advanced with frail steps to meet me along the tree trunks, thrown as a bridge across the swamp. All honour to thee, noble son of our dear and beloved country, thou who bravest poverty, privations, fatigue, suffering, and even death, to bring to these savages the blessings of religion and civilization. May God recompense thee for thy painful and self-denying labours, for men would be powerless to do so. Thy reward is not of this world. Besides, in these troublous and warlike times, the virtues of the soldier are more appreciated than thine. But continue thy divine work. Intelligent eyes and hearts watch from afar, and if in our day the military career is more honoured and better recompensed than any other, there are still, be sure, Christian hearts which feel it a duty to make known to the world thy virtue and thy sufferings, thy privations, and the benefits thou conferrest on these unfortunates. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I resided nearly 3 months among the savage Stiens. Is this too short a period to enable me to form an opinion of them? One would think so, on hearing Father Guillou repeat often that, although he has lived here 2 years, he is yet far from knowing all their superstitions and devilries. We are surrounded by forests which are infested with elephants, buffaloes, rhinoceros, tigers and wild boars, and the ground all about the pools is covered with their footprints. We live almost as in a besieged place, every moment dreading some attack of the enemy and keeping our guns constantly loaded. Sometimes they come close to our quarters, and we cannot go even a few steps into the woods without hearing them. As a general rule, however, they fly from the approach of man, and in order to get a shot, it is necessary to lie in wait, either amongst the branches of a tree or hidden amid the brushwood near the spots where they come to drink. Scorpions, centipedes, and above all serpents were the enemies we most dreaded, and against which precautions were chiefly requisite. But the mosquitoes and the leeches, though less dangerous, were the most troublesome and most inveterate plagues. During the rainy season you cannot be too much on your guard, going to bed or getting up, or ever in peril of putting hand or foot on some venomous snake. I have killed more than one in my house with a gun or a hatchet. As I write, I am obliged to be continually on the watch, fearing to see one reappear on which I trod this evening, but which made his exit without hurting me. From time to time, also, I stop to listen to the roaring of a tiger, who is wandering round our dwelling and looking longingly at the pigs through their fence of planks and bamboos. Again I hear a rhinoceros breaking down the bamboos which oppose his progress towards the brambles encircling our garden, on which he intends to banquet. The savage Stiens who inhabit this region have probably the same origin as those who people the mountains and the tableland which separate the kingdoms of Siam and Cambodia from that of Annam, and which extend along the great river from 11 degrees north latitude and between 106 degrees and 108 degrees east longitude. They form as many separate communities as there are villages, and seem to be a race distinct from all the people who surround them. I am myself inclined to believe them to be the aborigines of the country, and to suppose that they have been driven back from the sea and the rivers to the districts now occupied by them by the successive invasions of the Tibetans, who have spread themselves over Laos, Siam and Cambodia, and nothing that I can discover leads me to any other supposition. These savages are so strongly attached to their forests and mountains that to quit them seems almost like death, and those who are dragged as slaves to the neighbouring countries languish under captivity and try every method of escape, frequently with success. Like other savages, they have appeared formidable to their neighbours, and the fear inspired by them has occasioned exaggerated reports of their wonderful skill in shooting with the bow, as well as the pestilential climate. However, it is a fact that fever prevails here terribly. Numbers of Annamites and Cambodians have fallen victims to it, and I am assured that I am the only stranger who has come without suffering from it more or less. These people love the deep shade of the pathless woods, which they do not trouble themselves to cut down. But if they cling to their country, they do not to any particular locality. For if they meet with any inconvenience in their neighbourhood, or if any of their family die of fever, they raise their camp, take their children in baskets on their backs, and set off to make a settlement elsewhere. Land is not wanting in the forest everywhere alike. These tribes are nearly independent, although the Cambodians on one side and the Laotians and Annamites on the other levy on the villages near them a triennial tribute of rice and wax. The king of Cambodia does not want the will to treat the Stiens as he did the Tiams, in order to people some of his desert provinces. The inscription placed, alas, so vainly, on our public edifices is here, notwithstanding slavery, the motto of the people, and its sincerity is evidenced in their practice. We use words, they act. If there is abundance at one house, the whole village shares in it, and when scarcity prevails, which is often the case, all alike suffer. They work admirably in iron and ivory, and some tribes are noted, as in Annam, for their hatchets and the beautiful workmanship of their sabres. Their drinking vessels are rude, but of their own manufacture, and the women weave and dye the long fine scarves which they wear, the best of which are often valued at the price of an ox. They cultivate rice, maize, tobacco, various kinds of vegetables and fruit trees, such as bananas, mangoes, and oranges. Every person of any substance possesses several slaves, and a field always at some distance from the village and very carefully attended to. In these fields, in little huts raised on piles, the Stiens pass the whole of the rainy season, during which they can neither hunt nor fish, both on account of the inclement weather and the leeches, the immense number of which, as in the forests of Siam, make them a perfect pest. The manner of preparing a rice field is very different from the way in which our agriculturists set about matters. As soon as the first rains begin to fall, the Stien chooses his ground and busies himself in clearing it. This would be a laborious task for a European, but he, with his hatchet with cane handle, has in a few days cut down a thicket of bamboos 100 or 150 meters square. If he meets with any tree too large for him to manage, he leaves it standing. After a few days, when the canes are a little dry, he sets fire to them, and the field is soon cleared. As for the roots, he cares little about them, as no digging is required. On this virgin soil everything grows with little labour. There only remains to sow the seed, and for this purpose he takes 2 long bamboos, which he lays in a line on the ground. Then, with a stick in each hand, he makes on each side of this line holes about 1 inch or 1.5 inches deep at short distances. The man's work is now finished, and that of the woman begins. Stooping down, she follows the line traced by her husband, and from a basket carried at her left side takes a handful of rice, of which she throws a few grains into each hole with great rapidity, and at the same time so dexterously that it is rare for any to fall outside. In a few hours the task is finished, for here there is no need to harrow or plough. Kind nature will soon send some violent showers, which, washing the soil over the holes, will cover the seeds. Then the proprietor establishes himself in his hut, where, as he smokes his cigarette, made of tobacco rolled in some leaf, he lets fly his arrows at the wild boars, apes, or goats, or amuses himself by frightening away the doves and paroquets. To this end, a couple of bamboos are so placed in the middle of the field that, by pulling a rope made of rattan, they are made to strike against each other, and the noise scares away the birds, which without some such contrivance would eat up all the seed. The harvest is reaped at the end of October. Generally, 2 months previously, poverty and famine begin to make themselves felt. As long as provisions last, they feast without ever thinking of the morrow. When they are exhausted, they are reduced to eat serpents, toads, and bats, which last are found in great numbers in the hollows of the old bamboos. Often they have even to content themselves with the seeds of the maize, young bamboo shoots, wild roots, and other spontaneous productions of the ground. All the domestic animals of the neighbouring countries, such as oxen, pigs, fowls, and ducks, are found here, but in small numbers. Elephants are scarce, but farther north, among the tribe of the Benams, it is said that no village is without them. When the harvest has been gathered in, the Stiens commence a series of festivities. The rice having been piled up in oblong stacks, they take from these every morning as much as suffices for the day's consumption. One community sends invitations to another, and the inhabitants of a wealthy village will often kill as many as 10 oxen for the entertainment. All must be consumed before they separate, and day and night they eat and drink to the accompaniment of the Chinese tam-tam and tambourine. This excess, after a long period of privation, brings an illness, commonly the itch and other cutaneous disorders. Much of this, however, also proceeds from the want of salt, which they cannot always procure. For all internal complaints, the general remedy here, as in Cambodia, is an iron heated in the fire and applied to the pit of the stomach. There are few men without scars on this part of the body. They are acquainted with many of the remedies drawn from simples. They never cover up a wound or sore, but leave it exposed to the air and sun. It generally heals. They appear to be exempt from leprosy, so common among the Chinese, but then they are very cleanly, and bathe in all weathers, often 3 times a day. The Stiens have no resemblance to either the Cambodian or Annamite races. Like the last, however, they wear the hair long, twisted up, and fastened by a bamboo comb, in which is often inserted, for ornament, a piece of brass wire surmounted by the crest of a pheasant. They are usually above the middle height, are well proportioned and robust, their features are regular, and the thick eyebrows and beard of the men, when they do not pull out the hair from the face, give them a grave appearance. The forehead is well developed, and announces an intelligence much beyond that of the Annamites. Their manners are hospitable, and a stranger is always certain of being well received and feasted. They either kill a pig, a fowl, and offer you wine, which is not drunk out of any sort of vessel, but sucked through a bamboo cane from a large jar. It is made from rice, fermented, but rarely distilled. To refuse a pipe when offered is considered a great rudeness, which more than one savage is paid for by a knife thrust. It is also etiquette to eat the whole of the food set before you. Their only dress is the long scarf I have already mentioned, and which, when worn, appears only about 2 inches wide. I often surprised them quite naked in their cabins, but on perceiving me they always cover themselves. The greatest liberty is allowed to slaves, and corporal punishment is never inflicted on any one. For theft, a forfeit is exacted of a pig or ox, and several jars of wine, of which the whole village partake. If the fine be not paid, it rapidly increases in amount. The offender is soon in debt to the community for 15 or 20 buffaloes, and finally he is sold as a slave. The Stiens have neither priests nor temples, yet they recognize the existence of a supreme being, to whom they refer everything good or evil. They call him Bra, and invoke him in all cases. They believe also in evil genius, and attribute all diseases to him. If anyone be suffering from illness, they say it is the demon tormenting him, and with this idea make, night and day, an insupportable noise around the patient, which they keep up until one of the party falls in a kind of fit, crying out, "He's passed into my body! He's stifling me!" They then question the new patient, asking him first what remedies to give the sick man, and how the demon can be made to abandon his prey. Sometimes the sacrifice of a pig or an ox is required. Often a human victim, in this latter case, they pitilessly seize upon a slave and offer him up to the evil genius. Funerals are solemnly performed, the whole village assisting, with the exception of the nearest relatives, who generally remain at home. All those present fill the air with lamentable cries. They bury their dead near their dwellings, covering the tomb with a little roof of branches, beneath which they place gourds full of water, and sometimes small bows and arrows, and every day some member of the family comes and sows a few grains of rice, that the dead may have something to eat. These customs resemble those of the Chinese. Before every meal they take care to spill a little rice to feed the souls of their ancestors, and in their fields and other places formerly frequented by them, they make similar little offerings to them. At the end of a long bamboo planted in the ground, they suspend plumes of reeds. Lower down are fastened smaller bamboos containing a few drops of wine or water, and lastly, on a slight trellis work raised above the ground, is laid some earth, on which they stick an arrow, and on which they throw a few grains of cooked rice, a bone, a little tobacco, and a leaf. According to their belief, animals also have souls which wander about after their death. Thus, when they have killed one, fearing lest its soul should come and torment them, they ask pardon for the evil they have done to it, and offer sacrifices proportioned to the strength and size of the animal. For an elephant, the ceremony is conducted with pomp. The head is ornamented with crowns, and musical performances on the tam-tam and tambourine, with singing, are continued for 7 consecutive days. The whole village, summoned by sound of trumpet, assembles to take part in the fete, and every one is entitled to a portion of the flesh. The Stiens smoke the flesh of the animals when they desire to preserve it for any length of time, but ordinarily all those taken in the chase are eaten on the spot, and within a few days they then merely singe them whole, without skinning, and afterwards cut them in pieces and cook them. It is rare to meet a Stien without his crossbow in his hand, his knife over his shoulder, and a basket on his back, which serves both for quiver and game bag. Hunting and fishing occupy all the time not given to the cultivation of the ground. They are indefatigable in the chase, and glide amidst the thickest woods with the speed of a deer, seeming not to feel fatigue. The women appear as robust and strong as the men. Their crossbows are very effective weapons, and they are skilful in the use of them. but rarely shoot from a distance of more than 50 paces. They use poisoned arrows for the larger animals, the venom being extremely rapid in its effects. If the beast, whether it be elephant, tiger, or rhinoceros, have the skin ever so slightly pierced, so that the poison touches the blood, it is almost certain to be found dead a few 100 yards from the place where it was struck. They are very fond of ornaments, particularly beads of brilliant colours, which they make into bracelets. Glass ornaments and brass wire pass among them as money. A buffalo or an ox is valued at 6 armfuls of thick brass wire. A pig is nearly as dear, but for a small piece of fine wire or a bead necklace you can purchase a pheasant or 100 ears of maize. Men generally wear a bracelet above the elbow and one at the wrist, but the women cover both arms and legs with these ornaments. Both sexes have their ears pierced and widen the hole every year by inserting pieces of bone or ivory 3 inches long. Polygamy is held in honour among the Stiens, although only the chiefs are rich enough to allow themselves the luxury of several wives. While I was among them, there was a total eclipse of the sun, which, if I remember right, was also visible in England. Like the Cambodians on the occurrence of such phenomena, they believe that some being has swallowed up the sun and moon, and in order to deliver them, they made a frightful noise, beat the tam-tam, uttered savage cries, and shot arrows into the air until the sun reappeared. One of their favourite amusements is to send up kites, to which they attach a musical instrument somewhat resembling a bow, and this, when agitated by the wind, produces sweet and melodious sounds to which they are fond of listening. Their memories are bad, and they have great difficulty in learning to calculate. If 100 ears of maize are to be offered for sale, they are arranged in tens, to make sure that the number is correct. Their notions of geography are very limited. Imagine that white men inhabit only a few obscure corners of the globe, and judging of them by the Catholic missionaries, doubt much if they have any women among them. Hostilities between one village and another are not infrequent, but they are never very serious. They seek to surprise and take one another prisoners in the fields or pathways, and the captives are sold as slaves to the Laotians or Cambodians. The disposition is gentle and timid, and at the least alarm of an enemy they retire into the forest, previously placing in the paths sharp-pointed stakes of bamboo, which often pierce quite to the feet of their pursuers. The manners of the savages of Brelum and those of the surrounding villages differ considerably. This is owing to the influence of the good and courageous missionaries, who, although they do not make many converts, which is their chief trouble, have at least the consolation of being able, by their presence, good counsel, and example, to soften and enlighten these poor creatures. In one word, to civilize them. The fauna of this country does not differ much from that of the kingdom of Siam. Thus, with the exception of some beautiful new species of insects and land shells, and a number of interesting birds, I shall gain by my excursion nothing but the pleasure of having been able to study the habits of a curious people, and not inferior gratification of making them known to the public, should these rough notes, written hastily, and with no claim to any merit but truth, be destined to see the light. Whether God reserves for me the happiness of again seeing my native country, in which event it will be my endeavour to put them into some sort of readable shape, or whether I fall a victim to pestilence or ferocious beasts, and some kind person takes charge of these sheets, scribbled generally by the light of a torch, and on my knees at the foot of a tree, amidst interruptions of all sorts, of which the mosquitoes are not the least annoying. In either case, living or dead, I shall need, I am aware, an indulgence seldom granted. Most readers prefer being amused to being instructed, while my sole aim has been to paint faithfully, and to the best of my poor abilities, what came under my observation. My arrival here was, I may say it without vanity, for I was a stranger to him, quite an event in the poor missionary's lonely life, and the landing, for it did not deserve the name of room, left vacant by the departure of Father Arnoux, was placed at my disposal. I ask pardon of the good, brave, and generous priests who have aided, welcomed, and sheltered me through all my wanderings, if I have spoken too plainly of their poverty and privations of all kinds, if I have raised the curtain which perhaps they would wish to keep drawn, for, I repeat, they look not for recompense in this world, but I have done it that the world may know that their life is one of the hardest and most painful, and requires self-sacrifice more than any other. Exposed to the influence of pernicious climates, badly lodged, badly fed, far from their families and from their country, often ill and dying without help. Such is the lot of these men. The house of Uncle Apait was at least as elegant and well furnished as that of the humble priest at Brelum. Both had the bare ground for a floor, walls of bamboo canes and dried grass for thatch. The hut was divided into 4 compartments, 2 being used by the missionaries, another by the servant, and the 4th served as a chapel. This, like the others, was far from splendid, and the whole house had been so undermined by the white ants that it seemed menaced with approaching ruin. Speaking of the Annamite servants, I shall quote what the Abbé Gagelin says about them, for I can testify to its truth. All sensibility, says he, appears deadened among them. They are very proud, however, and great cheats. There is so little affection among them that the nearest relations never think of embracing even a child returning to his parents after a 10 years' absence. Would not think of such a thing. Among brothers and sisters, it would be considered almost a scandal. They will not permit us missionaries to caress a child, not even a baby. This coldness is not confined to their domestic relations under an ardent sky, which should warm the invitation. They, in their stupid sang-froid, will not tolerate in a preacher the slightest movement or gesture. However, to compensate for these defects, the Abbé, who, even in the opinion of several of the other missionaries, has been guilty of great errors in his letters, might have added that at times they are capable of acts of devotion and self-sacrifice truly great and courageous. The French missionaries in Cochin-China must have had many proofs of this, for, hunted as they are like wild beasts, they could not long escape the vigilant eyes of the mandarins, nor continue, in spite of the most terrible persecutions, to reside in the country. It is death for anyone to be caught sheltering or assisting a priest, but notwithstanding they and their goods are conveyed in boats from Singapore, eluding all the spies set to watch for them, and remain hidden for months and even years. If an alarm is raised, in spite of the danger of discovery, they are conveyed to another locality, where they find new friends equally ready to peril their lives for them. Missions are founded amongst the most savage tribes, and in spite of the terrible reputation of this climate, in spite of fevers, wild beasts, and love of home, the missionary has but to speak, and he is sure to find poor Christians ready to follow him, often without fee or reward. In what country in the world, among what civilized people of the West, can you find more than this? Intelligent and with a desire for civilization, the only difficulty is to know how to guide them. From my own experience and that of others, I believe the Annamite to be lively, adroit, intelligent, and courageous, but obstinate, vindictive, a dissembler, a liar, and a thief, slow to get into a passion, but terrible when he does so. His dirtiness surpasses anything I have ever seen, and his food is abominably nasty. Rotten fish and dog's flesh are his favourite diet. The tiger of Annam is terribly savage, and his strength is equal to his ferocity. Often, however, a couple of men will go alone to attack one, armed merely with pikes. As soon as they see the animal, the more powerful or more courageous of the two lowers his pike. The tiger hesitates a moment, and sometimes, if not pressed by hunger, turns and disappears with the rapidity of lightning. But at other times he will make a spring at the hunter, when, if the force of the leap do not carry him right over the man's head, he falls upon the pike, which the hunter then elevates by pressing the handle on the ground. The second hunter now comes forward, and in his turn pierces him, and uniting their strength, they both hold him down till he dies. Occasionally the first man misses his aim, and his pike breaks. Then all is over for one, if not both. The most common method of hunting the tiger has more actors engaged. There is in every village some experienced man who leads the attack, and if anyone has been carried off by one of these animals, the tam-tam is sounded to summon people from the neighbouring villages to follow the leader after the creature. As he always sleeps near the spot where he has left the remains of his repast, they are pretty sure of discovering his retreat. When they have tracked the tiger to his lair, all the hunters form a circle as large as their numbers will allow, and sufficiently apart not to impede each other's movements. These preparations completed, the leader makes sure that the animal has no outlet for escape. Some of the most daring then venture into the centre and cut away the brushwood, during which operation they are protected by others armed with pikes. The tiger, pressed on all sides, rolls his eyes, licks his paws in a convulsive manner, as though preparing for combat. Then, with a frightful howl, he makes his spring. Immediately every pike is raised, and the animal falls pierced through and through. Accidents not infrequently happen, and many are often severely hurt. But they have no choice but to wage war against the tigers, which leave them no rest, force the enclosures, and carry off domestic animals and even men, not only from the roads and close vicinity of the houses, but from the interiors of the buildings. In Annam, the fear inspired by the tigers, elephants, and other wild animals makes the people address them with the greatest respect. They give them the title of grandfather or lord, fearing that they may be offended and show resentment by attacking them. During the 3 months I passed in Brelam and its environs, my 2 poor servants were almost constantly ill with fever. I think myself very fortunate to have preserved my health, for even in these forests I have not had a touch of this complaint. In the rainy season the atmosphere is dreadfully damp and oppressive. In the thickest wood, where the sun scarcely penetrates, you might fancy yourself in a stove, and with the slightest exercise you are in a bath of perspiration. In July and August we experienced violent storms which burst out every 2nd or 3rd day, but in September and October it rained without intermission. At the beginning of November, after a change of wind, we had some refreshing nights which made the thermometer fall to 12 degrees centigrade. From noon to 3 o'clock there was little variation in the temperature. Having paid visits to all the villages in the neighbourhood, and been visited in return by many of the inhabitants, I announced to my 2 excellent friends, the missionaries, that I must shortly leave them, and fixed my departure for the 29th of November, meaning to return to Pinhalu and Udong, and from thence to ascend the Mekong as far as the great Tuli Sap. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos during the years 1858, 59 and 60 by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the 29th I took leave of my amiable fellow countryman and friend M. Arnoux, to, I may venture to affirm, our mutual regret, and set off, accompanied by Father Guyot, who had some business at Pinhalu. They both wished me to remain with them until Cochin-China was open, and I could travel through the country in safety. I should have liked to do so. Could I have foreseen an approaching termination of the war, but in the then state of affairs that was impossible. As far as Punt Gadai, the first village we came to after leaving Brelam, I had the society and aid of the missionaries and of the old chief of the Stians, who furnished me with 3 wagons for my baggage, while Fry and Mguiu's Annamite attendants took charge of my boxes of insects, which, if placed among my other goods, would have been injured by the jolting. The rains had ceased for the last 3 weeks, and I was agreeably surprised at the improvement in the state of the country since August. The paths were dry, and we had no longer to flounder through dirty marshes, nor suffer from the wet nights which we formerly found so unpleasant. When we reached the station, where we were to pass the first night, our servants lighted a fire to cook their rice, as well as scare away the wild beasts, but notwithstanding this, we remarked that our oxen, dogs, and monkey showed signs of great fear, and almost immediately afterwards we heard a roaring like that of a lion. We seized our guns, which were loaded, and waited in readiness. Fresh roarings, proceeding from a very short distance off, completed the terror of our animals, and we ourselves could not help feeling uneasy. I proposed to go and meet the enemy, which was agreed to, and we accordingly plunged into that part of the forest whence the sound came. Although familiar with these terrible creatures, we felt far from comfortable, but before long we came upon recent tracks which were quite unmistakable, and soon, in a small clearing in the forest, perceived 9 elephants, the leader being a male of enormous size, standing right in front of us. On our approach he set up a roar more frightful than ever, and the whole herd advanced slowly towards us. We remained in a stooping position, half hidden behind the trees, which were too tall for us to climb. I was in the act of taking aim at the forehead of the leader, the only vulnerable part, but an Annamite who stood beside me, and who was an old hunter, knocked up my rifle and begged me not to fire, for, said he, if you kill or wound one of the elephants we are lost, and even if we should succeed in escaping, the oxen, the wagons, and all their contents would be overwhelmed by the fury of these animals. If there were but 2 or 3, we might hope to kill them, but 9, of whom 5 are very large, are too many, and it will be more prudent to retreat. At this moment Father Guyot, who had not much confidence in his powers of locomotion, fired his gun in the air to frighten the elephants, and this plan fortunately succeeded. The herd stopped in astonishment for an instant, then turned round and marched into the forest. When we reached Pemtialan, we stopped at the house of the Mandarin, whose authority extends over the neighbouring district, and, contrary to the usual custom, he offered us hospitality under his own roof. Scarcely, however, were we installed when he came to me and asked for the best of my guns, and on my declining to part with it, he begged for something else, intimating that we should have begun by offering a present. Thereupon I gave him a suit of European clothes, a powder flask and some powder, a hunting knife, and some other small articles. In return he presented me with an ivory trumpet, and placed at my service 2 elephants to enable me to continue my route more comfortably. He likewise sent off our people with a letter to the chiefs of the Shrokna. We resumed our journey on the following day, the abbé on one elephant, reading his breviary, and I upon another, both of us greatly enjoying the beauty of the landscape. Thus we traversed the beautiful plains, which, when I formerly travelled this road, were inhabited by the poor Tians, but now in place of rich harvest, I was astonished to find nothing but large trees. The villages were abandoned, and the houses and enclosures were in ruins. It appeared that the Mandarin of Pemtialan, executing or exceeding the orders of his master, the King of Cambodia, had kept these unfortunate people in such a state of slavery and oppression that they had even been deprived of their fishing and agricultural implements, and, being left without money or resources, experienced such frightful poverty that many of them died in hunger. The poor wretches, to the number of several thousands, and under the conduct of a chief on whose head a price had been set, and who had secretly returned from Annam, rose in revolt. Those from Phnom Penh went to Udong to protect their brethren in that place in their flight, and when all were united in one body, they descended the river and passed into Cochin China. Orders were issued by the king to arrest their departure, but no one remained to execute them, for the whole Cambodian population, with the mandarins at their head, had fled into the forests at the first news of the rising. Besides the interest inspired by the misfortunes of these poor people, their conduct, when all fled before them, and left Udong, Pinhalu, and Phnom Penh defenceless, was so noble as greatly to increase this feeling. "We have no enmity against the people," said they, "if they will but let us pass and respect our property, but we will put to death whoever opposes our flight." And in fact they never touched one of the large boats, which were moored near the market, and unguarded, but took to the river in their narrow and miserable pirogues. In passing opposite the island of Koh Sutin, we stopped to see Father Cordier. The good missionary was in a sad state. His malady had got worse, and his debility was such that he could scarcely drag himself from his bed to a chair. He had no food but rice and dried fish, and the only persons to care for him and wait upon him were 2 children of 10 years old. We begged him to accompany us to Pinhalu, but he declined on account of his weakness. "All I regret," said he, "is that I shall see my poor parents no more, but for that I should await death calmly and almost with joy." All our solicitations that he could go with us were unavailing, and we were forced to pursue our journey, very sad at leaving him in so painful a position, and at our inability to give him any relief. On the 21st of December we at last reached Pinhalu. Phnom Penh is about 103 degrees 350 longitude of Paris, and 11 degrees 3730 north latitude. It is the great market of Cambodia, and only 2 or 3 leagues from the southern frontier of Cochin China. It is situated at the confluence of the Mekong with its tributary. From this point the river flows first northeast and then northwest, as far as China and the mountains of Tibet. The arm, which has no name, but which, to distinguish it, it might be well to call Mae Sap, from the name of the lake Tuli Sap, flows from its source southeast to the point of junction. About 12 degrees 25 north latitude commences the great lake, which stretches as far as 13 degrees 53. In shape it might be compared to a violin. The whole space between it and the Mekong is a vast plain, while on the opposite side are the great chains of Porsat. and its ramifications. The entrance to the Great Lake of Cambodia is grand and beautiful. The river becomes wider and wider, until at last it is 4 or 5 miles in breadth, and then you enter the immense sheet of water called Tuli Sap, as large and full of motion as a sea. It is more than 120 miles long, and must be at least 400 in circumference. The shore is low, and thickly covered with trees, which are half submerged, and in the distance is visible an extensive range of mountains, whose highest peaks seem lost in the clouds. The waves glitter in the broad sunshine with a brilliancy which the eye can scarcely support, and in many parts of the lake nothing is visible all around but water. In the centre is planted a tall mast, indicating the boundary between the kingdoms of Siam and Cambodia. Before crossing the lake it may perhaps be as well to say what remains to be told respecting the latter country. The present state of Cambodia is deplorable, and its future menacing. Formerly, however, it was a powerful and populous country, as is testified by the splendid ruins which are to be met with in the provinces of Battambang and Angkor, and which I intend visiting. But at present the population is excessively reduced by the incessant wars carried on against neighbouring states. I do not think that the country now contains above 1 million of inhabitants, and according to the last census, the number of free men fit to carry arms is returned at 30,000, the slaves, as in Siam, not being liable to serve in the army any more than to pay taxes. Besides a number of Chinese, relatively great, there are many Malays who have been settled in the country for centuries, and a floating population of Annamites, amounting to 2,000 or 3,000. As the calculations taken include only the males fit for active service, no exact figures can be furnished by the authorities. European conquest, abolition of slavery, wise and protecting laws, and experience, fidelity, and scrupulous rectitude in those who administer them, would alone effect the regeneration of this state. It lies near to Cochin-China, the subjection of which France is now aiming at, and in which she will doubtless succeed. Under her sway it will become a land of plenty. I wish her to possess this land, which would add a magnificent jewel to her crown. But it is also my earnest desire that she may make a judicious choice of governors, and that the name of France, my dear and beautiful country, may be loved, respected, and honoured in the extreme East, as it should be everywhere. The chief productions of Cambodia are tobacco, pepper, ginger, sugar, gamboge, coffee, silk, and cotton. The latter important article of commerce thrives here admirably, and as according to report, America is menaced with civil war, it is a question whether we can henceforth calculate on that country for the supply it has hitherto furnished. If that supply were even partially to fail, and thousands of workmen to be in consequence thrown out of employment, what a vast field might be opened on the banks of the Mekong and of Tuli Sap for European activity, industry, and capital. England, that great nation for colonies, could soon make of Lower Cochin-China and Cambodia a vast cotton plantation, and there is no doubt that, if she set about it in earnest, with her Australian, East and West Indian, and New Zealand possessions, she might soon secure to herself the monopoly which America now has of this precious article. We should in that case be compelled to buy from her. Why should we not be our own purveyors? The island of Koh Sutin alone, in which the lands belonging to the Crown are let to the cotton planters in lots for £1 per lot, may be adduced in order to give an idea of the profits realized by the cultivation of this plant. Each lot affords an income of more than 1,200 francs. The forests situated on the higher grounds abound with justly celebrated timber, as also trees yielding resins and gums much esteemed in commerce, likewise the eaglewood and several species of dyewoods. The mountains contain gold, argentiferous lead, zinc, copper, and iron, the last two in some abundance. One is astonished to find these fertile lands furnish so little for exportation, but the sovereigns and mandarins enrich themselves by spoliation and extortion, and every abuse which can ruin a country and retard its progress. If these dominions were ruled wisely and carefully, with probity, and with regard to the interests of the working classes, the whole aspect of affairs would be changed. The taxes now weigh solely on the cultivator and producer. The more he raises, the more he has to pay. Disposed, therefore, to indolence by the influence of the climate, he has little inducement to combat this vice. The beautiful cardamom porsat, much sought after by the Chinese, who pay very highly for it, is entirely monopolized by the king and his ministers, and it is nearly the same with every valuable product. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos. During the years 1858, 59 and 60 by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preliminary remarks. Ngor or Angkor was the capital of the ancient kingdom of Cambodia or Khmer, formerly so famous among the great states of Indo-China that almost the only tradition preserved in the country mentions that empire as having had 20 kings who paid tribute to it, as having kept up an army of 5 or 6 million soldiers, and that the buildings of the royal treasury occupied a space of more than 300 miles. In the province still bearing the name of Angkor, which is situated eastward by the great lake Tuli Sap, towards the 14th degree of north latitude and 104 degrees longitude east of Greenwich, there are, on the banks of the Mekong and in the ancient kingdom of Siampua, Cochin, China, ruins of such grandeur, remains of structures which must have been raised at such an immense cost of labour that at the first view one is filled with profound admiration and cannot but ask what has become of this powerful race, so civilized, so enlightened, the authors of these gigantic works. One of these temples, a rival to that of Solomon, and erected by some ancient Michelangelo, might take an honourable place beside our most beautiful buildings. It is grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome, and presents a sad contrast to the state of barbarism in which the nation is now plunged. Unluckily, the scourge of war, aided by time, the great destroyer, who respects nothing, and perhaps also by earthquakes, has fallen heavily on the greater part of the other monuments, and the work of destruction and decay continues among those which still remain standing, imposing and majestic, amidst the masses of ruins all around. One seeks in vain for any historical souvenirs of the many kings who must have succeeded one another on the throne of the powerful empire of Ngor Khmer. There exists a tradition of a leprous king, to whom is attributed the commencement of the great temple, but all else is totally forgotten. The inscriptions with which some of the columns are covered are illegible, and if you interrogate the Cambodians as to the founders of Angkor Wat, you invariably receive one of these 4 replies. It is the work of Pra-Yin, the king of the angels. It is the work of the giants. It was built by the leprous king. Or else, it made itself. The work of giants. The expression would be very just if used figuratively in speaking of these prodigious works, of which no one who has not seen them can form an adequate idea, and in the construction of which patience, strength, and genius appear to have done their utmost in order to leave to future generations proofs of their power and civilization. It is remarkable that none of these monuments were intended for habitations. All were temples of Buddhism. The statues and bas-reliefs, however, curiously enough, represent entirely secular subjects. Monarchs surrounded by their wives, their heads and arms loaded with ornaments such as bracelets and necklaces, the body being covered with a narrow languti. On a sort of esplanade is a statue, said to be that of the leprous king. It is a little above the middle height, and the prince is seated in a noble and dignified attitude. The head particularly is a chef-d'oeuvre, the features perfectly regular, and possessing a manly beauty of a description seen now in very rare instances, and only amongst Cambodians of unmixed race, living in seclusion at the foot of the mountains, where the unhealthiness of the climate condemns them to a solitary existence, or among the savage mountaineers who occupy the border country separating Siam and Cambodia from the kingdom of Manam. This place was probably chosen for the capital on account of its central position. It is situated 15 miles from the Great Lake, in an arid and sandy plain, although the banks of the river would appear to have been a preferable site, more fertile and offering greater facilities for communication. Although making no pretension whatever either to architectural or archaeological acquirements, I will endeavour to describe what I saw, for the benefit of others interested in these sciences, and as well as I can, to draw the attention of Eastern savants to a new scene. I shall commence with the Temple of Angkor, the most beautiful and best preserved of all the remains, and which is also the first which presents itself to the eye of the traveller, making him forget all the fatigues of the journey, filling him with admiration and delight, such as would be experienced on finding a verdant oasis in the sandy desert. Suddenly, and as if by enchantment, he seems to be transported from barbarism to civilization, from profound darkness to light. But ere I proceed with my description, I must express my gratitude to the excellent missionary of Battambang, the Abbé E. Sylvestre, who, with exceeding courtesy and indefatigable energy, accompanied me everywhere, guided me through the thick forest which covers a portion of the site of the original building, and by whose assistance I was enabled to accomplish so much in a limited time. The Temple of Angkor. Before arriving at Angkor from Battambang, having previously crossed the Great Lake from the mouth of either of the currents which traverse both of those localities, you come upon a stream which, in the dry season, you ascend for a couple of miles, and reach a spot where it becomes somewhat larger, forming a small natural basin which serves the purpose of a kind of harbour. From this place a raised causeway is still passable at the present day, and extending as far as the limit which the waters attain at the period of the inundations, that is to say, over a space of 3 miles, leads to New Angkor, an insignificant little town, the capital of the province, and situated 15 miles to the north-northwest of the shores of the lake. If starting from this point, you follow for about a couple of hours in the same direction, a dusty, sandy path passing through a dense forest of stunted trees, and having also frequently crossed the river, which is exceedingly sinuous in its course, you will arrive at an esplanade about 9 meters wide by 27 long, parallel to the building. At each angle, at the extremity of the 2 longer sides, are 2 enormous lions, sculptured out of the rock, and forming with the pedestals only a single block. 4 large flights of steps lead to the platform. From the north staircase, which faces the principal entrance, you skirt, in order to reach the latter, a causeway 230 meters in length by 9 in width, covered or paved with large slabs of stone, and supported by walls of great thickness. This causeway crosses a ditch 220 meters wide, which surrounds the building. The revetment, 3 meters high by 1 meter thick, is formed of ferruginous stone, with the exception of the top row, which is freestone, each block being of the same thickness as the wall. Principal entrance. The edifice forms a long gallery with a central tower and 2 others of rather less altitude, about 30 meters distant from the former. The portico of each tower is formed of 4 projecting columns with a staircase. At each extremity are similar porticos, beyond which, but immediately contiguous thereto, is a high door or gateway on the same level, which serves for the passage of vehicles. From constant use the wheels have worn 2 deep ruts in the massive flagstones with which the ground is paved. Upon the west side, the gallery is supported by 2 rows of square columns. On the east, blank windows have been let into the wall, with stone railings or balconies of twisted columns 14 centimeters in diameter. The whole of this side, within 1 meter of the ground and half a meter of the cornice, is covered with sculptures executed with marvellously artistic skill. The roof, and in this respect it resembles all the other buildings, is a double one, constructed externally of sculptured stone, the blocks in the interior being plain. They were formerly hidden by a ceiling, also sculptured, of which some remains may still be remarked. The edifice divides the wall into 2 equal parts. Upon the other sides, and facing the monument, are 3 pavilions, 33 meters in length. This imposing colonnade, which, from its great length and beautiful proportions, attracts the attention from a distance, forms a fitting entrance to the great monument. The temple. Commencing from the building which forms the principal entrance is a second causeway, 9 meters wide by 342 meters in length. It is raised 1 meter from the level of the ground. It is covered with huge blocks of stone, carefully joined together throughout its entire length, and is surrounded by a balustrade, partially in ruins, about 10 centimeters high, composed of long stones with beveled edges, very massive and covered with sculptures. On each side are 6 platforms of earth, ascended by several steps, upon each of which is a serpent with 7 heads, some erect, others thrown back. In the centre of the causeway are two elegant pavilions, one on each side, having at each extremity a portico of 33 metres, 66 centimetres in length. At the end of the causeway and at the foot of the terrace are, on each side of the latter, two ponds or sheets of water. A balustrade, like that of the causeway, and resting like it upon a sculptured basement, springs from the foot of the terrace and runs all round the monument. At certain intervals there are large staircases of several steps each. Terrace. The terrace is 2 metres 30 centimetres in height, and is surrounded by 112 fluted columns, surmounted by capitals, formed in each case of one single block of stone. The basement, like that of the whole building, is ornamented with very beautiful sculptured cornices, varied in style, and entirely covered with delicate carvings, representing roses and arabesques, worked with the chisel, with a taste and skill equally wonderful. The terrace forms a cross, each arm of which is 122 metres in length and 12 metres 16 centimetres wide. There are 3 flights of steps, upon each of which are 4 lions reclining upon their pedestals. The portico. This is 6 metres in length and is supported by 6 columns, 4 of which are detached from the monument. The temple is formed of 3 distinct parts, raised in the form of terraces one above the other. The galleries. The galleries form a rectangle, the facade of which is 180 metres in length, the sides 216 metres, 16 centimetres by 4 metres 16 centimetres. The vaulted ceilings of the galleries are raised 6 metres from the ground. Those of the second roof are 4 metres 30 centimetres high. The 2 roofs are supported by a double row of columns, the first being 3 metres 18 centimetres, the second 2 metres 25 centimetres high by 48 centimetres broad. The columns are square, and like all other buildings in the province are formed of single blocks. There are 5 staircases on the west side, the same number on the east, and 3 on each of the remaining sides. The basement is 3 metres 90 centimetres in height, the length externally forming a terrace of 1 metre 67 centimetres. Each portico is composed of 3 roofs raised one above the other, which contribute materially to give to the architecture of these long galleries a monumental appearance, producing a singularly beautiful effect. The opposite side of the wall to the double colonnade is, from the lowest row of cornices to 1 metre above its base, covered inside with bas-reliefs, having externally blank windows with balustrades. There were 2 rows of cornices, the first part immediately above the columns, and the space to the extent of nearly 1 metre which lies between them is filled up by roses and other sculptured designs. The bas-reliefs represent the combat of the King of the Apes with the King of the Angels. In the centre is the King of the Angels, drawn by 2 griffins. He has 7 heads and 20 arms, with a sabre in each hand. Some of the chiefs are seated in cars drawn by fabulous animals, while others are mounted on elephants. The soldiers are armed with bows, javelins, or sabres, but the apes have generally no weapons except their formidable claws. A few of them have clubs, sabres, or branches of trees. Peristyle number 1. Here is represented the march of warriors mounted on birds, horses, tigers, and fabulous animals. The horses of the chiefs are led by the bridle. On the right the soldiers are advancing towards the scene of combat in the centre, but here there are no fantastic animals. Peristyle number 2. The bas-reliefs of this peristyle represent the combat between the King of the Apes and the King of the Angels, and the death of the former. Close by is a boat filled with rowers, all with long beards, and some of them are attired in the Chinese fashion. The group is admirable for the natural positions and for the expression given to the faces. A cockfight and women at play with their children are also represented. It is in these bas-reliefs that the highest degree of skill is shown. Other subjects follow, the meaning of which I could not discover. On the south side to the left hand is a military procession, bodies of soldiers headed by chiefs, some mounted on elephants, others on horseback, and each corps carrying different arms, lances, halberds, javelins, sabres, and bows. On the right are 2 series, one representing the Hindu paradise Svarga, the other the Hindu infernal regions Narama. A crowd of persons are entering paradise and are received in palanquins. They have with them banners, fans, parasols, and boxes for holding betel, without which even paradise would not be perfect happiness to a Cambodian. A triumphal march, paradise. The elect seated on a magnificent dais, surrounded by a great number of women with caskets and fans in their hands, while the men are holding flowers and have children on their knees. These appear to be all the joys of paradise. Punishments of the infernal regions, on the contrary, are varied and numerous, and while the elect, who are enjoying themselves in paradise, are all fat and plump. The poor condemned beings are so lean that their bones show through their skin. The expression of their faces is pitiful and full of a most comic seriousness. Some are being pounded in mortars, while others hold them by the feet and hands. Some are being sawn asunder, others are led along like buffaloes with ropes through their noses. In other places the confubal executioners are cutting men to pieces with sabres, while a crowd of poor wretches are being transfixed by the tusks of elephants or on the horns of rhinoceros. Fabulous animals are busy devouring some, others are in irons and have had their eyes put out. In the centre sits the judge with his ministers, all sabre in hand, and the guilty are dragged before them by the hair or feet. In the distance is visible a furnace, and another crowd of people under punishment, being tortured in divers ways, impaled, roasted on spits, tied to trees and pierced with arrows, suspended with heavy weights attached to their hands and feet, devoured by dogs or vultures, or crucified with nails through their bodies. These bas-reliefs are perfect, the rest are inferior in workmanship and expression. On the east side, a number of men, divided into two equal groups, are represented as attempting to drag in contrary directions the great serpent or dragon with 7 heads, while in the centre an angel stands looking on. Many angels are seen floating in the sky above, while fishes, aquatic animals, and marine monsters swim about in a sea visible beneath. The angel is seated on the celebrated mountain of Tibet, Pra-Sumer, and in different places angels with several heads give assistance to those pulling the serpent. The king of the apes, Sadak-Soa, appears also here. To the right is a military procession and a combat, the chiefs being mounted on elephants, unicorns, griffins, eagles with peacocks' tails and other fantastic animals, while winged dragons draw the cars. On the northern side is portrayed a combat and procession with drums, flutes, trumpets, tam-tams and organs said to be Chinese. A king mounted on the shoulders of the hideous giant, who holds in each hand by the foot a fighting giant. All the chiefs take part in the combat, standing some on tigers, others in cars. Near the central peristyle is a figure of the king with a long beard. On each side are courtiers with clasped hands. To the right appears a military procession, a combat, griffins, eagles with peacocks' tails, a dragon with 7 heads and a tower on his back, the king letting fly an arrow, standing on the back of a giant, with tail, claws and beak. Second story. The first gallery on the west side is connected with the second by 2 other smaller galleries, 40 meters long, and which are themselves connected by 2 colonnades in the form of a cross and supporting 2 vaulted roofs. 4 rows of square columns, each hewn out of a single block of stone, those in the inside row being 4 meters 14 centimeters high and 45 centimeters thick, those on the outside being 3 meters 10 centimeters high and rather smaller at the top than at the base. The little gallery on the right is filled with statues representing persons in the act of worshipping idols, some of these being of wood, others of stone. Many of the statues are 4 meters in height, and a greater number of them must be of great age, to judge from their state of depredation, in spite of the hardness of the stone. In the centre is a statue of the famous leprous king, and by his side, in a posture of adoration, are 2 statues of priests, with faces full of expression. These are real chefs-d'oeuvre. At no great distance is a small statue of his queen. Pavilion in the interior of the temple of Angkor Wat. Here are found 2 pavilions of extremely elegant architecture, with porticos and staircases at each side. There is a second gallery with 4 towers at each end, and 3 porticos and staircases on each side. This gallery is raised on a base 5 meters 10 centimeters high, the ledge of which forms a terrace 74 centimeters broad. There are neither columns nor bas-reliefs here, but the walls have imitation windows with twisted bars. The gallery is half dark, receiving very little light except through the doors. There are idols, both of stone and bronze, on pedestals, with their hands held out to receive gifts from their worshippers. Central portico of the great temple of Angkor Wat. Central part. A raised terrace leads to the foot of the great staircase and forms a cross, the arms of which lead to 2 small pavilions with 4 porticos and staircases. The base of this part is admirably executed, both as to general effect and in detail. There are 12 staircases, the 4 in the middle being 6 meters wide and having 39 steps. The building forms a square, each side of which is 56 meters 60 centimeters, and at each angle is a tower. A central tower, larger and higher, is connected with the lateral galleries by colonnades covered, like the galleries, with a double roof, and both galleries and colonnades are supported on a base 1 metre from the floor of the interior courts. Opposite each of the 12 staircases is a small portico with 4 columns, 4 metres 50 centimetres high and 47 centimetres in diameter. Windows, similar in form and dimension to those of the other galleries on each side, and have twisted bars carved in stone. In front of each colonnade with an entrance in the tower is a dark and narrow chapel, to which there is an ascent of 8 steps. These 4 chapels do not communicate with each other. Each contains an idol 4 metres in height, sculpted in the solid wall, at whose feet is another nearly 2 metres long, representing Samanacordum sleeping. The central tower is 33 metres high from the pavement of the gallery and 50 from the basement of the building. What strikes the observer with not less admiration than the grandeur, regularity, and beauty of these majestic buildings is the immense size and prodigious number of the blocks, some of which are constructed. In the temple alone are as many as 1,532 columns. What means of transport, what a multitude of workmen must this have required, seeing that the mountain out of which the stone was hewn is 30 miles distant? In each block are to be seen holes 2.5 centimetres in diameter and 3 metres in depth, the number varying with the size of the blocks, but the columns and the sculptured portions of the building bear no traces of them. According to a Cambodian legend, these are the prints of the fingers of a giant, who, after kneading an enormous quantity of clay, had cut it into blocks and carved it, turning it into a hard and at the same time light stone by pouring over it some marvellous liquid. All the mouldings, sculptures, and bas-reliefs appear to have been executed at the erection of the building. The stones are everywhere fitted together in so perfect a manner that you can scarcely see where they are joinings. There is neither sign of mortar nor mark of the chisel, the surface being as polished as marble. Was this incomparable edifice the work of a single genius, who conceived the idea and watched over the execution of it? One is tempted to think so, for no part of it is deficient, faulty, or inconsistent. To what epoch does it owe its origin? As before remarked, neither tradition nor written inscriptions furnish any certain information upon this point, or rather I should say, these latter are as a sealed book for want of an interpreter, and they may perchance throw light on the subject when some European savant shall succeed in deciphering them. Ruins in the province of Angkor, Mount Bakhung. A temple about 100 metres in height, built of limestone, has been erected on the top of Mount Bakhung, which is situated 2.5 miles north of Angkor Wat, on the road leading to the town. At the foot of the mountain are to be seen among the trees 2 magnificent lines, 20 centimetres in height, and each formed with the pedestals out of a single block. Steps, partly destroyed, lead to the top of the mountain, whence is to be enjoyed a view so beautiful and extensive that it is not surprising that these people, who have shown so much taste in their buildings, should have chosen it for a site. On the one side you gaze upon the wooded plain and the pyramidal temple of Angkor, with its rich colonnades, the mountain of Chrome, which is beyond the new city, the view losing itself in the waters of the great lake on the horizon. On the opposite side stretches the long chain of mountains, whose quarries, they say, furnished the beautiful stone used for the temples, and amidst thick forests, which extend along the base, is a pretty small lake, which looks like a blue ribbon on a carpet of verdure. All this region is now as lonely and deserted as formerly it must have been full of life and cheerfulness, and the howling of wild animals and the cries of a few birds alone disturb the solitude. Sad fragility of human things. How many centuries and thousands of generations have passed away, of which history probably will never tell us anything? What riches and treasures of art will remain for ever buried beneath these ruins? How many distinguished men, artists, sovereigns, and warriors, whose names were worthy of immortality, are now forgotten, laid to rest under the thick dust which covers these tombs? The whole summit of the mountain is covered with a coating of lime, forming a vast smooth surface. At regular intervals are 4 rows of deep holes, in some of which still stand the columns that formerly supported 2 roofs and formed a gallery leading from the staircase to the principal part of the building, and the transverse branches of which were connected with 4 towers, built partly of stone, partly of brick. Judging from the details of the work and the state of the stone, which in many places crumbles at a touch, this building belongs to a period much anterior to that of many of the other monuments. Art, like science, was then in its infancy. Difficulties were surmounted, but not without great efforts of labour and intelligence. Taste was of a grand description, but genius was not in proportion. Laid to rest under the thick dust which covers these tombs. The whole summit of the mountain is covered with a coating of lime, forming a vast smooth surface. At regular intervals are 4 rows of deep holes, in some of which still stand the columns that formerly supported 2 roofs and formed a gallery leading from the staircase to the principal part of the building, and the transverse branches of which were connected with 4 towers, built partly of stone, partly of brick. Judging from the details of the work and the state of the stone, which in many places crumbles at a touch, this building belongs to a period much anterior to that of many of the other monuments. Art, like science, was then in its infancy. Difficulties were surmounted, but not without great efforts of labour and intelligence. Taste was of a grand description, but genius was not in proportion. In a word, the temple of Mount Bakung appears to have been the prelude to a civilization, while that of Angkor Wat was probably its climax. In the 2 towers which are least dilapidated and which the modern worshippers have covered with a thatched roof, the old one having fallen in, are large idols rudely fashioned and bearing marks of great age. In one of the other towers is a large stone, the inscription on which is still visible, and on the exterior wall is carved the figure of a king with a long beard, the only portion of the bas-relief remaining. A wall surrounds the top of the mountain. Bakung has also its phrabat, but it is a facsimile of recent origin. The building is quadrangular and composed of 5 stories, each 3 meters high. That at the base is 68 meters square. They form so many terraces, which serve as bases to 72 small but elegant pavilions, and they are enriched with mouldings, colonnades, and cornices, but no sculpture. The work is perfect, and from its good state of preservation would seem to be of a more recent date than the towers. It is evident that each of these little pavilions formerly contained an idol. Each side of the square has a staircase 2 meters wide, with 9 steps to each story and lions on each terrace. The centre of the terrace, formed by the last story, is only a confused mass of ruins from the fallen towers. Near the staircase are 2 gigantic blocks of very fine stone, as polished as marble, and shaped like pedestals for statues. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Half a mile beyond Bakong are the ruins of Angkor Thom, a partly destroyed road, hidden by thick layers of sand and dust, and crossing a large ditch, half filled with blocks of stone, portions of columns, and fragments of sculptured lions and elephants, leads to the gateway of the town, which is built in the style of triumphal arch. These remains are in a tolerable state of preservation, and are composed of a central tower, 18 meters high, surrounded by 4 turrets, and flanked by 2 other towers connected together by galleries. At the top are 4 immense heads in the Egyptian style, and every available space is filled with sculpture. At the foot of the great tower is a passage for carriages, and on each side of it are doors and staircases communicating with the walls, the whole building being constructed of sandstone. The outer wall is composed of blocks of ferruginous stone, and extends right and left from the entrance. It is about 24 miles square, 3 meters 80 centimeters thick, and 7 meters high, and serves as a support to a glacis, which rises almost from the top. At the 4 cardinal points are doors, there being 2 on the east side. Within this vast enclosure, now covered with an almost impenetrable forest, are a vast number of buildings, more or less in ruin, which testify to the ancient splendour of the town. In some places where the heavy rains have washed away the soil, or where the natives have dug in search of treasure, may be seen immense quantities of porcelain and pottery. Playa Sat Ling Puan. Within the enclosure of Angkor Thom, and 2 miles from the west gate, are to be seen through the trees the tops of the high towers of a building called by Cambodians Playa Sat Ling Puan, that is to say, the pagoda where they play hide and seek. It is a collection of 37 towers of unequal size, connected by galleries which cross each other perpetually and form a labyrinth through which it is not easy to find one's way. A long shallow ditch, crossed by 4 roads leading to the principal entrances, surrounds it on all sides. Beyond the ditch rises the wall of a gallery, of which the exterior colonnades and the roof are only a mass of ruins, over which you must climb to reach the interior. This wall is still intact. It is about 120 meters long and forms a square around the pagoda. About 1 meter from the ground are visible, in places where the blocks fallen from the roof have not hidden everything, various bas-reliefs carved in the thickness of the wall. They are not surmounted by cornices as at Angkor Wat, by which it would seem as if they had never been finished. Besides the 4 principal entrances, there are other doors at unequal distances in this gallery, but singly enough many of them have been walled up. The gallery was connected with the main body of the building by 4 smaller ones opposite each of the great doors, and forming a covered way to the interior, but all these galleries are destroyed. The second enclosure is 65 meters square, and each front is composed of 5 towers connected by galleries. The central and corner towers are the largest. They are about 13 meters high. High galleries connect the center tower with the intermediate ones, which again are connected with those of the corners by galleries of a less elevation. On each side are 7 staircases of 6 steps each, and leading either to towers or galleries. These galleries are covered by a triple roof, a central one 7 meters high, resting on an outer wall, and on columns 2 meters in height, an exterior roof on a double row of columns, and a third resting on a very low wall, pierced with numerous large windows, looking on to a narrow interior court. On the exterior of the wall, which on one side sustains the high roof, are a series of bas-reliefs surrounding the whole gallery. They are sculptured in the thickness of the wall, and are curious from the scenes and costumes they represent. These scenes are drawn more from the sacred books of the people than from their history. For men with 10 heads and 20 arms, fantastic animals, griffins and dragons are favourite subjects. The men all wear the languti, and often nothing beside, and have the ears pierced and hanging on their shoulders. Many have long beards. In the vestibules of the towers and in the high galleries near them are kings and queens, seated on a rich dais, with a numerous court, and surrounded by persons carrying parasols, fans, standards, and caskets. There were likewise many musicians with drums, flutes, and harps. In the galleries are represented several boats' crews fighting, while underneath are fishes disputing for the bodies of the slain. There are also in the same galleries persons in attitudes of adoration, with clasped hands before a figure of Sir Monocodon. In another part is a long procession. The king is in a large open carriage, divided into 3 compartments, he being in the centre one, and his wives in the 2 others. This carriage has 6 wheels and 2 shafts, which rest on the shoulders of 8 men. The chiefs are mounted on elephants or horses, or seated in carriages drawn by 4 led horses, and by their side march numerous company bearing standards, parasols, and caskets. The bas-reliefs of the east and north sides represent similar scenes, as well as many of the fabulous men and animals which are to be seen in those at Angkor Wat. In numerous places the water, trickling through holes in the roof, has so obliterated the carving that the subjects can no longer be recognized. This gallery with its 16 towers is connected with another only 3 meters distant, and this last has 5 towers on each side, of which the 3 in the middle face the exterior towers. The interior of the gallery with its 3 roofs receives no light but by the doors, and is so dark that torches are necessary when it is visited. The gallery, sustained by 2 rows of columns and by an exterior wall, has no bas-reliefs. The towers, which are built at equal distances, are thus disposed, the largest at the angles, 2 smaller ones next to them, and 1 of medium size in the centre. The middle of the terrace is occupied by a large tower connected with the gallery by 2 others, only about a metre distant. The central tower is circular at the base, is 20 metres in diameter, and nearly 40 metres high, and has on each side a turret. A colonnade supporting a roof, now in ruins, surrounds it. The columns, each of which is hewn out of a single block of stone, more than 40 meters high, is still standing. 4 doors lead to the interior. Outside this tower, between each 2 doors, are 3 chapels, constructed out of the thickness of the wall, and having no communication with each other, nor with the exterior. In nearly every one of them is a full-length statue of Samanakadom, seated on a pedestal. On visiting this place, you behold on every side the tops of these numerous towers, the roofs of the galleries, intermingled with large trees, creepers, and thistles, which invade the courts, the terraces, and other parts, and you have at first some difficulty in comprehending the arrangements of the different buildings. It is only after a long examination that you perceive the symmetry of them as a whole, and that these 37 towers and numerous galleries are all in regular order. Some parts are in good preservation, others have been dealt hardly with by time, in spite of the immense size of the blocks of stone and the skill with which they are united, and the condition of this stone, ready to crumble to powder, seems to prove that this structure was anterior to Angkor Wat. Like it is built of sandstone, and the roofs are very similar, only that in place of the pointed stones ranged in courses at Angkor, these are embellished, at about 2/3 of their height, with 4 gigantic sculptured heads. The roof is terminated by a very elegant embouchure, a feature not belonging to the other temple. Every door in the building is sunk, and many of them are admirably carved, displaying scenes full of expression, skillfully arranged, exquisitely delicate in detail. They represent various subjects: worshippers prostrated before their idols, musicians and comedians performing pantomimes, chariots filled with warriors standing up and drawn by horses galloping. In some instances they appear to be running races. Not far from this labyrinth are 3 platforms close together, each occupied by a colossal idol of stone and gilt. These idols appear to be of modern date, but at their feet are assembled a number of others, some uninjured, some broken, collected from among the ruins. On one of the platforms are several stones fixed in the ground, on one of which is a long undecipherable inscription. Fimanan Aka, the palace of the ancient kings. 3 walls at some distance from each other, and each bounded by a moat, surround what remains of the palace of the ancient kings. Within the first enclosure are 2 towers connected by galleries, which form 4 sides, like a triumphal arch. The walls are of ferruginous stone, and the length of each block forms the thickness of the wall. The towers and galleries are of sandstone. 100 meters from the angle of the square, formed on the north side by the wall, is a singular building, consisting of 2 high terraces and communicating with the outer wall by another terrace, half in ruins. In a cavity recently made by excavations are visible large sculptured blocks, which seemed to have fallen from the top. The walls, still intact, are covered with bas-reliefs, disposed in 4 rows, one above another, each representing a king seated in the oriental fashion, with his hands resting on a broken poignard, by his side a number of women. All these figures are covered with ornaments, such as very long earrings, necklaces, and bracelets. Their costume is the languti, and all wear high headdresses terminating in a point, and apparently composed of precious stones, pearls, and gold and silver ornaments. On another side the bas-reliefs represent combats, and here are children with long hair tied up like the savages of the East. Everything here, however, yields in beauty to the statue of the leprous king, which is at the end of the terrace. The head, admirable in its nobility, regularity of feature, and gentle yet proud expression, must have been the work of the most skilful sculptor in the country, in an age when many doubtless evinced great talent. A small moustache covers his upper lip, and his hair falls in long curls over his shoulders, but the whole body is naked and without ornament. 1 foot and 1 hand are broken. Priya Sat Suor Prot. About 1,200 meters in front of the building just described is one called Priya Sat Suor Prot, and said to have been the royal treasury. It is square and consists of 16 towers connected by galleries, but nearly all in ruins. The doorways and walls are ornamented with sculpture, as in the other remains. It served, they say, as a depository for the crown jewels. The Cambodians also believed that ropes were stretched from one tower to another, on which dancers exercised their skill in the presence of the king, who, seated on one of the neighbouring terraces, enjoyed their performances. All traditions being lost, the natives invent new ones, according to the measure of their capacity. The centre of the interior of the third enclosure is occupied by an immense esplanade, supported by walls formed of magnificent blocks of stone, sculptured and surrounded by staircases. The ground is level, but in the excavations that had been made, I remarked large masses of carved stone. Not far from this esplanade is a square building in tolerable preservation, the basement composed of great blocks of ferruginous stone, as are the staircases, of which there were 4, one on each side, but they are so steep, narrow, and worn away that it is difficult to climb them. The base supports small galleries, very narrow, and having windows with carved bars. The stones in every doorway are covered with inscriptions. In the centre of the gallery rises a ruined tower, approached by 4 staircases, as awkward to ascend as the others just mentioned. Near the doors are some figures of women, standing with flowers in their hands. This building appears very old. The stone is crumbling away like rotten wood. Priya Sat Phiao Sai. On the banks of the river, which skirts the eastern side of Angkor Thom, are several remains. The first you come to is Phiao Sai, 200 or 300 metres from the water's edge. Large and deep ditches surround it on all sides, and when these have been crossed, you arrive in front of a terrace 45 metres long and 2 metres 50 centimetres in width. 4 rows of columns, 1 metre high, are all that is left standing. Those in the middle rows are square, the others are fluted with capitals. This terrace leads to a square formed by galleries, each 20 metres long. The one facing the terrace has 3 porticos with doors and staircases, while in the centre and at each corner of the gallery are towers. Another gallery, 40 metres long, leads from the central tower to another larger one, where on a high pedestal is placed the principal idol. On each side of this tower are 3 staircases, with porticos projecting 4 or 5 metres, and supported by 6 high columns. All the windows have been ornamented with twisted bars, many of which still remain. By the side of each door are carved columns, every block being cut and polished with infinite patience and art. There are some bas-reliefs portraying a lion devouring a stag, dances, pantomimes, worshippers before idols, etc. As at Angkor Wat, the building is entirely composed of great blocks of sandstone. Priya Sat Ihur Manon Tereda, or the Temple of the Angels. This little pagoda is only about 150 metres from the preceding, and according to tradition was formerly a celebrated school for Buddhist theology. In the east is the principal entrance, which consists of a gallery 18 metres long, with a portico in the centre and staircases. A second gallery, 30 metres long, terminated by a tower, extends from the centre of the other, and at about 2/3 of its length open out on either side porticos and staircases. There are 2 other small buildings north and south, and a third behind the tower. That on the south is in good preservation, but receives no light except through a single door. This pagoda has been built with smaller stones than the other temples. In its architecture and details, it much resembles Phiao Sai. The bridge. Near Ihur Manon Tereda is a bridge of very ancient date, in a fair state of preservation, excepting the parapet and a portion of the roadway, which are a mass of ruins, but the piers and arches still remain. The piers are formed of sandstone, some of the blocks being long, others square, and placed irregularly. A few only are carved. This bridge, with its 14 narrow arches, may be about 42 or 43 metres in length and 45 metres wide. The river, instead of flowing under its arches, runs now along the side, its bed having been altered by the shifting of the sand, which has so accumulated around the piers and fallen stones that a great portion of the former is concealed. This bridge must have served as a communication between Angkor the Great and the high road, which, traversing the province from east to west, took afterwards a southerly direction. Priya Sat Kyo. 200 metres from the bridge rise, amidst the forest, the imposing ruins of Plia Sap Keo, to reach which you have to cross a deep moat. This done, you arrive at the exterior wall, which has 4 entrances formed by elegant pavilions, with staircases of 8 steps leading to a terrace raised nearly 2 metres from the ground. From this you pass into a low, narrow gallery, with numerous interior windows, ornamented with twisted bars. This gallery surrounds the building, and you ascend to it by a staircase leading to a second terrace. 3 other terraces, each more than 3 metres 50 centimetres wide, rise one above another, supported on blocks of well-cut sandstone. Each terrace forms a perfect square, the sides of the first measuring each 30 metres in length. A staircase 15 metres high and 3.5 metres wide leads to the top, and a wide parapet to the staircase serves as a pedestal for 4 statues of lions, more or less injured. In the centre of the upper terrace is a lofty tower, and there are 4 smaller ones at the corners. Each tower has 4 porticos with staircases which rest on a base 7 metres high, and these towers are reached by staircases of 22 steps. From them a magnificent view is obtained over the surrounding forest. They, as well as their bases and staircases, are built of great blocks of granite arranged in regular tiers, and joined together in the most perfect manner. There is little sculpture, and the doorways have been left unfinished. The towers are without roofs, and perhaps never had any. The whole building appears very ancient, judging by the condition of the stone, which in many places is falling to pieces. Poitiers Taploum, town of Taploum. On the road before mentioned are 2 towns containing some remarkable buildings. These towns, each of which is enclosed by walls forming a square, almost touch each other, being only about 20 metres apart. The walls are of ferruginous stone, surmounted by a coping of carved sandstone resembling a cornice, above which are serrated stones, giving a very finished appearance to the wall. The smallest of these towns is Ponte Cadet, town of Cadet, the other Ponte Taploum. The town of Taploum has 7 gateways in the style of triumphal arches, formed by a central tower at the entrance and by lateral galleries. As at Angkor the Great, a deep track is worn in the roadway beneath by the passage of vehicles. The interior of the town is completely deserted. No one enters it except the Cambodians from a hamlet outside the enclosure, who cultivate a few rice plantations. In the centre are the ruins of a large and splendid monument, which has suffered greatly by the hand of time, and perhaps also from barbarous invasions. The ruins are surrounded by a double wall of ferruginous stone and by deep moats, so at every entrance are galleries with porticos. A long gallery, 120 metres on each side, with porticos at the middle and at each end, goes quite round the building. Exteriorly on each side are 2 detached towers about 10 or 15 metres from the ruins. This gallery is formed by an interior wall and colonnades supporting a vaulted roof, which in many places has fallen in, and most of the columns are overthrown. On the opposite wall are large bas-reliefs forming series of subjects set in magnificent framework, which is in so good a state of preservation that the delicacy of the execution can be appreciated. As for the bas-reliefs themselves, they are much injured, not so much by time as by some barbarous hand, for everywhere are marks of the hammer or pickaxe. Leaving this gallery on the western side, you enter a long court in which are 3 detached towers, and on the opposite side are similar towers. Several of these, which are from 8 to 10 metres high and well preserved, are real works of art. The mandarins of the provinces of Angkor and Battambang are at present occupied in taking 2 of them to pieces, in order to transport them to Bangkok, the king having issued orders to that effect, and appointed one of the mandarins to carry them out. Beyond extends a second rectangular gallery, connected with the first by 3 parallel galleries and 2 transverse ones. At the points where they intersect are 10 towers, placed like the galleries in an odd and unsymmetrical fashion. The perfect preservation of several parts of these last, and the ruinous state of others, seem to mark different ages. One of the towers and several of the galleries are constructed of ferruginous stone, the others of sandstone. The architecture of the galleries is the same as that of Angkor Wat, a double roof with colonnades. All the building is on one floor. This temple, which after Angkor Wat is the largest of all, is situated in a desert place and lost amidst a forest. An exuberant vegetation has overgrown everything, galleries and towers, so that it is difficult to force a passage. Ruins in the province of Batang Bong. The principal ruins of this province are those of Baset, Banon, and Watek. I visited Baset twice before going to Angkor and after, but all I could bring away was the design of a bas-relief in perfect preservation, carved on a block of sandstone 1 meter 50 centimeters long, forming the top of a doorway in a brick tower. The whole place is so ruinous that one might suppose some enemy had done his utmost to demolish it, or that one gazed at the results of an earthquake. A thick vegetation, the haunt of fierce animals, has sprung up. We found it quite impossible to discover the plan of the buildings. Galleries have disappeared under the ground, and the bases of doorways are to be seen 2 meters above. The only portion which remains at all perfect is an erection 25 meters long and 6 meters wide, divided in 2 parts by an interior wall, the ends of which are in the form of a tower. It is built entirely of stone, and the exterior bears traces of fine carving on the tops of the doors and on the cornices. Inside, the walls are bare, and almost all the stones chipped and injured. The windows have been ornamented with twisted bars, of which only a few traces remain. On the ground inside lies a large broken stone, 5 decimeters wide and 2 thick, having on each side inscriptions apparently similar. This and 2 small fractured idols are the sole remains of Buddhism at Baset. The subjects most frequently occurring over the doors represent men with long beards, seated and wearing high conical headdresses. The hands of either resting on the hilt of a poignard are crossed one over another, elephants with 4 heads and other fanciful creatures. A little beyond this enclosure is another, bounded by a wall of sandstone, a single block forming the thickness. It appears to have been only 75 centimeters high, to have served as a kind of terrace. Within this enclosure are some magnificent columns, some still standing, others overthrown, doorways, the upper portions of which alone are visible above the ground. Here and there fragments of sculptured stone, towers and walls nearly destroyed, and a beautiful dry basin, 18 meters square and above 2 meters deep, to which you descend by flights of steps, extending the entire length of each side. Baset is believed to have been the occasional residence of the ancient sovereigns. Battambang Bong is comparatively modern. It is scarcely a century since Baset was the centre of a numerous Cambodian population, which has entirely disappeared in consequence of the frequent hostilities between Cambodia and Siam, the inhabitants being led away captive by the conquerors, who often employed this method of peopling the desert parts of their country. It is thus that in Siam and Laos entire provinces are to be found, of which the great mass of the population are of Cambodian origin. The river which formerly flowed near Baset has been banked up, and a new settlement, peopled from Phnom Penh, Udong, and other places, formed in the place now called Battambang Bong. Baset is 9 miles from this place, about as far from the mountains. Banon. Ascending the river again for about 40 miles from Battambang Bong in a southerly direction, you arrive at a mountain standing somewhat isolated, but forming part of the ramifications of the great chain of Persat. At the foot is a miserable pagoda of recent origin, and in the environs a few hamlets, while on the summit are the ruins of Banon. 8 towers are connected with galleries and communicate on 2 sides by a wall, with a central tower nearly 8 meters in diameter. The buildings are all on 1 floor, and built of sandstone, and appear of the same date as Baset. Although there is nothing about them especially remarkable, what remains of the galleries displays fine workmanship, and great taste and skill in construction. Banon must have been a temple, for there are still in the central tower, and in 2 smaller ones, connected by a gallery, a great number of enormous Buddhist idols, probably as ancient as the building itself, and surrounded by many divinities of less size. At the foot of the neighbouring mountains is a deep cavern in the limestone rock, from the roof of which hang some beautiful stalactites. The water dropping from these is considered sacred by the Cambodians, who attribute to it, amongst other virtues, that of imparting a knowledge of the past, present, and future. Devotees consequently resort hither in pilgrimage from time to time to gather information as to their own fate or that of their country, and address their prayers to the numerous idols scattered about on the ground or placed in the cavities of the rocks. Wat Ek. This temple is about 6 miles on the other side of Battambang, and is in tolerably good preservation. The architecture of the galleries is full of beauty, and that of the tower very imposing, but neither here nor at Banon are you met by the singular grandeur and magnificence which makes so great an impression on you in visiting Angkor and most of the other ruins. Wat Ek is situated in an immense plain, bounded north and east by the beautiful mountains of Pasat and ramifications of those of Chantabun. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos during the years 1858, 59 and 60. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A knowledge of Sanskrit, of Pali, and of some modern languages of Hindustan and Indo-China would be the only means of arriving at the origin of the ancient people of Cambodia, who have left all these traces of their civilization and that of their successors, who appear only to have known how to destroy, never to reconstruct. Until some learned archaeologist shall devote himself to this subject, it is not probable that aught but contradictory speculations will be promulgated. Some day, however, the truth will surely appear and put them all to flight. I myself, having nothing but conjecture to rest upon, advance my own theory with diffidence. Nokor has been the centre and capital of a wealthy, powerful and civilized state, and in this assertion I do not fear contradiction from those who have any knowledge of its gigantic ruins. Now, for a country to be rich and powerful, a produce relatively great, and an extended commerce must be presumed. Doubtless Cambodia was formerly thus favoured, and will be so at the present day under a wise government, if labour and agriculture were encouraged instead of despised, if the ruling powers exercised a less absolute despotism, and above all, if slavery were abolished, that miserable institution which is a bar to all progress, reduces men to the level of the brute, and prevents him from cultivating more than sufficient for his own actual wants. The greater part of the land is surprisingly fertile, and the rice of Battambang is superior to that of Cochin-China. The forests yield precious gums, gumlac, gamboj, cardamoms, and many others, as well as some useful resins. They likewise produce most valuable timber, both for home use and for exportation, and dyewoods in great variety. The mines afford gold, iron, and copper. Fruits and vegetables of all kinds abound, and game is in great profusion. Above all, the Great Lake is a source of wealth to the whole nation. The fish in it are so incredibly abundant that when the water is high they are actually crushed under the boats, and the play of the oars is frequently impeded by them. The quantities taken there every year by a number of enterprising Cochin Chinese are literally miraculous. The river of Battambang is not less plentifully stocked, and I have seen a couple of thousand taken in one net. Neither must I omit to mention the various productions which form so important a part of the riches of a nation, which might be here cultivated in the greatest perfection. I would especially instance cotton, coffee, indigo, tobacco, and the mulberry, and such spices as nutmegs, cloves, and ginger. Even now all these are grown to a certain limited extent, and are allowed to be of superior quality. Sufficient cotton is raised to supply all Cochin-China, and to allow of some being exported to China itself. From the little island of Koh-Su-Tin alone, leased to the planters by the King of Cambodia, the transport of the cotton produce employs 100 vessels. What might not be accomplished if these were colonies belonging to a country such, for example, as England, and were governed as the dependencies of that great and generous nation. Battambang and Korat are renowned for their silk and langutis of brilliant and varied colours, both the material and dyes being the produce of the country. A glance at the map of Cambodia suffices to show that it communicates with the sea by the numerous mouths of the Mekong, and the numberless canals of Lower Cochin-China, which was formerly subject to it, with Laos and with China by the great river. These facts being established, whence came the original inhabitants of this country? Was it from India, the cradle of civilization, or was it from China? The language of the present natives is that of the old Cambodians, or Kendom, as they call the people who live retired at the foot of the mountains and on the tablelands, and it is too distinct from Chinese to render the latter supposition possible. But whether this people originally came from the north or from the west, by sea and gradually making their way up the rivers, or from the land and descending them, it seems certain that there must have been here other ancient settlers who introduced Buddhism and civilization. It would appear as though these had been succeeded by some barbarous race who drove the original inhabitants far into the interior, destroyed many of their buildings. At all events, it is my belief that, without exaggeration, the date of some of the oldest parts of Angkor the Great may be fixed at more than 2,000 years ago, and the more recent portions not much later. The state of decay of many of these structures would indicate even a greater age, but they probably date from the dispersion of the Indian Buddhists, which took place several centuries before the Christian era, and which led to the expatriation of thousands of individuals. All that can be said respecting the present Cambodians is that they are an agricultural people, among whom a certain taste for art still shows itself in the carved work of the boats belonging to the better classes, and their chief characteristic is unbounded conceit. It is not so among the savages of the East, called by the Cambodians their elder brothers. I passed 4 months among them, and arriving direct from Cambodia, it seems like entering a country comparatively civilized. Great gentleness, politeness, and even sociability, which, to my fancy, bore evidence of a past refinement, struck me in these poor children of nature, buried for centuries in their deep forests, which they believe to be the largest portion of the world, and to which they are so strongly attached that no inducement would tempt them to move. At the risk, then, of this portion of my notes being passed over by many readers, I shall enlarge a little upon these people, my own observations being aided by the information afforded me by the missionaries, who have for years resided among their different tribes. When looking at the figures in the bas-reliefs at Angkor, I could not avoid remarking the strong resemblance of the faces to those of these savages. Besides the similar regularity of feature, there are the same long beards, straight langutis, and even the same weapons and musical instruments. Almost all the fruit trees of the neighbouring countries are found, though in small numbers, among them, and they have some good species of bananas, which are unknown beyond the limits of their forests. Having a great taste for music, and being gifted with ears excessively fine, with them originated the tam-tam, so prized among the neighbouring nations, and by uniting its sound to those of a large drum, they obtain music tolerably harmonious. The art of writing is unknown to them, and as they necessarily lead a wandering life, they seem to have lost nearly all traditions of the past. The only information I could extract from their oldest chiefs was that far beyond the chain of mountains which crosses the country from north to south are other people of the high country, such is the name they give themselves. That of savage wounds them greatly, that they have many relations there, and they even cite names of villages or hamlets as far as the provinces occupied by the Annamite invaders. Their practice is to bury their dead. I extract the following account of the Banavs, which applies to most of the tribes inhabiting the mountains and tablelands between Tonkin and Laos, Cochin-China and Cambodia, from a letter of M. Comte, missionary in Cochin-China, who recently died amongst them after a residence of several years. What race do the Banavs belong? That is the first question I asked myself on arriving here, and I must confess that I cannot yet answer it. All I can say is that in all the points they differ from the Annamites and Chinese. Neither do they resemble the Laotians or Cambodians, but appear to have a common origin with the Sidans, Halangs, Ruangao, and Jirai, their neighbours. Their countenances, costumes, and belief are nearly the same, and the language, although it differs in each tribe, has yet many words common to all. The construction, moreover, is perfectly identical. I have not visited the various tribes of the south, but from all I have heard I conclude that these observations apply to them also, and that all the savages inhabiting the vast country lying between Cochin-China, Laos, and Cambodia belong to the same great branch of the human family. The language spoken by the Banavs has nothing in common with that of the Annamites. Very simple in its construction, it is soft, flowing, and easy. These people manufacture the saucepans in which they cook their rice and wild herbs. the hatchets, pickaxes, and pruning bills which comprise all their agricultural instruments, the sabres which serve them as weapons, and the long-handled knives used for various kinds of work in which they excel. Their clay calomets, tastefully ornamented with leaves or other devices, are the production of the most skilful among the tribe. The women weave pieces of white or black cloth, which they use for coverings, and which, coarse as they are, form the principal article of commerce between the Banavs and the Sedans. The villagers who live on the banks of the river Bla make light canoes, which are both solid and graceful, out of the trunks of trees. Such are the principal articles produced by the Banavs, who are more backward than any of the other tribes, having little inventive genius. The Gira'i, their neighbours in the south, show much taste and aptness in all they do. Their clothes are of a finer texture than those spun by the Banavs, and are sometimes embellished with designs which would be admired even in Europe. The iron which they forge is also wrought into more elegant forms, and is more finely tempered. They manufacture some articles in copper, very superior to the Reunga. They do not perhaps surpass the Halangs. The Sedans are a tribe of iron workers, their country abounding in mines of this metal. The inhabitants of more than 70 villages, when their agricultural labours are over, busy themselves in extracting and working the ore, which they afterwards dispose of in the shape of hatchets, pickaxes, lances, and sabres. Amongst all the dwellers in a Banav village, even more than among the other natives, there exists a very decided spirit of community. Thus no family will drink wine without inviting others to join them, as long as the quantity will hold out, and on killing a pig, goat, or buffalo, the possessor divides it into as many portions as there are families, reserving for himself a share very little larger than the others. No one is forgotten in this distribution, from the youngest child to the oldest man. The deer and wild boar taken in the chase are divided in the same way, the hunters retaining only a rather larger portion in consideration of their labour and fatigue. I have actually seen a fowl divided into 40 or 50 parts. Even if the children catch a serpent, a lizard, or a mouse on their little expeditions, you will see the oldest of them, on returning, portion it with strict impartiality amongst the party. These customs might have been borrowed from the early Christians, had these savages ever heard of them. The other tribes also observe them, but less scrupulously. Not only does general censure follow any criminal act, but severe penalties, such as slavery or exile, are imposed for lying. Even suicide, instances of which you occasionally find among them, has a stigma attached to it in their penal code. Anyone who perishes by his own hand is buried in a corner of the forest far from the graves of his brethren, and all who have assisted in the sepulture are required afterwards to purify themselves in a special manner. This legislation is far from being deficient in morality and wisdom, but unfortunately on certain points it is tainted with superstition, and has opened a large door to numberless injustices, and sometimes provoked cruel strife. On the subject of witchcraft they are particularly credulous. Nearly every misfortune is attributed by them to the malice of certain persons whom they believe gifted with the power of influencing their fate. Superstition serves as a guide to seek out the guilty individual. When he is supposed to be discovered, he is usually sold for a slave, or a heavy ransom is exacted. The Banavs believe in the existence of a multitude of spirits, some mischievous to man, others beneficent. According to their creed, every large tree, every mountain, every river, every rock, almost everything has its particular genius. But they seem to have no idea of a superior being, sovereign and creator of all things. If you ask them respecting the origin of mankind, all they tell you is that the father of the human race was saved from an immense inundation by means of a large chest in which he shut himself up. But of the origin or creator of this father they know nothing. Their traditions do not reach beyond the deluge, but they will tell you that in the beginning 1 grain of rice sufficed to fill a saucepan and furnish a repast for a whole family. This is a souvenir of the first age of the world, that fugitive period of innocence and happiness, which poets have called the Golden Age. They have no very fixed ideas on the subject of rewards and punishments in a future life. They believe in the immortality of the soul, which after leaving the body, they imagine wanders about the tombs and adjacent mountains, often terrifying the living by nocturnal appearances, and finally loses itself forever in the shadowy depths of the regions of the south. All of their religion consists of sacrifices and vows, vain and endless observances performed in a hope of warding off misfortune, alleviating suffering, and retarding the hour of death. For as with all pagans, the foundation of their religion is terror and egotism. On my return from my excursion amongst the Stiens, M. Fontaine, whom I met at Pinhalou, was so kind as to present me with his journal, kept during a residence of 20 years among various savage races, in which I hope some day will see the light, and he likewise favoured me with the following remarks in the dialects of several of these tribes. The language of the Jiayi and that of the Redai bear a strong resemblance to each other. The two tribes are only separated from each other by the river Bong, which flows between them in a westerly direction, after running for some distance from south to north, and watering the lands of the Kandians, or Bikandians, whose language also resembles in some degree that of the tribes just mentioned. The dialect of the Bonavs or Menons does not appear to me to have any similitude to the others, not even to those of the tribes farther north. After a sojourn of several years among these tribes, I was forced, on account of my health, to go to Singapore. I was astonished, after a little study of Malayan, to find in that language a number of Jiayi words, and many more bearing a strong resemblance to words in that dialect, and I doubt not this similarity would be found still more remarkable by anyone who thoroughly studied both languages. The resemblance also of the language of the Tiams, the ancient inhabitants of Isiampa, now in the province of Annam, to that of these tribes, leads me to believe that they must have all sprung from the same root. The information I obtained from the Stiens accords perfectly with these remarks of M. Fontaine. The Tiams, they said, understand our language very well, but the Kuis, who live beyond the great river, speak exactly the same language as ourselves. M. Arnoux, another missionary in Cochin-China, who has long resided amongst these savage tribes, speaks in the same way respecting the language. To M. Arnoux also I owe the exact latitude of many places on the map, a great deal of topographical information about the whole country, and it affords me great pleasure here to express my gratitude and my esteem for his character. The languages of the Sudan, says he, of the Riungals and of the Italhans are almost identical, although often varying slightly in the same tribe. The dialect of the northern Sudans is somewhat different from that of the southerns, and the Stiengs of Brelam speak differently from those farther to the east. The Banav and the Banam are nearly the same. The Banav and Sidam much alike, generally only the terminations differ, but there are words in each not to be found in the other. M. Fontaine found that the Iabun and Bayon strongly resemble the Banav. I cannot speak personally about the Jiayi, Nadai, Bunu, and Bi, but doubtless others can. I myself remarked many Stien words like the Cambodian, especially in the western districts, where there exists some commerce between the two countries. To all this must be added that the Siamese, Laotian, and Cambodian seem to be sister languages. More than a fourth part of the words, especially those expressing intellectual things, are exactly the same in each. In the course of this work I have cited several passages from the life of the Abbé Gagalin, who died a martyr in Cochin-China, and which was published by Abbé Jachenet. In it mention is made of savage races on the coast of Siam and in the environs of Kompat, Cambodia. I have sought in vain for them, and no one has ever heard them spoken of. Probably the missionary was deceived by his servants, who are Annamites. They also call the Cambodians and Siamese savages, Noi Uen, inhabitants of the woods, while they give themselves the appellation of citizens. Notwithstanding all my efforts to discover the traces of the probable migrations of the Jewish people through Siam and Cambodia, I have met with nothing satisfactory excepting a record of the judgment of Solomon, which, as I before stated, was found by M. Mish, Bishop of Laos and Cambodia, to be preserved verbatim in one of the Cambodian sacred books. To all my questions on this subject I received the same answer: there are no Jews in the country. Nevertheless, among the Stiens I could not but be struck by the Hebrew character of many of the faces. In 1670 Cambodia extended as far as Isiampa, but the provinces of Lower Cochin-China, as Ben Hoa, Dinh Nha Tun, Vigu Laon, Andijan, and Itatien, all had one time conquered and annexed, have for more than a century shaken off their dependence on Cambodia, and the language and ancient Cambodian race have entirely disappeared in those districts. The different states have now their limits and sovereigns entirely independent of each other. Cambodia is, however, to a certain extent, tributary to Siam, but in no degree to Annam, and I cannot understand how, at the present day, The French newspapers, even the Moniteur de la Flotte, still less how our admiral in those seas should habitually confound these two countries. The suppositions of the Abbé Jacquenet, which I have already quoted, and to which I was disposed to give credence, seem to fall before the more accurate information which I have obtained concerning the religion of the Tiam or Isiampois. It must be allowed that the only vestiges of Judaism found among them are equally met with amongst Mahometans. They have priests, temples, practice circumcision, abstain from pork, and frequently pronounce, with the greatest veneration, the words Allah and Mahomet. They themselves declare that their present religion was brought to them from Malaysia, that priests still come to them from thence, and visit them from time to time. I had this information from some Cambodians of Battambang, who, having been taken prisoner in the wars with the Cochin Chinese, passed 8 years in Isiampa. One of them, a blind man, who appeared to me to be remarkable for good sense and judgment, an exceptional case in this country, seemed especially to merit confidence. These facts, and others which I collected regarding the religion of the Tiams, who until 1859, the time of their flight, inhabited Cambodia, led me to infer that the Abbé Gagarin was in error. I was certainly told of 2 sects into which the tribe was divided, but the only distinguishing point between them was that one ate pork and the other did not. The Tiams must formerly have occupied several important districts in Cambodia, principally on the banks of the tributary of the Mekong, thus on the shores of Tuli Sap, or the Great Lake, not far from Battambang. There's a place called Kampong Tiam, shore of the Tiams. More to the south, near Kampong Teknam, the village where the custom house of Cambodia is erected is on an island called Isle of Tiam. According to tradition, the whole banks of the river, as far as Phnom Penh, were formerly inhabited by these people, and to this cause is to be attributed the complete absence of remains in these localities. The mountains of Tomrei, situated a little way to the north of Angkor, are inhabited by the Kumadom, a gentle and inoffensive race, although looked upon as savages by their brethren of the plain. These latter are the Sumrai. They speak the Cambodian language, but with a different pronunciation. Beyond the provinces formerly belonging to Cambodia, but now Siamese, of Suren, Songkhak, Konkan, Nankong, and Angkor Ait or Korat. According to popular belief, the king, if he should cross the Great Lake, is sure to die in the course of the year. Whilst the present sovereign was prince, he paid a visit to Angkor, and seeing some of the samurai said, "These are my true subjects, and the stock from which my family sprang." It seems that, in fact, the present dynasty did so. The Cambodians give the following account of the introduction of Buddhism among them. Sir Monokodom left Ceylon and went to Tibet, where he was very well received. From thence he went among the savages, but not meeting with encouragement from them, he took refuge in Cambodia, where he was welcomed by the people. A circumstance worthy of remark is that the name of Rome is familiar to nearly all the Cambodians. They pronounce it Ruma, and place it at the western end of the world. There are among the Juai 2 great nominal chiefs, called by the Annamites Wasa and Torai Sa, the king of fire and the king of water. The kings of Cambodia and Cochin China send to the former chief every 4 or 5 years a small tribute as a token of respectful homage in consideration of the ancient power of which their ancestors have despoiled him. The king of fire, who appears to be the more important of the 2, is called Eni, grandfather, by the savages, and the village where he resides bears the same name. When this grandfather dies, another is chosen, sometimes one of his sons, sometimes a stranger, the dignity not being hereditary. His extraordinary power is attributed, according to M. Fontaine, to Bourdou, an old sabre wrapped in rags and having no other sheath. This sabre, say the Jiai, is centuries old, and contains a famous spirit, Jiang, who must certainly have a good digestion to consume all the pigs, fowls, and other offerings brought to him. It is kept in a certain house, and whoever ventures to look at it dies suddenly, the sole exception being Eni himself, who has the privilege of seeing and handling it unharmed. Every inhabitant of the village has to act as sentinel in turn at this house. Eni wages war on no one, and is assailed by none. Consequently, his attendants carry no arms when they go round to collect offerings. Most of the people give something: cloth, wax, pickaxes, Anything is accepted. I have written these few notes on Cambodia after returning from a long hunting expedition by the light of a torch, seated on my tiger skin. On one side of me is the skin of an ape, just stripped off. On the other, a box of insects waiting to be arranged and packed. And my employment has not been rendered easier by the sanguinary attacks of mosquitoes and leeches. My desire is not to impose my opinions on anyone, especially with regard to the wonderful architectural remains which I have visited, but simply to disclose the existence of these monuments, which are certainly the most gigantic, and also to my mind display a more perfect taste than any left to us by the ancients, and moreover to collect all the facts and traditions possible about these countries, hoping they may be useful to explorers of greater talent and fortune. For I doubt not others will follow in my steps, and, aided by their own government and by that of Siam, advantages denied to myself, will gather an abundant harvest where I have but cleared the ground. But after all, my principal object is natural history, and with that study I chiefly occupy myself. I have written, as I said before, in leisure hours, when resting from my fatigues, with a desire to implant in the breasts of others a love for the great works of nature, and to benefit those who, in the quiet of their homes, delight to follow the poor traveller, who, often with the sole object of being useful to his fellow men, or of discovering some insect, plant, or unknown animal, or verifying some point of latitude, crosses the ocean and sacrifices family, comfort, health, and, too often, life itself. But it is pleasant to the man devoted to our good and beautiful Mother Nature to think that his work, his fatigues, his troubles and dangers are useful to others, if not to himself. Nature has her lovers, and those alone who have tasted them know the joys she gives. I candidly confess that I have never been more happy than when amidst this grand and beautiful tropical scenery, in the profound solitude of these dense forests, the stillness only broken by the song of birds and the cries of wild animals, and even if destined here to meet my death, I would not change my lot for all the joys and pleasures of the civilized world. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After a sojourn of 3 weeks within the walls of Angkor Wat, in order to make drawings and plans, I returned to Battambang. There I inquired for some means of transport to Bangkok, but on different pretexts I was detained more than 2 months before I could get away, in spite of the assistance of the Viceroy. At last, on the 5th of March, I set off with 2 wagons and 2 pair of powerful buffaloes, which had been taken wild and trained up to the yoke, and were strong enough to sustain the fatigues of a journey at this season. This time I carried along with me a complete menagerie, but of all my prisoners, a pretty young chimpanzee, which, after slightly wounding it, we had succeeded in taking alive, was the most amusing. As long as I kept him in my room, and he could amuse himself with the numerous children and other visitors whom curiosity brought to look at him, he was very gentle, but as I was obliged on the journey to fasten him at the back of one of the wagons, he became frightened and used every effort to break his chain, continually screaming and trying to hide himself. After a time, however, he got accustomed to his position and was quiet and docile as before. Our guns on our shoulders, I and my young Chinese fry followed or walked before the wagons, occasionally finding some sport as we skirted the forest. As for my other servant, when we reached Penhaloo, he begged to be allowed to return to Bangkok for our former route, so, not wishing to retain him against his will, I paid his expenses home and wished him happiness. Scarcely had we proceeded a mile when our drivers asked my permission to stop for supper, saying that afterwards we could set out again and travel part of the night. I at once consented, knowing it to be a custom with the Cambodians, before departing a long journey, to make their first halt not far from their village, so that they may return home to shed a last tear and partake of a farewell glass. Before the oxen were even unyoked, the families of our drivers were all collected round me, the whole party talking at once, and begging me to take care of their relations, to save them from robbers, and give them medicine if they had a headache. They all then took their evening meal together, washing it down with some glasses of arak, which I gave them, after which we resumed our journey by a magnificent moonlight, but treading in a bed of dust which reached to our ankles and raised a thick cloud round our wagons. We encamped part of the night near a small piece of water where some custom-house officers are stationed, 3 poor wretches, whose duty it is to arrest the depredators who lie in waiting for the buffaloes and elephants coming down here from the lake and neighbouring districts. Those among us who had mats spread them on the ground and lay down. Those who had none piled up grass and leaves for beds. For 3 days we travelled northward until we reached Angkor Borge, chief town of a province of the same name, but surprised by darkness and a heavy storm, we were compelled to halt at the outskirts. The next morning, as we were leaving the place, we fell in with a caravan of 30 wagons conveying rice to Muang Kabin, whither we were ourselves going, so my Cambodians fraternized with the party, all breakfasting together, and 2 hours afterwards we set off again at the head of this line of wagons. There is here an immense plain, almost a desert, which in the best season takes 6 days to cross with elephants and 12 with wagons. As for us, we set out on the 5th of March, and only reached Muang Kabin on the 28th. And oh, we suffered from ennui, from heat, from attacks of mosquitoes and want of water. In addition to these miseries, my feet became like a jelly, and when we arrived at our destination, I could scarcely drag myself along, or keep up with the slow but regular step of the buffaloes. Some days before reaching Muang Kabin, we had to ford a small river, the Bang Chang, and here we obtained some good water. But all the rest of the journey, we had nothing but the water from the muddy pools, serving for baths and drinking places to all the buffaloes of the caravan. When I drank it, or used it for cooking or tea, I purified it with a little alum, a better method than filtering. Every day some accident happened to our wagons, which was one cause of our being so long on the road. On our arrival at Muang Kabin, we found great excitement prevailing on account of a recent discovery of gold mines, which had attracted to the place a number of Laotians, Chinese, and Siamese. The mines of Battambang, being less rich, are not so much frequented. From Muang Kabin I continued my route to Patnam, where I hired a boat to take me to Bangkok. View in the Gulf of Siam. The first day's navigation was very tedious, the water being shallow and the sandbanks in many places bare, but the day following we were able to lay aside our poles and take to the oars. The stream takes a bend towards the south and empties itself into the gulf a little above Petrin, a district which produces all the sugar of Siam, which is sold at Bangkok. This canal connects the Menam and the Bangchang, which afterwards takes the name of Bang Pakong. It is nearly 60 miles in length, and was the work of a clever Siamese general, the same who, 20 years ago, retook Battambang from the Cochin Chinese. He is also noted for having constructed a fine road from Paknam to Angkor Borge, the place where the great inundations have their limit. This road I could not make use of, for at this season I should have found neither water nor grass for my oxen. On the banks of the Bang Pakong are several Cambodian villages, peopled by prisoners from Battambang, and along the canal on either side is a mixed, and for this country numerous, population of Malays, Laotians from the peninsula, and Laotians from Vientiane, a district on the banks of the Mekong, northeast of Karat, and now depopulated by frequent revolts. Although overburdened with taxes, yet, to judge from their clean and comfortable dwellings, and a certain air of well-doing which reigns in these villages, the inhabitants must enjoy some degree of prosperity, especially since the impulse given to commerce by the Europeans settled in the capital. The water was so thickly covered with weeds that our progress was much impeded, and we were 3 days in the canal, while after May it only takes the same time to go from Paknam to Bangkok. On the 4th of April I returned to the capital after 15 months' absence. During the greater part of this time I had never known the comfort of sleeping in a bed, and throughout my wanderings my only food had been rice or dried fish, and I had not once tasted good water. I was astonished at having preserved my health so well, particularly in the forests, where often wet to the skin and without a change of clothes. I have had to pass whole nights by a fire at the foot of a tree, yet I have not had a single attack of fever, and been always happy and in good spirits, especially when lucky enough to light upon some novelty. A new shell or insect filled me with a joy which ardent naturalists alone can understand, but they know well how little fatigues and privations of all kinds are cared for when set against the delight experienced in making one discovery after another, and in feeling that one is of some slight assistance to the votaries of science. It pleases me to think that my investigations into the archaeology, entomology, and conchology of these lands may be of use to certain members of the great and generous English nation, who kindly encouraged the poor naturalist, whilst France, his own country, remained deaf to his voice. It was another great pleasure to me, after these 15 months of travelling, during which very few letters from home had reached me, to find on arriving at Bangkok an enormous packet telling me all the news of my distant family and country. It is indeed happiness, after so long a period of solitude, to read the lines traced by the beloved hands of an aged father, of a wife, of a brother. These joys are to be reckoned among the sweetest and purest of life. We stopped in the centre of the town, at the entrance of a canal, whence there is a view of the busiest part of the Manam. It was almost night, and silence reigned around us. But when at daybreak I rose and saw the ships lying at anchor in the middle of the stream, while the roofs of the palaces and pagodas reflected the first rays of the sun, I thought that Bangkok had never looked so beautiful. However, life here would never suit me, and the mode of locomotion is wearisome after an active existence among the woods and in the chase. The river is constantly covered with thousands of boats of different sizes and forms, and the port of Bangkok is certainly one of the finest in the world, without excepting even the justly renowned harbour of New York. Thousands of vessels can find safe anchorage here. The town of Bangkok increases in population and extent every day, and there is no doubt but that it will become a very important capital. If France succeeds in taking possession of Annam, the commerce between the countries will increase. It is scarcely a century old, and yet contains nearly 500,000 of inhabitants, amongst whom are many Christians. The flag of France floating in Cochin-China would improve the position of the missions in all the surrounding countries, and I have reason to hope that Christianity will increase more rapidly than it has hitherto done. I had intended to visit the northeast of the country of Laos, crossing Dong Phya Phai, the forest of the King of Fire, and going on to Hiang Nai, on the frontiers of Cochin-China, thence to the confines of Tonkin. I had planned to return afterwards by the Mekong to Cambodia, and then to pass through Cochin-China, should the arms of France have been victorious there. However, the rainy season having commenced, the whole country was inundated, and the forests impassable, so it was necessary to wait 4 months before I could put my project in execution. I therefore packed up and sent off all my collections, and after remaining a few weeks in Bangkok, I departed for Phetchaburi, situated about 13 degrees north latitude, and to the north of the Malayan Peninsula. On the 8th of May, at 5 o'clock in the evening, I sailed from Bangkok in a magnificent vessel, ornamented with rich gilding and carved wood, belonging to Krom Luang, one of the king's brothers, who had kindly lent it to a valued friend of mine. There was no reason for concealing the name of this gentleman, who has proved himself a real friend in the truest meaning of the word. But I rather embraced the opportunity of testifying my affection and gratitude to M. Malherbe, who is a French merchant settled at Bangkok. He insisted on accompanying me for some distance, and the few days he passed with me were most agreeable ones. The current was favourable, and with our 15 rowers we proceeded rapidly up the stream. Our boat, adorned with all sorts of flags, red streamers and peacocks' tails, attracted the attention of all the European residents, whose houses are built along the banks of the stream, and who from their verandas saluted us by cheering and waving their hands. 3 days after leaving Bangkok, we arrived at Phetchaburi. The king was expected there the same day, to visit a palace which he has had built on the summit of a hill near the town. Krom Luang, Kalahom, Prime Minister, and a large number of mandarins had already assembled. Seeing us arrive, the prince called to us from his pretty little house, and as soon as we had put on more suitable dresses, we waited on him, and he entered into conversation with us till breakfast time. He is an excellent man, and of all the dignitaries of the country, the one who manifests least reserve and hauteur towards Europeans. In education, both this prince and the king are much advanced, considering the state of the country, but in their manners they have little more refinement than the people generally. Our first walk was to the hill on which the palace stands. Seen from a little distance, this building of European construction presents a very striking appearance, and the winding path which leads up to it has been admirably contrived amidst the volcanic rocks, basalt and scoria, which cover the surface of this ancient crater. About 25 miles off stretches from north to south a chain of mountains called Dung, and inhabited by the independent tribes of the primitive Carians. Beyond these rise a number of still higher peaks. On the low ground are forests, palm trees and rice fields, the whole rich and varied in colour. Lastly, to the south and east, and beyond another plain, lies the Gulf, on whose waters, fading away into the horizon, a few scattered sails are just distinguishable. It is one of those sights not to be soon forgotten, and the king has evinced his taste in the selection of such a spot for his palace. No beings can be less poetical or imaginative than the Indo-Chinese. Their hearts never appear to expand to the genial rays of the sun, yet they must have some appreciation of this beautiful scenery, as they always fix upon the finest sites for their pagodas and palaces. Quitting this hill, we proceed to another, like it an extinct volcano or upheaved crater. Here are 4 or 5 grottos, 2 of which are of surprising extent and extremely picturesque. Painting which represented them faithfully would be supposed the offspring of a fertile imagination. No one would believe it to be natural. The rocks, long in a state of fusion, have taken, in cooling, those singular forms peculiar to scoria and basalt. Then, after the sea had retreated, for all these rocks have risen from the bottom of the water, owing to the moisture continually dripping through the damp soil, they have taken the richest and most harmonious colours. These grottos, moreover, are adorned by such splendid stalactites, which, like columns, seem to sustain the walls and roofs, that one might fancy oneself present at one of the beautiful fairy scenes represented at Christmas in the London theatres. If the taste of the architect of the king's palace has failed in the design of its interior, here at least he has made the best of all the advantages offered to him by nature. A hammer touching the walls would have disfigured them. He had only to level the ground, and to make staircases to aid the descent into the grottos, and enable the visitor to see them in all their beauty. The largest and most picturesque of the caverns has been made into a temple. All along the sides are rows of idols, one of superior size, representing Buddha asleep, being gilt. We came down from the mountain just at the moment of the king's arrival. Although his stay was not intended to exceed 2 days, he was preceded by 100 slaves carrying an immense number of coffers, boxes, baskets, etc. A disorderly troop of soldiers marched both in front and behind, dressed in the most singular and ridiculous costumes imaginable. The Emperor Suluk himself would have laughed, for certainly his old guard must have made a better appearance than that of his East Indian brother. Nothing could give a better idea of this set of tatterdemalions than the dressed-up monkeys which dance upon the organs of the little Savoyards. Their apparel of coarse red cloth, upper garments, which left a part of the body exposed, in every case either too large or too small, too long or too short, with white shakoes and pantaloons of various colours. As for shoes, they were a luxury enjoyed by few. A few chiefs, whose appearance was quite in keeping with that of their men, were on horseback, leading this band of warriors, whilst the king, attended by slaves, slowly advanced in a little open carriage drawn by a pony. I visited several hills detached from the great chain Caodong, which is only a few miles off. During my stay here it has rained continually, and I have had to wage war with savage foes, from whom I never before suffered so much. Nothing avails against them. They let themselves be massacred, with a courage worthy of nobler beings. I speak of mosquitoes. Thousands of these cruel insects suck our blood night and day. My body, face and hands are covered with wounds and blisters. Would rather have to deal with the wild beasts of the forest. At times I howl with pain and exasperation. No one can imagine the frightful plague of these little demons, to whom Dante has omitted to assign a place in his infernal regions. I scarcely dare to bathe, for my body is covered before I can get into the water. The natural philosopher who held up these little animals as examples of parental love was certainly not tormented as I have been. About 10 miles from Pekaburi, I found several villages inhabited by Laotians, who have been settled there for 2 or 3 generations. Their costume consists of a long shirt and black pantaloons, like those of the Cochin Chinese. They have the Siamese tuft of hair. The women wear the same headdress as the Cambodians. Their songs, and their way of drinking through bamboo pipes from large jars, a fermented liquor made from rice and herbs, recalled to my mind what I had seen among the savage Stiens. I also found among them the same baskets and instruments used by those tribes. The young girls are fair compared with the Siamese, and their features are pretty, but they soon grow coarse and lose all their charms. Isolated in their villages, these Laotians have preserved their language and customs, and they never mingle with the Siamese. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After a sojourn of 4 months among the mountains of Pekaburi, known by the names of Makaon Khao, Panam Not, Khao Tamauna, and Khao Samruan, the last 2 of which are 1,700 and 1,900 feet above the level of the sea, I returned to Bangkok to make the necessary preparations for my new expedition to the northeast of Laos, my intended route being to the basin of the Mekong, towards the frontier of China. I had an additional motive for coming here again, namely to get cured of that annoying complaint, the itch, which I caught at Pekaburi. How, I really cannot guess, for in spite of the mosquitoes, I bathed regularly 2 or 3 times a day, but I hope that a short course of rubbing with sulphur ointment and proper baths will effect a cure. This, one of the ills of a traveller's life, is, however, trifling in comparison with the misfortune of which I have just heard. The steamer, Sir James Brooke, in which Messrs. Gray, Hamilton and Co. of Singapore had set off all my last boxes of collections, has foundered at the entrance of that port. And so all my poor insects, which have cost me so much care and pains for many months, are lost forever, some of them rare and valuable specimens which, alas, I shall probably never be able to replace. 2 years ago, about this same season, I was nearly in the same place where I now am, on the Manam, some leagues north of Bangkok. The last floating shops, with their almost exclusively Chinese population, are beginning to disappear, and the banks of the river are assuming a monotonous aspect, although from time to time, through the brushwood and foliage of the bananas, the roof of some hut is visible, or the white walls of a pagoda, prettily situated, and surrounded by the modest dwellings of the priests. It is the season of fêtes. The stream is covered with large and handsome boats, decorated with gilding and carved work, with true oriental gorgeousness, and among them the heavy barges of the rice merchants, or the small craft of poor women going to the market with bananas and betel nuts. It is only on festivals and few other occasions that the king, princes and mandarins display their riches and importance. The king was on his way to a pagoda to offer presents, followed by his whole court. Each of the mandarins was in a splendid barge, the rowers being dressed in the most brilliant colours. A number of pirogues were filled with soldiers in red coats. The royal barge was easily to be distinguished from the rest by the throne surmounted by a canopy terminating in a pinnacle, and by the immense quantity of carving and gilding about it. At the king's feet were some of his children, and he waved his hand to every European whom he saw. All the ships at anchor were adorned with flags, and every floating house had an altar covered with various objects, and with odoriferous woods burning on them. Amidst all these fine barges, one was remarkable for its simplicity, and the good taste for which the rowers were dressed. A uniform of white cloth, with red cuffs and collar. It belonged to Krom Luang, the king's brother, a good, courteous, and intelligent prince, ever ready to protect Europeans to the utmost of his power. In a word, a gentleman. Most of the dignitaries, generally fat men, were lying lazily on triangular embroidered cushions in their splendid boats upon a kind of dais, surrounded by officials, women, and children, kneeling or lying flat, in readiness to hold out the golden urns which serve them for spittoons, or their betel boxes or teapots, all made of the same precious metals by the goldsmiths of Laos and Legour. The boats have generally from 80 to 100 rowers, with the head and greater part of the body bare, but wearing a large white scarf round the loins, and a brilliant red languti. They all raise their paddles simultaneously and strike the water in regular time, while at the prow and stern are stationed 2 other slaves, one dexterously managing a long oar which serves as a rudder, the other on the watch to prevent a collision with any other boat. The rowers continually raise a wild, exulting cry, "Oua, oua," while the steersman utters a louder and more prolonged one, which rises above the voices of the rest. Many boats also to be seen crowded with women, musicians, or parties carrying presents. The coup d'oeil is certainly charming. From time to time appears, amidst the picturesque assemblage, the boat of some European, always to be recognized by his chimney pot or silk hat. All these scenes passed rapidly away, and before long I could only hear the distant sounds of the music and see a few scattered boats adorned with streamers, passing up or down the river, being often skilfully managed by girls and very young children, who amused themselves by racing. It is evident from the careless gaiety of these people that they do not suffer the frightful poverty but too often met with in our large cities. When his appetite is satisfied, and for that all that is necessary is a bowl of rice and some fish seasoned with capsicum, the Siamese is lively and happy, and sleeps without care for the morrow. He is in fact a kind of lazzaroni. My friend M. Malherbe accompanied me for a few hours' sail from Bangkok, and then we parted with a warm clasp of the hand, and, I confess, not without tears in both our eyes, trusting that destiny might reunite us here or elsewhere. My friend's light boat glided rapidly down the stream. In a few minutes he was out of sight, and I was again left alone, for how long a period being quite uncertain. I rarely allow myself to dwell on the subject, but separations are painful to the traveller who has left behind him all he holds most dear in the world: family, country, home, and friends. To visit countries inhospitable, and in many ways dangerous, without comfort or companionship. It is equally painful to think that, during long months, his impatient family are living in anxiety, and forming 1,000 conjectures as to his fate. I know what awaits me, having been warned both by the missionaries and the natives. During the last 25 years, only one man, as far as I know, a French priest, has penetrated to the heart of Laos, and he only returned to die in the arms of the good and venerable prelate, Monsieur Palagois. I know the discomfort, fatigue, and tribulations of all sorts to which I am again about to expose myself, the want of roads, the difficulty of finding means of conveyance, and the risk of paying for the slightest imprudence by dangerous or even fatal illness. And how can one be prudent when compelled to submit to the hardest life of the forest, to suffer many privations, and to brave all inclemencies of the weather? Nevertheless, my destiny urges me on, and I trust in the kind Providence which has watched over me until now. Only a few hours before my departure from Bangkok, the mail arrived, and I received news of my dearly loved family, which consoled me for the misfortune I sustained in the loss of my collections. Thanks, my good friends, for the pleasure you gave me before starting. By the expression of your warm and constant affection, I shall not forget you in my solitude. I shall continue during my journey to take notes of all my little adventures, very rare, alas, for I am not one of those travellers who kill a tiger and an elephant at one shot. The smallest unknown shell or insect is more interesting to me. However, on occasion, I do not object to a meeting with the terrible inhabitants of the forest, and more than one have known the range of my rifle and the calibre of my balls. Every evening, enclosed in my mosquito curtains, either in some cabin or at the foot of a tree, in the jungle or by the river bank, I shall talk to you, my friends. You shall be the companions of my journey, and it will be my greatest pleasure to confide to you my impressions and thoughts. Scarcely had my friend M. Malherbe left me when I discovered in the bottom of my boat a box which he had contrived to place, unknown to me, among my packages, a fresh proof of his kindness, for he had already sent me 3 cases when I was at Pekaburi. I found it to contain some dozens of Bordeaux, as much cognac, boxes of sardines, biscuits, and a number of other things, which would recall to me, were I ever likely to forget it, the true and considerate friendship of my countrymen, so valuable to one far from home. I also carry with me most agreeable souvenirs of another excellent friend, Dr. Campbell of the Royal Navy, attached to the British Consulate, and am very grateful to Sir Roger Schomburgk, the English consul, who has shown me much attention and sympathy. Here let me likewise express my obligations to Monsieur Palagoire, to the American Protestant missionaries, and indeed to most of the consuls and resident strangers who have all shown me kindness, and I would particularly mention the name of M. Distria, the new French consul. Let me say in passing that I am cured of the itch, which I suspect my servants had caught in wandering about the villages, and had communicated to me in spite of my scrupulous cleanliness. The banks of the Menam are covered with splendid crops, the periodical inundations rendering them as fertile as those of the Nile. I have 4 Laotian rowers. One of them was in my service for a month 2 years ago, and he now begged to be allowed to attend me throughout my journey, telling me I should find him very useful. After a little hesitation, I have engaged him, so now I shall have 3 servants. My good and faithful Fry has never left me, luckily for me, for I should find it difficult to replace him. And besides, I am attached to the lad, who is active, intelligent, industrious, and devoted to me. Dong, which means the red, his companion, is another Chinese whom I brought from Pekaburi. He knows English pretty well, not that incomprehensible jargon of Canton. You savey one PC boy, lartel pigeon, etc. You know, a clever boy, etc. He is very useful to me as interpreter, especially when I wish to comprehend persons who speak with a great piece of betel between their teeth. He is likewise my cook, and shows his skill when we want to add an additional dish to our ordinary fare, which occasionally happens when some unfortunate stag comes within range of my gun, or I bring down a pigeon, or even a monkey, a kind of game not much to my taste, though highly esteemed by my Chinese, as well as wild dog and rat. Everyone tastes taste. This attendant of mine has one little defect, but who has not in this world? He now and then takes a drop too much, and I have often found him sucking through a bamboo cane the spirit of wine from one of the bottles in which I preserve my reptiles, or laying under contribution the cognac presented to me by my friend Malherbe. A few days ago he was seized with this devouring thirst, and, profiting by my absence for only a few minutes, he opened my chest and hastily laid hands on the first bottle which presented itself, great part of the contents of which he swallowed at one gulp. I came back just as he was wiping his mouth with his shirt-sleeve, and it would be impossible to describe his contortions and grimaces as he screamed out that he was poisoned. He had had the bad luck to get hold of my bottle of ink. His face was smeared with it, and his shirt pretty well sprinkled. It was a famous lesson for him, and I think it will be some time before he tries my stores again. The wages I give at present are 10 ticals each per month, which, allowing for exchange, amounts to nearly 40 francs per month. This in any other country would be good pay, but here I should find great difficulty in finding any other men to accompany me, were I to offer them a tical a day. I soon reached the mountains of Nefaburi and Flabat, with their pure clear atmosphere, the weather being pleasant, and a fresh wind blowing. All nature looks smiling, and I feel exhilarated and happy. At Bangkok I felt stifled and oppressed. That town does not awaken my sympathies. Here my heart dilates, and I could fancy I had grown ever so much taller since I arrived. Here I can breathe, I live, amid these beautiful hills and woods. In cities I seem to suffocate, and the sight of so great a number of human beings annoys me. I stopped yesterday at Ayutthaya to see Father Larmandy, and after a night passed beneath his hospitable roof, proceeded on my way towards Pak Priao. The whole day after our departure, we passed by fields and rice plantations on both sides of the river. All the country, till within 2 miles of Ayutthaya, is inundated. There only the ground begins to rise a foot above the waters. Already in several places they're beginning to cut the rice, and in a fortnight the whole population, male and female, will be busy with the harvest. At present most of them are availing themselves of the short time left them to enjoy the far niente, or visit the pagodas with offerings to the priests, which consist principally of fruit and yellow cloth, the latter intended to afford a supply of raiment for them while they are travelling, as during several months of the dry season they are allowed to quit their monasteries and go where they like. October the 20th. Having reached Tama Triestar at night, we slept at the entrance of the village, and early this morning I stopped my boat before the house of Kun Pakdi, the kind chief who 2 years ago accompanied me to Phabat. The worthy man was not a little surprised to see me, and could scarcely believe his eyes, for he had heard that I had died at Muangkabuik. We soon renewed our acquaintance, and I was pleased to find that his regard for me, especially when stimulated by a glass of cognac, had survived the lapse of time. Poor Kun Pakdi! If I were king of Siam, which heaven forbid, I would name you Prince of Phabat, or rather resign my throne to you. He gave immediate orders to prepare breakfast for me. Then, on finding that I was going to Karat, he remembered that he had promised again to be my companion if I brought him a gun from Bangkok. "If it were only worth 3 tikals it would do," said he, "but seeing only the same percussion guns, you have not bought me one," he observed. "But never mind, I will go with you all the same." It was only when I told him that I should make but a very short stay at Karat, and intended to proceed farther on into places where he would doubtless have to tighten his belt, and that I did not wish him to lose his comfortable mandarin's embonpoint, that I succeeded in checking his enthusiastic devotion. But when he heard that we should be obliged to sleep among the woods by the light of the stars, he turned the conversation. As soon as we had breakfasted, I returned to my boat to escape his rather too demonstrative conversation, and the noisy eulogisms he continued to pour upon me. From hence are visible the beautiful chain of hills which extend from Neferburi, and which I conjecture join those of Bermani and the Dung Mountains, which do not appear more than 15 miles off, and awaken a host of agreeable recollections. I feel sure the fine season has arrived, the air is pure, the sky serene, and the sun shines almost constantly. Sauhai, October 22nd. I have not yet reached Pak Priao, and already I have met with and begin to suffer from the annoyances inevitable in a country like this, inundated during a great part of the year, and in which the means of travelling are so difficult to obtain, particularly when one is burdened with an extra, though indispensable, quantity of luggage. During the 2 days I have been here, I have lodged in the boat of a Chinese who was at first afraid to receive me, and I may consider myself fortunate in meeting with any resting place. Yesterday I paid a visit to the governor, who resides in an old hut, repulsively dirty, about 2 miles from the spot where I landed, although this is the most important place in Saraburi. This wretched dwelling, and a few scattered huts belonging to agriculturalists, are all the houses I have seen. There is no bazaar, and no floating shops. From time to time petty merchants come to sell or exchange salt and other articles of absolute necessity, or a few Chinese with small stocks of langutis, arrack, cloth, Siamese dresses and bowls which they barter for skins, horns, or rice. These dealers sometimes go as far as Boatium. The current was so strong that in a quarter of an hour we reached the residence of the mandarin, whose acquaintance I had made on my former journey, and who, in return for a present I had given him, had promised me, in the event of my going to Karat, to furnish me with even 100 attendants, if I needed as many. I announced to him my intention of visiting Kok, fixed upon 2 years ago by the King of Siam as a desirable place for a fortress to which he might retire, in case the 2 active Europeans should seize upon his capital, which, let me whisper, would be very easy to do, and would only require a handful of our brave Zouaves accustomed to an African sun. I was all the better received by the mandarin that I asked for nothing, for I had already engaged a boat, the owner of which wished to return to Kok in 2 days. I projected a trip to Patawi, but at this season the roads were impassable, so that I was forced to abandon the idea. A great number of the inhabitants of this province are natives of Laos, and are principally captives brought from Vientiane after the insurrection there. The provinces of Boatium and Phetchabun are peopled by Siamese, for Laos proper only commences at Mlom. Boatium, Phetchabun, Som, and some other provinces in the north and east are governed by Siamese mandarins of rank more or less elevated. That is to say, several of them have the power of life and death, and are then considered as viceroys. The most distant provinces belong to the Empire of Siam, and form a part of it. Phetchabun is particularly noted for its tobacco, which is reckoned the best in Siam, and the commerce in this article is carried on with Bangkok in spite of the extreme difficulty of communication. For in the time of the inundations, when boats of some size are able to come up here, the contending against a very strong current is the labour of a month, while in the dry season only very small boats can be used, as frequently they have to be dragged over the sand or carried past the rocks, which in many places cause rapids and obstruct the navigation. This commerce is chiefly in the hands of the Siamese of Phetchabun, who arrive at Pak Priao towards the end of the rainy season to exchange their tobacco for betel and other articles. The province of Saraburi is very populous, and in the southern districts a great quantity of rice is produced, but the quality of it is inferior to that of Phetchaburi, which is considered very good, and is regularly bought by the Siamese dealers, who afterwards carry it to Bangkok. As is the case all over the country, there is great difficulty in arriving at a correct estimate of the population, which is scattered along the banks of the stream. Sao Hai is the starting point for all the caravans going to Karat. Another road from Wang Kaboik also leads to this ancient Cambodian town, but it is little frequented, except by the Laotians of the locality. Whilst writing, I was interrupted by the unexpected visit of the governor, who was on his way to a pagoda to make an offering of dried fruits, and passed an hour in my cabin. He was in a large and elegant pirogue, more than 30 metres long, for which I would have given his house and all his appurtenances. He sent for the owner of the boat, which was to take me to Kok, and gave him some instructions for the chief of that place, adding, "I have sent no letter, because I know that Mouhot made himself respected when here 2 years ago, and will doubtless do the same there." I could not but offer him some small presents in acknowledgment of this slight service, which might or might not be of use to me. I therefore gave him a pair of spectacles mounted in tortoise shell, a bottle of scent, and one of brandy, and I prepared for him a sedative mixture, as he begged for some medicine for his rheumatism. Happy Raspail, who with his system can assuage suffering even in these distant lands. In return he promised to give me a pony when I wanted to go to Karat, besides other useless things, but he will probably forget these promises, for here it is the custom of the rich to accept everything, even from the poorest, but very rarely to give away. However, were it not for peculation and presents, how could these mandarins live? Their salary, when they have one, would condemn them to a state of leanness which would not only drive them to despair, but cause them to be looked upon as unsuitable for their places. Voyage to Kok, Dong Phya Phai, Forest of the King of Fire. I am now en route for Kok in the boat of a Chinese merchant, a worthy person who, luckily for me, does not intoxicate himself with opium or arrack. He intends going as far as Buatium, but the current is so strong that I doubt if he will be able to proceed higher up the river than Kok, for in spite of his 4 rowers and the aid of my 2 men, I sent away my Laotian, who found it too great a fatigue to row, and preferred sleeping and smoking. We have been nearly carried away at every bend of the river and at the frequent rapids. The weather, which I trusted was settled, has changed during the last 3 days, and every afternoon about 4 or 5 o'clock we have a violent shower. Last evening I was seized with a more severe headache than any I have had since I entered the country, and my first impression was that I had been attacked by fever, which in the rainy season there is so much cause to dread in the neighbourhood of Dong Phya Phai. It proceeded, however, only from the heat of the sun, to which I had been all day exposed, and was dissipated by the freshness of the night air at the prow of the boat. In the morning I felt as well as usual. They tell me that tomorrow I shall see Kok, and I shall not be at all sorry. The little boat is so encumbered with our united baggage that the fraction of space left for me forces me to all sorts of constrained and uncomfortable positions. These 12 days of tedious navigation have fatigued me much. And what a place this is! The air is damp, unwholesome, and dreadfully heavy. One's head burns, while one's body is at one time covered with perspiration, and at another cold shivering comes on. After 4 days of excessive toil, we entered a gorge through which the river passes, which, even at this season, is here not more than 90 metres wide. Torrents of rain, bursting suddenly upon us, forced us to stop rowing and take refuge under our roof of leaves. The rain lasted all night, and a wretched night it was for the poor men, who, having yielded to me the front of the boat, were all crammed together in the cabin, and after all their fatigues under a burning sun, were unable to obtain a moment's sleep, but lay groaning under the suffocating atmosphere and the attacks of legions of mosquitoes. At daybreak, about 100 strokes of the oar brought us past a new bend in the river. We found ourselves before Calcok. This place has, in my humble opinion, been badly chosen by the kings of Siam for their stronghold and retreat in case of a European invasion from the north. In the event of this occurring, they would abandon Bangkok, and certainly, as whoever possesses that town is master of the whole country, no one would be likely to come and molest the kings in their solitude. 2 or 3 miles before Calcok, I observed a kind of landing place and a house of mediocre appearance, bearing the pretentious appellation of palace, though built only of leaves and bamboo. This is Rabat Moi. At Calcok, although the second king often visits it, there is no landing place, nor even steps cut in the steep banks to aid the ascent. Immediately after landing, I set off to look for a lodging, having been informed that I should find numerous vacant houses belonging to mandarins, amongst which I might make my choice. My men and I hunted amid the brushwood, often sinking up to our knees in mud, but could discover only 7 or 8 Laotian huts, the inhabitants of which form the nucleus of the population of this future stronghold, now peaceful and hospitable agriculturists, who be deeply afflicted and still more terrified if ever their echoes should repeat the roar of cannon and varied sounds of war. As for the royal habitations, I could not reach them, for the whole ground, excepting a strip about 50 feet broad next to the river, is a swamp, and the narrow paths are obstructed by bushes and tall grasses, which had had time to grow during the 6 or 8 months that have elapsed since the king has visited the place. Not being able to find a lodging, some men from the village joined us, and we all set to work to cut down bamboos with which to construct one, which was soon accomplished, and in this hut, open to every wind, we took up our abode. I was told that a white elephant had just been taken in Laos and had been sent off to Bangkok under the care of a mandarin. All the inhabitants of the village, amounting perhaps to about 50, have brought their children to me, begging for remedies, some for fevers, others for dysentery or rheumatism. I have not heard of any cases of leprosy here, as at Khao Chuliao, but the children are repulsively dirty. They are covered with a coating of filth, which makes them resemble little negroes. A greater number of them are shaking with fever. The site of my hut is in a valley formed by a belt of mountain chains, running from Nafiburi and Phrabat, and connected with those of the peninsula and of Burma. Mount Kok is distant a kilometre from the left bank of the river, and stretches out in the form of a semicircle, afterwards joining the mountains which run eastward towards Korat and Emlon and Tibet. Facing Mount Kok, other mountains rise abruptly from the right bank, and then extend in an easterly direction. As soon as my dwelling was finished, which was neither a long nor a costly job, we slung up 3 hammocks, and then betook ourselves to prepare a place for insect catching, the end of the rainy season being the best time for this work. We accordingly cut down a great number of trees, a hard and painful task in this climate, where the sun, drawing up the humidity from all the surrounding marshes, makes one feel as if in a stove or hothouse. But our labours have been abundantly repaid by a rich harvest of specimens. Beetles of the longicorn tribe abound here, and today have filled the box with more than 1,000 new or rare insects. I have been fortunate enough to replace some of the more valuable kinds which are destroyed or injured by seawater on board the Sir James Brook. The villagers came every day to bring me beasts, as they call them, grasshoppers, scorpions, serpents, tortoises, etc., all presented to me at the end of a stick. The sanitary condition of the place is dreadful. The rains are now less abundant. The river has fallen more than 20 feet. They tell me that at Boatium it is so narrow that the branches of the trees on the 2 banks touch and form an arch overhead. The mountains are of calcareous rock, and are covered with a fertile vegetation, but everywhere bear the traces of the water which anciently covered them. From the top you can imagine the former limits of the ocean, and see that the plain to the south was then submerged, and that all these heights formed capes or islands. I found close to their base, under a stratum of soil, banks of fossil coral and seashells in a good state of preservation. The north wind now makes itself frequently felt, but although the southeast and southwest winds resume their sway at times and bring back the rain, but the heat of the nights gradually diminishes, and now, after 3 o'clock in the morning, I can bear a covering, and am glad to wrap myself in my burnous. My 2 men suffer occasionally from attacks of intermittent fever, and often complain of cold in the stomach. Indeed, death lays so many snares for us here that he who escapes may think himself lucky. At last we breathe a pure and delicious air. It is now midwinter. Since the day before yesterday, a fresh north wind has blown, and at night the thermometer has gone back to 18 degrees centigrade. All the evening I have been walking by the river, wrapped in a warm burnous, with the hood up. This is a pleasure I have not enjoyed since I was at Frabat 2 years ago. One must have passed sleepless nights, suffocating with the extreme heat, in order to appreciate the comfort of sleeping under a woolen covering, and, above all, without the necessity of waging incessant war on the dreadful mosquitoes. Fry and Dong wear their whole wardrobe both day and night, and I have seen them dressed in red flannel and with felt hats, when you might take them for Garibaldians, as far, that is to say, as their costume is concerned, for their appearance otherwise is far from warlike. However, they are not wanting in a kind of courage, which has its own merit. They dance and sing round a good fire, and open their eyes with astonishment when I tell them that I have seen rivers larger than the Menam frozen over so hard that the heaviest vehicles could go upon them with safety, and others in which whole oxen have been roasted, and that men and animals often die of cold. My little Tine says nothing, but creeps under my counterpane and sleeps at his ease. Only if Fry torments him by lifting the cover he shows his teeth. Ungrateful being that I am, I have not yet spoken of this little companion, who is so faithful and attached to me, of this pretty King Charles, whom I brought from home. All the Siamese, and especially those who have no children, are very fond of the little creature, notwithstanding their general aversion for dogs. Theirs, however, are usually half savage. I much fear that my poor dog will come to an untimely end and be trampled underfoot by some elephant, or devoured at the mouthful by a tiger. For the last few days we have feasted. Our provisions are beginning to fail, but the fish are now coming up the river, and we take them by hundreds. Certainly they are not much larger than sardines, but in an hour we took 6 or 8 basketfuls, and my 2 boys have enough to do to cut off their heads and salt them. All the children of the neighbourhood, most of whom are still kept at the breast, come frequently to bring me insects, in exchange for a button or a cigarette, for it is a common thing for them to leave their mother's breast to smoke. Were they not so dirty, they would be nice-looking, but I am afraid of touching them, lest I should again catch the itch. The Laotian is as superstitious as the Cambodian, and perhaps more so than a Siamese. If a person falls ill of a fever, or indeed is ever so slightly indisposed, they believe it to be owing to a demon who has entered his body. If any matter in which they are engaged goes wrong, or an accident happens when hunting, fishing, or cutting wood, it is the fault of the demon. In their houses they carefully preserve some object, generally a simple piece of wood, or some parasitic plant, whose form they fancy bears a resemblance to some part of the human body. This is constituted their household god, and prevents evil spirits from entering, or at least causes them speedily to depart. Every day we go out on our collecting expeditions, but while we are seeking insects or birds, the sound of our voices, or the report of our guns, repeated by the mountain echoes, brings forth the wild beasts from their dens. Yesterday, after a long and fatiguing excursion, during which we had killed some birds and 1 or 2 monkeys, we were returning home quite worn out when we reached a small clearing in the forest, and here I told my 2 boys to take a little repose at the foot of a tree while I went to hunt for insects. Suddenly I heard a sound, as of some animal gliding through the thick underwood. I looked round, at the same time loading my gun, and then crept quietly back to the tree where my servants lay asleep, when I perceived a large and beautiful leopard taking his spring to clear the brushwood and pounce upon one of them as he lay all unconscious. I fired, the shot striking the animal in the right shoulder. He gave a tremendous leap and rolled over among the bushes, which much embarrassed his movements. However, he was but wounded and still dangerous. My second ball did not kill, or at least cripple him. I fired again and hit him between the shoulders. The ball lodged in the heart, and he fell dead almost instantly. The terror of my 2 poor followers, suddenly awakened by the report of my gun so close to their ears, was only equalled by their pleasure when they saw the creature extended lifeless before them. Another year has flown, a year checkered for me, as for others, with joy, anxiety, and trouble. And today my thoughts turn especially to the few who are dear to me. For more than one loving heart arise, I feel sure on this day, good wishes for the poor traveller, and from no one more warmly than from you, my dear father, who long for my return. So writes my brother in his last letter, forwarded to me from Bangkok. But I am only commencing my new campaign. Would it be like a good soldier to leave on the eve of the engagement? I am at the gates of the infernal regions, for so the Laotians and Siamese designate this forest, and I have no spell to terrify the demons which inhabit it, neither tiger's teeth nor stunted staghorn, nothing but my faith in and love for God. If I must die here, where so many other wanderers have left their bones, I shall be ready when my hour comes. The profound stillness of this forest and its luxuriant tropical vegetation are indescribable, and at this midnight hour impress me deeply. The sky is serene, the air fresh, and the moon's rays only penetrate here and there, through the foliage, in patches which appear on the ground like pieces of white paper dispersed by the wind. Nothing breaks the silence but a few dead leaves rustling to the earth, the murmur of a brook which flows over its pebbly bed at my feet, and the frogs answering each other on either side, and whose croaking resembles the hoarse barking of a dog. Now and then I can distinguish the flapping of the bats, attracted by the flame of the torch which is fastened to a branch of the tree under which my tiger skin is spread, or, at longer intervals, the cry of some panther calling to its mate, and responded to from the tree-tops by the growling of the chimpanzees, whose rest the sound has disturbed. With a sabre in one hand and a torch in the other, Fry pursues the fishes in the stream, and he in his shadow reflected on the rocks and water, as he stands there making sudden darts and crying out hit or missed, might easily be mistaken by the natives for demons. I cannot shake off a feeling of sadness, which a few hours of sleep and a long chase tomorrow will probably dissipate. Yet at the moment I cannot forbear asking myself, how will this year end for me? Shall I accomplish all I have in view? Shall I preserve that health without which I can do nothing? And can I surmount all the difficulties which oppose themselves to me, and of which not the least is the difficulty of finding any means of conveyance? And you, my dear father, be not too anxious as to my fate, but preserve that tranquillity, hope, and love of God, which alone can make men strong and great. With this help and support, our reunion will not be long delayed. Courage, then, and hope. Our perseverance and efforts will be recompensed, and our invisible link, which in spite of distance unites hearts, bear to all those dear to me 1,000 embraces, and fill them with all those thoughts which at all times give me strength, and supply joy and consolation in my saddest and most dreary hours. To all, then, a happy new year. May I bring back safe and sound my poor young followers, who have been such faithful and devoted companions, and who, although already rather weakened by fever and incipient dysentery, are still full of gaiety and energy, and as much attached to me as ever. 5 or 6 leagues north of Calcok is Mount Sake, and 2 miles farther all habitations cease, and there is complete solitude as far as Boatium. The banks become more and more picturesque. Here are calcareous rocks, covered in places with a ferruginous crust, and whence flow streams endowed with petrifying properties, while hills, rising abruptly to a great height, contain grottos ornamented by stalactites. There are beds of sand, islands on which sport in the sun a crowd of iguanas. Everywhere rich vegetation, mingled with tufts of bamboo, in which fight and squabble the chimpanzees, on whom Fry exercises his skill, and which afford him a delicious repast. We embarked in a very light pirogue, and during the first day passed the boats from Petribun, which had left Calcok the night before, for the current is still rapid, even though the water is so low that in many places you have to drag the boat over the sand, and poles have to be used instead of oars. Tigers, which are rare at Calcok, are more common in the environs of Boatium, where they destroy many of the cattle. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the 28th of February 1863, I arrived at the town of Chiapum and presented myself before the governor to request his permission to hire some elephants or oxen to enable me to continue my journey. I showed him my French passport and also gave him the letter from Krom Luang and another from the governor of Korat, but all in vain. He replied that if I wanted oxen or elephants, there were plenty in the forest. I might easily have done without the assistance of this functionary and procured animals from people in the village. They would have made me pay 2 or 3 times the ordinary price, and my purse was too slenderly filled to allow of my submitting to this extortion, which would probably be repeated at every station. The only thing left for me to do, therefore, was to retrace my steps, and, leaving one of my servants at Korat with my baggage, to return to Bangkok and claim aid from the consul, the ministers, or the king himself, for there is a treaty between the governments of Siam and France, concluded by M. de Montigny, which obliges the king to afford assistance and protection to the French, and especially to missionaries and naturalists. It was a sad loss of time for me, and might occasion me serious inconvenience, for if I were delayed, the rainy season might surprise me in the midst of the forests before I could reach a healthier region. The consequences might be fatal. However, I was forced to submit, and I returned to Bangkok. It cost me some time and trouble, and I found it needful to make some valuable presents before I succeeded in my object, but at last I obtained more stringent letters to the governors of the provinces of Laos, and left Bangkok once more, after having experienced for a fortnight the kind hospitality of my friend Dr. Campbell, one of the best men I ever met with. His goodness, friendliness, and British frankness won my heart and my esteem. After all this loss of time and great expense, I went again to Korat, where I was well received by the governor, and he gave me, in addition to my other letters, one of the mandarins of all provinces under his jurisdiction, commanding them to furnish me with as many oxen and elephants as I might require. The greater part of the inhabitants, with Fry at their head, came out to meet me, and several gave me presents, sacks of rice, fish, fruits, or tobacco, all in abundance. Speaking to me of his journey to Korat, Dr. House, the most enterprising of the American missionaries of Bangkok, and the only white man who has penetrated so far for many years, told me that he found everything disappointing. I could have said the same, if, like him, I had started with any illusions, but I had a good idea of the forest, which I had already passed at several points, as at Phrabat, Khao Ko, and Kenako, and amidst whose deleterious shades I had already spent one night. Nor did I expect to find towns amidst its thick and almond impenetrable masses of foliage, through which one can distinguish nothing beyond a distance of a few feet. I have lately again passed 10 successive nights in this forest. During our journey through it, all the Chinese in the caravan, happy to find themselves still among the living, at every halting-place hastened to draw from their baskets an abundance of provisions, wherewith to make a comfortable repast. Then, choosing, for want of an altar, some large tree, they laid out their dishes, lighted their matches, burned a quantity of gilt paper, and, kneeling down, murmured their prayers. Both on entering and leaving the forest, they erected a shed of leaves and sticks interwoven, and raised upon 4 bamboo stakes, intended as a sort of chapel, in which they placed a number of offerings, in order, as they said, to drive away demons and save them from death. As for the Laotians, I found them, although superstitious, very courageous, especially those who traverse this forest 8 or 10 times a year. Some of them even ventured to awake the King of Fire by bringing down game or shooting at robbers, yet death, even in the best season, carries off 1 or 2 out of every 10 who travel here. I think of the number of those who fall victim to this terrible journey must be considerable in the rainy season, when every torrent overflows its bounds, the whole soil is soaked, the pathways nothing but bogs, and the rice grounds covered with several feet of water. After 5 or 6 days walking through all this, with feet in the mud, body in a profuse perspiration, and breathing a fetid atmosphere, hot as a stove and reeking with putrid miasma, what wonder that many sink and die? 2 Chinese in our caravan arrived at Korat in a frightful state of fever. One I was able to save by administering quinine in good time, but the other, who appeared the strongest, was dead almost as soon as I heard of his being ill. We halted at 5 o'clock in the evening and encamped on a little hill, where in the absence of grass, our poor oxen could only appease their hunger with leaves from the shrubs. The river, which flows down from these hills, is the same which runs near Karat, and on the opposite bank was encamped another caravan with more than 200 oxen. In a gorge of the mountain, and on the almost inaccessible heights, I found a small tribe of Carians who formerly inhabited the environs of Batawi, and who, for the sake of preserving their independence, live here in seclusion, for the dread of fever prevents the Siamese from penetrating to their haunts. They have neither temples nor priests. They raise magnificent crops of rice and cultivate several kinds of bananas, which are only found among tribes of the same origin. Many of the inhabitants of the neighbouring districts appear to be ignorant of their very existence. It is true they are of migratory habits. Others say that they pay a tribute in Gumlak, but the governor of Karat and several chiefs of the province of Saraburi seemed to me profoundly ignorant on the subject. The following morning, an hour before sunrise, after having counted the oxen dead from fatigue and exhaustion, which would serve for food to the wild beasts, and repacked our goods, we resumed our march. Towards 11 o'clock, having quitted Dong Phya Phai, we entered a long tract of ground filled with brushwood and tall grass, and swarming with deer, and here, before long, we halted near a stream. The next day, after making a detour of some miles to the north to find a pass, we ascended a new chain of hills running parallel to the last, and covered with blocks of sandstone, and here the vegetation was extremely luxuriant. The air was fresh and pure, and, thanks to repeated ablutions in the running streams, those of the party whose feet had suffered most at the beginning of the journey found them greatly improved. The monkeys and hornbills began to be heard again, and I killed several pheasants and peacocks, and an eagle on which our guides feasted. Beyond these mountains, the soil becomes sandy again and vegetation scanty. We encamped once more on the banks of the river of Karat, 300 meters from a village dignified by the name of chief town of the district. The last range of hills which we crossed still displays itself like a sombre rampart, above which tower the dome-like and pyramidal summits of others farther in the distance. Our guides are all Laotians from the neighbourhood of Karat, and their leader is unremitting in his care and attention towards me. Every evening he prepares my place for the night, levelling the ground and cutting down branches which he covers with leaves, and I am thus raised from the earth and protected from the dew. These guides lead a hard life, tramping in all seasons along these wretched roads, having scarcely time, morning and evening, to swallow a little rice, and having but little sleep at nights, tormented by ants, exposed to the attacks of robbers, against whom they have constantly to be on their guard. Every day we met one or two caravans of from 80 to 100 oxen, laden with stag and panther skins, raw silk from Laos, langoutis of cotton and silk, peacock's tails, ivory, elephant's bones and sugar, but this latter article is scarce. The country presented much the same kind of aspect for 4 days after leaving the forest. We passed through several considerable villages, in one of which, Sikiu, I kept 600 oxen belonging to the king. The journey from Kengko to Karat occupied 10 days. The Chinese quarter of this latter town contains 60 or 70 houses, built with bricks dried in the sun, and surrounded by palisades 9 feet high, and as strong as those of a rampart. These precautions are very necessary, for Karat is a nest of robbers and assassins, the resort of all the scum of the Laotian and Siamese races. Bandits and vagrants, escaped from slavery or from prison, gather here like the vultures and wolves which follow armies and caravans. It is not that they enjoy complete immunity, for the governor, son of Bodin, the general who conquered Battambong and the revolted provinces, is viceroy of the state, has absolute power of life and death, and is, they say, very severe, cutting off a head or a hand with little compunction. But still it is Siamese justice, non in viola, by neither gendarmes nor police. The person robbed must himself arrest the offender and bring him before the judge. Even his neighbour will give no assistance in the capture. It was necessary to look out for a dwelling, and I applied to the Chinese, hoping to find a house rather larger than the one where Fry had settled himself with my luggage. I had not much difficulty in doing so. At the end of the Chinese quarter, which is the bazaar, commences the town properly so called, which is enclosed by a wall of ferruginous stone and sandstone, brought from the distant mountain, a work which I at once recognized as that of the Khmer Dom. Within is the residence of the governor and those of the other authorities, several pagodas, a caravanserai, and a number of other houses. A stream of water, 8 meters wide, crosses the town, and is bordered by little plantations of betel and cocoa-nut trees. The real town of Korat does not contain more than 5,000 or 6,000 inhabitants, including 600 Chinese. The Siamese I found impertinent and disagreeable, the Chinese friendly and kind. It was the contrast between civilization and barbarism, between the mass of vices engendered by idleness and the good qualities cultivated by habits of industry. Unfortunately, however, the money acquired by these indefatigable merchants furnishes the means of gratifying their baneful propensities, gambling and opium smoking. Stretched on a carpet in some shed they lie, thin and emaciated looking, playing at cards. Or else, plunged in a kind of lethargy, they surrender themselves to the influence of the seductive drug in their dark and filthy hovels, lighted only by a single lamp. Yet in spite of their gambling, most of them grow rich, though they generally begin poor, and with goods lent to them by some countryman from his shop, and a few voyages frequently suffice to make their fortunes. The merchants who bring silk, which, though of inferior quality, is an important article of commerce, come from Laos, Ubon, Basak, and Jasutun. The entire province of Korat comprises a number of villages and more than 11 towns, some containing as many as 50,000 or 60,000 inhabitants. This little state is simply tributary, but on condition of furnishing the first and most considerable levy of men in case of war. The tribute consists of gold or silver, and in several districts, amongst other things of Chiapum and Pukien, amounts to 8 tikals a head. Some pay in silk, which is weighed by the mandarins, who, as with the cardamom of Passat and the langutis of Batambong, buy a further quantity on their own account and at their own price. Elephants are numerous, and a great many are brought from the north of Laos as far as Muang Lang. I should think that there must be more than 1,000 of these animals in each province. Oxen and buffaloes were formerly exceedingly cheap, but the distemper, which has for some years committed great ravages among the herds, has doubled or tripled the price. They are brought southward from the extreme north of East Laos, and even from the frontiers of Tonkin. I went to see a temple 9 miles east of Korat, called Phnom Wat. It is very remarkable, although much inferior in grandeur and beauty to those of Angkor. The second governor lent me a pony and guide, and after crossing extensive rice plantations under a vertical and fiery sun, we reached the spot to which my curiosity had attracted me, and which, like an oasis, could be recognized a long way off by the freshness of its cocoa trees and its rich verdure. I did not arrive there, however, without having taken an involuntary bath. In crossing the Tikon, which is nearly 4 feet deep, I, in order to escape a wetting, tried to imitate Fanconi by standing on my saddle, but unluckily, according to the custom of the country, this was fastened on by 2 pieces of string, and in the middle of the stream it turned and sent my head foremost into the water. But there was no worse result from the accident than having to remain for half an hour afterwards dressed in Siamese fashion. Phnom Wat is an interesting temple, 36 meters long by 40 wide, and the plan resembles a cross with tolerable exactness. It is composed of 2 pavilions with vaulted stone roofs and elegant porticos. The roofs are from 7 to 8 meters in height, the gallery 3 meters wide in the interior, and the walls are a meter thick. At each facade of the gallery are 2 windows with twisted bars. This temple is built of red and grey sandstone, coarse in the grain, and in some places beginning to decay. On one of the doors is a long inscription, and above are sculptures representing nearly the same subjects as those at Angkor and Baset. In one of the pavilions are several Buddhist idols in stone, the largest of which is 2 meters, 50 centimeters high, and actually covered with rags. You might here easily imagine yourself among the ruins of Angkor. There is the same style of architecture, the same taste displayed, the same immense blocks polished like marble, and so beautifully fitted together that I can only compare it to the joining and planing of so many planks. The whole building is, without doubt, the work of the Khmer Dom, and not an imitation, and must be as old as the illustrious reigns which have left the traces of their grandeur in different parts of the empire. The exterior is not equal to the interior. Phnom was the temple of the queen, so say the Siamese. That of the king, her husband, is at Pimai, a district about 30 miles east of Korat. To consult any existing maps of Indo-China for my guidance in the interior of Laos would have been a folly, no traveller, at least to my knowledge, having penetrated into East Laos or published any authentic information respecting it. To question the natives about places more than a degree distant would have been useless. My desire was to reach Luang Prabang by land, to visit the northern tribes dependent on that state, and then again to descend the Mekong to Cambodia. Setting out from Korat, I had but to proceed northwards as long as I found practicable roads and inhabited places. And if I could not go by a different route to Luang Prabang, I should only have to diverge to the east when I judged it necessary. I once again delayed a few days at Korat before I could obtain elephants, in consequence of the absence of the viceroy. But on his return, he received me in a friendly manner, and gave me a letter of introduction to the governors of the provinces under his jurisdiction. He likewise furnished me with 2 elephants for myself and servants, and 2 others for my baggage. So at last I was able to set out for Chiapum. Before I started, the Chinese with whom I lodged gave me the following advice: buy a tam-tam, and wherever you halt to sound it, they will say, "Here is an officer of the king." Robbers will keep aloof, and the authorities will respect you. If this does not answer, the only plan to get rid of all the difficulties which the Laotian officials will be sure to throw in your way is to have a good stick. The longer the better. Try it on the back of any mandarin who makes the least resistance, and will not do what you wish. Put all delicacy aside. Laos is not like a country of the whites. Follow my advice, and you'll find it good. I was, however, much better received in my second visit to Chiapum, and required neither tam-tam nor cane. The sight of the elephants and the order from the viceroy of Korat made the mandarin as supple as a glove, and he provided me with other elephants for a visit to some ruins existing about 3 leagues north of the town, the foot of a mountain. The superstitious Laotians say that these ruins contain gold, but that everyone who has sought for it has been struck with madness. 2 roads lead from Chiapum to Pukien. The first, across the mountains, is so excessively difficult that I decided on taking the other, which, however, is much longer. The first day we started at 1 o'clock and reached a village named Non Jasir, where we were overtaken by a fearful storm. We sheltered ourselves as well as we could, and arrived before night at the entrance of a forest where we slept. For 5 days we were compelled to remain in the forest on account of the weather. It rained great part of the day, and throughout the night the torrents overflowed, and the earth was nothing but a sea of mud. I never in my life passed such wretched nights, as all the time we had to remain with our wet clothes on our backs. I cannot describe what we suffered. I never in my life passed such wretched nights, as all the time we had to remain with our wet clothes on our backs. I cannot describe what we suffered. The snow hurricanes, so frequent in Russia, and which nearly killed me when in that country, seemed trifling miseries in comparison. My poor fry was seized with a dreadful fever 2 days before reaching Pukien, and I myself felt very ill. The passage of the mountains was easy, and the ascent was very gradual. Blocks of stone obstruct the road in various parts, but our oxen and elephants made their way without much difficulty. I had bought a horse for myself at Korat. The vegetation, though not thick, is beautiful. The trees, many of which are resinous, are slender, the stems being seldom more than a foot or 2 in diameter, and often 25, 30, or even 40 meters in height. Under their shade are to be seen great numbers of deer, and tigers are not uncommonly met with. In the mountains are many elephants and rhinoceros. We found immense beds of stone, and in some places saw small brick buildings containing idols. During the journey, one of my chests was thrown to the ground by the movements of the elephant, and broken to pieces, as unfortunately were all the contents, consisting of instruments and bottles of spirit of wine containing serpents and fishes. Pukien is a smaller village than Chiapum. I met with a friendly reception from the governor, who had just returned from Korat, and had heard of my intended journey. Poverty and misery reign here. We cannot even find a fish to purchase, nothing but rice, and as soon as my faithful fry is on his legs again, we shall leave the place. Tyne attracts the most attention. The people do not, as we pass, cry out first, "Look at the white stranger," but "A little dog!" and everyone runs to see this curiosity. My turn comes afterwards. In these mountains the Laotians make offerings to the local genii of sticks and stones. The same chain of hills which, from the banks of the Mnam in the province of Saraburi, extends on one side to the southern extremity of the peninsula, on the other encircles Cambodia like a belt, runs along the shores of the Gulf, and forms 100 islands, stretches directly northwards, continually increasing in size, and spreading its ramifications towards the east, where they form 100 narrow valleys, the streams flowing through which empty themselves into the Mekong. The rains had commenced on my second entrance into Dong Phia Phai, and I was greeted by a perfect deluge, which continued with intervals of 2 or 3 days, but this did not stop me, although I had to pass through a country still more to be dreaded than this forest, where no one goes willingly. In all this mountainous region, elephants are the only means of transport. Every village possesses some, several as many as 50 or 100. Without this intelligent animal, no communication would be possible during 7 months of the year, while with his assistance there is scarcely a place to which you cannot penetrate. The elephant ought to be seen on these roads, which I can only call devil's pathways, and are nothing but ravines, ruts 2 or 3 feet deep, full of mud, sometimes sliding with his feet close together on the wet clay of the steep slopes, sometimes half buried in mire, an instant afterwards mounted on sharp rocks, which one would think a Blondin alone could stand, striding across enormous trunks of fallen trees, crushing down the smaller trees and bamboos which oppose his progress, or lying down flat on his stomach, like the cornacs, drivers, may the easier place the saddle on his back, 100 times a day making his way, without injuring them, between trees, where there is barely room to pass, sounding with his trunk the depth of the water in the streams of marshes, constantly kneeling down and rising again, and after making a false step. It is necessary, I repeat, to see him at work like this in his own country, to form any idea of his intelligence, docility, and strength, or how all those wonderful joints of his are adapted to their work, fully to understand that this colossus is no rough specimen of nature's handiwork, but a creature of especial amiability and sagacity, designed for the service of man. We must not, however, exaggerate his merits. Probably the saddles used by the Laotians are capable of great improvement, but I must admit that the load of 3 small oxen, that is to say about 250 or 300 pounds, is all that I ever saw the largest elephants carry easily, and 18 miles is the longest distance they can accomplish with an ordinary load. 10 or 12 miles are the usual day's work. With 4 or 5 or sometimes 7 elephants, I travelled over all the mountain country from the borders of Laos to Luang Prabang, a distance of nearly 500 miles. All this eastern portion, with the exception of a few villages filled with black-bellied savages, so called from the manner in which they tattoo themselves, is inhabited by the same race, the white-bellied Laotians, who call themselves Laos, and are known by this name to all the Siamese, Chinese, and surrounding nations. The black-bellied or western Laotians are called by their eastern brethren by the same name, which in Siam and Cambodia is bestowed on the Annamites, Zuen, Lao Zuen. The only thing that distinguishes them is that they tattoo the under part of the body, principally the thighs, and frequently wear the hair long and knotted on the top of their heads. Their language is nearly the same, and differs little from the Siamese and eastern Laos, except in the pronunciation, and in certain expressions no longer in use among the former. I soon found that, for the letter from the governor of Karat, I should have met everywhere the same reception as at Chiapum. However, this missive was very positively worded. Wherever I went, the authorities were ordered to furnish me with elephants and supply me with all necessary provisions, as if I were a king's envoy. I was very much amused to see these petty provincial chiefs executing the orders of my servants, and evidently in dread lest, following the Siamese custom, I should use the stick. One of my men, to give himself importance, had tied one of these bugbears to the arms which he carried, and the sight of it alone sufficed, with the sound of the tam-tam, to inspire fear, whilst small presents judiciously distributed and a little money to the cornacs procured me the sympathy of the people. Most of the villages are situated about a day's journey from one another, but frequently you have to travel for 3 or 4 days without seeing a single habitation, and then you have no alternative but to sleep in the jungle. This might be pleasant in the dry season, but during the rains Nothing can give an idea of the sufferings of travellers at night, under a miserable shelter of leaves, hastily spread over a rough framework of branches, assaulted by myriads of mosquitoes attracted by the light of the fires and torches, by legions of oxflies which, after sunset, attack human beings as well as elephants, and by fleas so minute as to be almost invisible, which assemble about you in swarms, and whose bites are excessively painful and raise enormous blisters. To these enemies add the leeches, which, after the least rain, come out of the ground, scent a man 20 feet off, and hasten to suck his blood with wonderful avidity. To coat your legs with a layer of lime when travelling is the only way to prevent them covering your whole body. I had left Bangkok on the 12th of April, and on the 16th of May I reached Luya, the chief town of a district belonging to 2 provinces, Phetchabun and Lom. It is situated in a narrow valley, like all the towns and villages through which I have passed since I left Chiapum. This is the district of Siam richest in minerals. One of its mountains contains immense beds of magnetic iron of a remarkably good quality. Others yield antimony, argentiferous copper, and tin. The iron only is worked, and this population, half agriculturalists, half artisans, furnish spades and cutlasses to all the surrounding provinces, even beyond Karat. Yet they have neither foundries nor steam engines, and it is curious to see how little it costs an iron worker to establish himself in a hole about 1.5 yards square, hollowed out close to the mountain. They pile up and smelt the mineral with charcoal. The liquefied iron deposits itself in the bottom of the cavity, and there hollows out a bed whence they withdraw it when the operation is completed and carry it home. There, in another cavity, they make a fire, which a child keeps alive by means of a couple of bellows, which are simply 2 trunks of hollow trees buried in the ground, and upon which play alternately 2 stopples surrounded by cotton. These are fixed to a small board and have long sticks for handles, to which are attached 2 bamboo hollow canes which conduct the air into the cavity. In several localities I discovered auriferous sand, but only in small quantity. In some of the villages the inhabitants employ their leisure time in searching for gold, but they told me that they hardly gained by this work sufficient to pay for the rice they ate. In this journey I have passed through 60 villages, numbering from 20 to 50 houses each, and 6 small towns with a population of from 400 to 600 inhabitants. I have made a map of all this part of the country. Since leaving Karat, I have crossed 5 large rivers which fall into the Mekong, the bed of which is more or less full according to the season. The first of these, 35 meters wide, is called the Menam Chi, latitude 15 degrees 45. Second, the Menam Luya, 90 meters wide, latitude 18 degrees 3. Third, the Menam Uan at Ken Tao, 100 meters in width, latitude 18 degrees 35. Fourth, the Nampuya, 60 meters, latitude 19 degrees 5th. The Namhoon, 80 or 100 meters wide, latitude 20 degrees. The Chi is navigable as far up as the latitude of Karat. From May to December, the Luya, the Uan, and the Hoon are only navigable by very short distance on account of their numerous rapids. Neither is there any water communication between the Menam and the Mekong in Laos or Cambodia, the mountains which separate them forming insurmountable obstacles to cutting canals. The Laotians much resemble the Siamese, a different pronunciation and slow manner of speech being all that distinguishes their language. The women wear petticoats and keep their hair long, which, when combed, gives the younger ones a more interesting appearance than those who have to live on the banks of the Menam. But an advanced age, with their unkempt locks thrown negligently over one temple and their immense guatra, which they admire, they are repulsively ugly. Little commerce is carried on in this part of Laos. The Chinese inhabiting Siam do not come as far, owing to the enormous expense of transporting all their merchandise on elephants. Nearly every year a caravan arrives from Yan'an and Guangxi, composed of about 100 persons and several hundred mules. Some go to Ken Tao, others to Emnan and Chiang Mai. They arrive in February and leave in March or April. The mulberry does not thrive in these mountains, but in some localities this tree is cultivated for the sake of furnishing food to a particular insect which lives upon its leaves, and from which is obtained the lag, or Chinese varnish. All the gum benzoin which is sold at Bangkok comes to the northern extremity of the state of Luang Prabang, and from a district tributary both to Cochin China and Siam, and peopled rather by Tonkinites than Laotians. On the 24th of June I arrived at Pak Lai, latitude 19 degrees 16'58, the first small town on my northward route. It is situated on the Mekong, and is a charming place. The inhabitants seem well off, the houses elegant and spacious, larger indeed than I have seen before in this country, and everything betokens a degree of prosperity which I have also remarked wherever I have stopped since. The Mekong at this place is much larger than the Manam at Bangkok, and forces its way between the lofty mountains with a noise resembling the roaring of the sea and the impetuosity of a torrent, seeming scarcely able to keep within its bed. There are many rapids between Paklai and Luang Prabang, which is 10 or 15 days painful travelling. I was tired of my long journey on elephants, and was anxious to hire a boat here, but the chief and some of the inhabitants, fearing that I might meet with some accident, advised me to continue my route by land. I therefore proceeded as far as Tadua, 90 miles farther north, and during 8 days passed through much the same style of country as before, changing one valley for another, and crossing mountains which became more and more elevated, and being more than ever annoyed by the leeches. We were, however, no longer compelled to sleep in the jungle, for every evening we reached some hamlet or village, where we found shelter either in a pagoda or caravanserai. As among the Grisons or the mountains of the Valai, the whole population from Dong Phia Phai to the district, who drink the water of the mountain rivulets, are disfigured by immense goitres, and the men are not so subject to them as the women, who rarely escape. I have only passed through one village, where any serious ravages are committed by the tigers. There is one danger which may be serious, incident to travelling with elephants in a region like this. Usually among the caravan there are 1 or 2 females, followed by their young, who run about from one side to another, playing or browsing. Now and then one of them stumbles and falls into a ravine, and immediately the whole troop jump down after him to draw him out. In a letter which I wrote from Cambodia, I described the Mekong River as imposing, but monotonous and unpicturesque. But in this part of the country it presents a very different appearance. Where it is narrowest, the width is about 1,000 meters, and it everywhere runs between lofty mountains, down whose sides flow torrents, all bringing their tribute. There is almost an excess of grandeur. The eye rests constantly on these mountain slopes, clothed in the richest and thickest verdure. On the 25th of July I reached Luang Prabang, a delightful little town, covering a square mile of ground, and containing a population, not, as Monsieur Pelagois says in his work on Siam, of 80,000, but of 7,000 or 8,000 only. The situation is very pleasant. The mountains, which above and below this town enclose the Mekong, form here a kind of circular valley or amphitheatre, 9 miles in diameter, and which, there can be no doubt, was anciently a lake. It was a charming picture, reminding one of the beautiful lakes of Como and Geneva. Were it not for the constant blaze of a tropical sun, or if the midday heat was tempered by a gentle breeze, the place would be a little paradise. The town is built on both banks of the stream, though the great number of the houses are built on the left bank. The most considerable part of the town surrounds an isolated mount, more than 100 meters in height, at the top of which is a pagoda. Were they not restrained by fear of the Siamese and the horror of the jungles, so prolific of death, this principality would soon fall into the hands of the Annamites, who now dare not advance nearer than 7 days' journey off. A beautiful stream, 100 meters wide, unites with the great river to the northeast of the town, and leads to some Laotian and savage villages bearing the name of Phi. These are no other than the tribes called Panoms by the Cambodians, Ku by the Siamese, and Moi by the Annamites, all words simply signifying savages. The whole chain of mountains, which extends from the north of Tonkin to the south of Cochin China, about 100 miles north of Saigon, is inhabited by this primitive people, divided into tribes speaking different dialects, but whose manners and customs are the same. All the villages in the immediate neighborhood are tributary. Those nearest to the town supply workmen for buildings erected for the king and princes, and these are heavily taxed. Others pay their tribute in rice. The habitations are in the thickest parts of the forest, where they only can find a path. Their cultivated grounds are to be seen on the tops and sides of the mountains. In fact, they employ the same means as wild animals to escape from their enemies, and to preserve that liberty and independence which are to them, as to all God's creatures, their supreme good. Yesterday and the day previous I was presented to the princes who govern this little state, and who bear the title of kings. I know not why, but they displayed for my benefit all they could devise of pomp and splendour. The Laotians of Luya appeared to me more industrious than the Siamese, and above all possessed a much more adventurous and mercantile spirit. And although both physically and morally there are great points of resemblance, yet there exist shades of difference which distinguish them at once, but are apparent in their dialect or rather patois, and in their manners, which are more simple and affable. They are all much alike in features. The women have round faces, small noses, large, almond-shaped eyes, thick hair, the mouth large and strongly marked, but the men do not exhibit so great a diversity of race as they do in Siam. Alas, what a journey my fragile collection of specimens, so difficult to gather together, has still to take, and what various accidents may befall them. Those who in museums contemplate the works of nature do not think of all the perseverance, trouble, and anxiety required before they are safely brought home. The Laotians have not the curiosity of the Siamese, and ask me fewer questions. I find them more intelligent than either the latter race or the Cambodians, and among the villagers especially there is a curious mixture of cunning and simplicity. They do not as yet seem to me to merit the reputation of hospitality, a virtue which appeared to be much more practised in Siam. I should never have obtained any means of conveyance without the letter from the Viceroy of Karat. My experience has been that they are less respectful, but at the same time less importunate, than the Siamese. The ground between Luya and Kena Tau is hilly, but traversed without difficulty. The formations are calcareous rocks, sandstone, slaty sandstone, and lime mixed with clay. The sandstone in long beds, not in blocks. In the streams I found stones, not boulders, but with sharp angles. The Chinese and Indians alone traffic here. It requires a day's journey to conclude the smallest bargain, and a whole village is assembled to make sure that the money is not spurious. On my route here I have not met a single Siamese, but in every village have seen Burmans, Karyans, and people from western Laos. I found men in Lao Puen, moulded like athletes, and of Herculean strength, and thought that the king of Siam might raise in this province a fine regiment of grenadiers. In all the villages I have visited, the inhabitants, including even the priests, set to work to collect insects for me, glad to receive in return a few copper buttons, glass beads, or a little red cloth. At Paklai, which I have already mentioned as a pretty town, I had the pleasure of again seeing the beautiful stream, which now seems to me like an old friend. I have so long drunk of its waters, it has so long either cradled me in its bosom or tried my patience, at one time flowing majestically among the mountains, at another muddy and yellow as the Arno at Florence. The road between Kena Tau and Paklai is dreadful. You have to force your way along a narrow path, through a thick jungle, and sometimes there is no path at all, or else it is obstructed by bamboos and branches, which interlace and often catch hold of your saddle. Every moment you are in danger of being hurt by them. Our hands and faces were covered with scratches, and my clothes torn to pieces. Muang Muonwa. This place is surrounded by mountains. I'm very feverish, tremble with cold. The thermometer shows 80 degrees of heat. I'm getting tired of these people, a race of children, heartless and unenergetic. I sigh and look everywhere for a man and cannot find one. Here all tremble at the stick. The enervating climate makes them incredibly apathetic. 15th of August, 1861. Nam Khan. A splendid night. The moon shines with extraordinary brilliancy, silvering the surface of this lovely river bordered by high mountains, looking like a grand and gloomy rampart. The chirp of the crickets alone breaks the stillness. In my little cottage all is calm and tranquil. The view from my window is charming. I cannot appreciate or enjoy it. I am sad and anxious. I long for my native land, for a little life, to be always alone, weighs on my spirits. Luang Prabang, 29th of August, 1861. My third servant, Song, whom I had engaged at Pak Priao, begged me to allow him to return to Bangkok in the suite of the Prince of Luang Prabang, who was going there to pay tribute. I did all I could to induce him to remain with me, but he seemed to have made up his mind to go, so I paid him his wages and gave him a letter authorizing him to receive a further sum at Bangkok for the time occupied by his return journey. Same date. Song is gone. How changeable we are. He was always complaining of cold, or had some other grievance, and I cared less for him than for my other servants. But then I had not had him long. Yesterday, however, when he asked permission to go, I was vexed. Either he has really suffered much here from illness, or has not been happy with me. Perhaps both. I hired a boat to take him to the town. My good friar accompanied him there this morning, and recommended him for me to a mandarin whom I knew. I gave him all that was necessary for his journey, even if it lasts 3 months, and on his arrival at Bangkok, he will receive his money. On taking leave, he prostrated himself before me. I took hold of his hands and raised him up, and then he burst into tears. And I, in my turn, when I had bid him farewell, felt my eyes fill. Nor do I know when I shall be quite calm, for I have before me, day and night, the poor lad, ill in the woods, among indifferent or cruel people. He has a great dread of fever, and if he had been taken ill here and died, I should have reproached myself for keeping him. And yet, if it were to come over again, I almost fancy I would not yield to his desire to leave me. He was confided to me by the good Father Lormandy. May God protect the poor boy and preserve him from all sickness and accidents during his journey. I reached Luang Prabang on the 25th of July. On the 3rd of August I was presented to the king and to his cousin. On the 9th of August I left Luang Prabang and travelled eastwards. 26. The thermometer rose to 92 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the maximum I have noted this month, 71 degrees being the minimum. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 59 and 60, by Henri Mouhot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The dress of the Laotians differs little from that of the Siamese. The people wear the languti and a little red cotton waistcoat, or often nothing at all. Both men and women go barefoot. Their headdresses are like the Siamese. The women are generally better looking than those of the latter nation. They wear a single short petticoat of cotton, and sometimes a piece of silk over the breast. Their hair, which is black, they twist into a knot at the back of their head. The houses are built of bamboos and leaves interwoven and raised upon stakes, and underneath is a shelter for domestic animals, such as oxen, pigs, fowls, etc. The dwellings are, in the strictest sense, unfurnished, having neither tables nor beds, nor, with few exceptions, even vessels of earth or porcelain. They eat their rice made into balls out of their hands, or from little baskets plaited with cane, some of which are far from unartistic. The crossbow and sabar cane are the arms used in hunting, as well as a kind of lance made of bamboo, and sometimes, but more rarely, the gun, with which they are very skilful. In the hamlet of Na Le, where I had the pleasure of killing a female tiger, which with its partner was committing great ravages in the neighbourhood, the chief hunter in the village got up a rhinoceros hunt in my honour. I had not met with this animal in all my wanderings through the forests. The manner in which he is hunted by the Laotians is curious, on account of its simplicity and the skill they display. Our party consisted of 8, including myself. I and my servants were armed with guns, and at the end of mine was a sharp bayonet. The Laotians had bamboos with iron blades, something between a bayonet and a poignard. The weapon of the chief was the horn of a swordfish, long, sharp, strong, and supple, and not likely to break. Thus armed, we set off into the thickest part of the forest, with all the windings of which our leader was well acquainted, and could tell with tolerable certainty where we should find our expected prey. After penetrating nearly 2 miles into the forest, we suddenly heard the crackling of branches and rustling of the dry leaves. The chief went on in advance, signing to us to keep a little way behind, but to have our arms in readiness. Soon our leader uttered a shrill cry, as a token the animal was near. He then commenced striking against each other 2 bamboo canes, and the men set up wild yells to provoke the animal to quit his retreat. A few minutes only elapsed before he rushed towards us, furious at having been disturbed. He was a rhinoceros of the largest size, and opened a most enormous mouth. Without any signs of fear, but on the contrary of great exultation, as though sure of his prey, the intrepid hunter advanced, lance in hand, and then stood still, waiting for the creature's assault. I must say I trembled for him, and I loaded my gun with 2 balls, but when the rhinoceros came within reach and opened his immense jaws to seize his enemy, the hunter thrust the lance into him to a depth of some feet, and calmly retired to where we were posted. The animal uttered fearful cries, and rolled over on his back in dreadful convulsions, while all the men shouted with delight. In a few minutes more we drew nearer to him. He was vomiting pools of blood. I shook the chief's hand in testimony of my satisfaction at his courage and skill. He told me that to myself was reserved the honour of finishing the animal, which I did by piercing his throat with my bayonet, and he almost immediately yielded up his last sigh. The hunter then drew out his lance and presented it to me as a souvenir, and in return I gave him a magnificent European poignard. Ubon and Basak lie west-northwest from Mount Pimai. It takes 8 days in the rainy season to travel from this last town to Ubon, 2 more to reach Basak. To return occupies at least double that period, the current being excessively strong. The Manan moon at Pimai is 75 meters wide in the dry season. In the rainy season it is from 6 to 7 meters in depth. There are in this district iron, lignites and trunks of petrified trees lying on the ground, which even from a very short distance look like fallen trees in a natural state. Mipukam, inhabited by the Sui, is 6 days' journey from Karat in a southeasterly direction. In the dry season, the navigation of the river is impeded by sandbanks. At some points the stream is tolerably wide, but in others choked with sand. From Karat to Pimai on an elephant occupies 2 days, from Karat to Taisan 2, to Sisapun 2, to Jusaton 2 days, to Ubon 4 days, to Basak 4. Direction east-northeast from Karat, Pukyo, north of Chiapum, Puvien 10 degrees east of Chiapum, Dongkai, northeast by east of Chiapum, Luang Prabang, north of Chiapum. From Chiapum to Vientiane is 15 days' journey on foot towards the north and 9 degrees east, Lom northwest of Chiapum, Petjabum west-northwest of Chiapum, Basak east-southeast. Bain Prom, a mountain situated in a valley 9 miles across, is nearly 300 meters high. Bain Prom, a town, Menam Prom, nearly 2 meters deep and 40 wide, rises in Mlom and empties itself in the Menam Chi, in the province of Kukin. Banrika, between Pukyo and Konasan, 4 geographical leagues from each place. Manam Rik is a torrent which empties itself into the Prom. The vegetation is monotonous. Everywhere resinous trees, chiefly of small size. There is a complete absence of birds. Insects are in great number and variety, mosquitoes and oxflies in myriads. I suffer dreadfully from them, and covered with swellings and blisters from their bites, and they torment our breasts so much that we sometimes feel it will drive them mad. The sensibility of the skin of the elephant is extraordinary, but these creatures are very skillful in brushing off their tormentors by means of a branch held in their trunks. I do not know what would become of me without these good and docile animals. I cannot tell which to admire most, their patience or intelligence. From Konsan to Vientiane is 8 good days' journey in a northeasterly direction. To Mlom 4 days west-northwest. To Betchabun 4 days west-southwest. To Karat 4 days east-southeast. To Chiapum 4 days east-southeast. To Pukyo 4 days east-southeast. To Loya 3 days rapid travelling north-northeast over mountains. From Konsan to Koken 2 days rapid journey east-southeast. From Koken to Chanabot 1 day's journey southeast. On the road from Konsan to Luya, near the former place is a stream called Uyamwan and a torrent, Uyakar. Ban 9, a village 5 geographical leagues off, 2 days' journey with high mountains to cross, difficult of ascent for the elephants. On the first day your course is over peaked mountains, volcanic, and like those of the Khao Kok. The next day you meet with calcareous and volcanic hills. In the valley is sandstone, jungle and fertile ground. Milom, 4 days' journey west of Bananian. From the last place to Bananabaton runs the stream Uyayan. Manan Fukar, passed over twice, a geographical league. In the provinces of Konsan and of Luya, a great number of the inhabitants are affected with goitre. This is caused by the water from the mountains and the mineral substances with which it is impregnated. I suppose so. From Bananabaton to Biprun you have to cross high mountains. Halfway up one of these is a fine view extending over a wooded plain to the northwest in the direction of Nong Khai, and bounded at a distance of 25 or 30 miles by a chain of mountains, whilst in each other direction you are surrounded by hills varying in height from 300 to 900 feet. The sandstone and chalky rocks of these heights have taken most picturesque forms. Bipun to Bi Tiasien runs a stream 5 leagues long, in a northwesterly direction, and which is navigable for boats. It flows on towards Loya and empties itself in the Mekong at Mount Sion Kan, which is 10 degrees north-northeast of En Tiasen. From Bitien to Loya are hills easy to climb, with vegetation similar to those of Chantabun and Brelam, forests of bamboo. The rocks are calcareous with a small mixture of sandstone. The Menam Rope and Menam Oi are 2 large rivers, deep in the rainy season, which empty themselves into the Menam Loya. Also several torrents, villages Banagatanam, Banapun, Bananahana, Banapatiu. From Banatien to Nongkan you go in an easterly direction. Banapur is the first village in a 4 days' journey. Here are forests, jungles, and a small hill. The plain is barren and desolate in appearance. Towns and provinces of Luang Prabang in coming down, Tien Kan, Nongkai, Saibori, Oten, Lakon Penom, Mokadahana, Amarata, and Basak. I am literally pillaged by these pesky mandarins and chiefs of villages, and have to give away guns, sabres, lead, powder, colours, pencils, and even my paper. And then after having received their presents, they will not put themselves out of their way to do me the smallest service. I would not wish my most deadly foe, if I had one, to undergo all the trouble and persecution of this kind which I have encountered. The Laotian priests are continually praying in their pagodas. They make a frightful noise, chanting from morning to night. Assuredly they ought to go direct to paradise. Between Uyasai and Tien Kan the villages are Banatat, Bi Uyasak, Bi Nasao, Bi Pun, Bi Napor, Nam Kan, near Bi Emnien, near Kenatau, between Bananam Kan and Bananok, is a torrent called Nam Kem. Observations taken at Ketatau, Vientiane, eastward, Mg Nan, Earth northwest, Chiang Mai, northwest Luang Prabang, north of Kenatau. Mg Daint Sai, 4 days' journey of west-southwest of Banamien, Lom 4 days' journey west-southwest of Banamien. Villages, Banaten, Naka, 2 roads, Naton, 2 roads, Nadi, Na Munamone, Naho, Banamai, Bikok. The river Menam Uan runs in a northwesterly direction to within a day's journey of the Menam Saka. A huge mountain lies between them. In Lom the villages are Banatali, Biao, Bikam, Bipuksio, Binama Bongdio, Bi Nongboa, Bi Nasana Jena, Bi Nam Sok, Bi Inaun, Dong Sai, Bana Vang Ban, Bi Nang Krang, Mg Lom Kao, Bana Kue Neun. Between M Lom Mai and Tien Kam are Ban Oe Sai, Bi Rat, Bi Nashi, Bi Oe Pot, Bi Nasao, Bi Lok, Bi Na Niao, Tien Kam. Between Kenatau and Banami are Bi Konaken, Bi Pak Oe, Bi Kenaton. The Mekong is 10 leagues east of Kenatau. Mount Phat Kai, 8 days' journey west from Bananimien. Bananimien I found the Laotians even more ungrateful and egotistical than elsewhere. They not only will give you nothing, one has no right to expect it, but after taking presents from you they will make you no return whatever. The Menam Uan rises at Danasai, south-southwest from Kenatau, and joins the Mekong east-northeast from that town. From Kenatau to Luang Prabang is a distance of 7 geographical or 10 ordinary leagues, and a journey of 10 or 11 days quick travelling. Mg Pakai is north of Kenatau. From this place to Bana Na Ina is 1 day's journey, to Bana Mun Tium 2 days. Near this latter place, where I found a greater number of insects than anywhere else in my travels here, is the river Nam Shan. It is a continual ascent to this part. Near Bana Na Ina, auriferous quartz occurs. The jungle here is thick. Villages in the neighbourhood of Mun Tium, consisting of from 15 to 30 huts, Banahapa, a league to the north, Rapaja, the same distance southwards, Tatadina 1 league to the northeast, Nampun half a league southeast. In Banamun Tium are 26 houses. Route from Bimun Tium to Bi Kukanyo. This last village is composed of 80 houses. There is in it an abandoned pagoda, and is environed by woods and hills. A stream called the Nam Paniu flows past it and joins the Nam Shan. There is plenty of rice on the hills, but not on the plains. From Bana Kuk Nio there are continual hills. We are tormented by immense numbers of leeches and oxflies. Jungle is as thick as Dong Phia Phai. We passed the night on the banks of a stream, the Nam Koi, which we had several times crossed, but could get no sleep on account of the leeches. And the following night, by the same river, we were equally pestered. Bana Ue Io is a small hamlet in the immediate vicinity of Kuka Nio, Paklai, a very pleasant town, apparently prosperous. The houses are clean and elegant. Paklai is 2 geographical leagues distance from Muang Muna Wa. The district is very mountainous, with rice grounds on some of the slopes. We several times had to cross the Lai, which is 35 meters wide, and rushes along like a torrent with a great noise. There are about here many precipices. It was wonderful to see the elephants climb, descend, and hang on by their trunks to the rocks, without ever making a false step. I have quite an admiration and regard for these noble animals. How remarkable are their strength and intelligence! What should we have done without them amidst these vast forests and rugged mountains? Mjiarun, district of Mloang, a day's journey west-northwest of Mjiarmun Wa. There are several houses in it. The villages near to Muna Wa are Bana Bia, 2 miles westward, Bana Nampi, 2 days' journey, Tiem Kana, 1 day, Bi Nam Kan, 1 day. These villages are all on the road from Gi Mun Wa to Fuksai. This place lies west-southwest from Wang Muna Wa, and 5 days' journey off, and 3 days' journey from Nam Pat. The country between Gi Mun Wa and Nam Pat is mountainous. From the latter places to Fuksai is also hilly ground, and is part of the direct line from Bangkok to Mgi Luang. From Mgi Muna Wa to Bana Nakau is a good day's journey over a mountain country, through woods of resinous trees and high grass, but the jungle predominates. Auriferous sand occurs in the Nam Pun, also though less rich in the Nam Uan and other streams. Bana Pheke and Bana Lan lie between Binakan and Mgi Nampan. Mgi Nan is 6 days' journey west-northwest of Muna Wa. The first day to Mgiun, 2nd day through woods and crossing streams to Nan Pi. Here are black-bellied Laotians. 3rd day Bana Kun, 4th day Bana Da, 5th day Bi Don, 6th day Tukka. 3rd of September we left Bana Nakau and arrived about midday at a rice field where we passed the night. All the women here have goitre, often enormous and most repulsive. Even young girls of 9 or 10 are to be seen with them, but rarely the men. About Ture there are woods and thick jungles, and the river Nampun, 60 meters broad, runs near. The hills here are of moderate height. I saw some pretty young girls with intelligent faces, but before the females attain the age of 18 or 20 their features become coarse, and they grow fat. 5 and 30 they look like old witches. 2 rivers unite here, the Nam Pun from the west and the Nam Jam from the north. On my route from Binakau to Binalur, I spent the night of the 4th of September in a hut at Binakon. On the 5th I reached Nalur, passing through several hamlets, Namun, Nakoa, and Nadua. Nalur contains only 7 houses. The streets are first, the Nam Yan, crossed and recrossed several times, the Nam Kem, Nam Ito, Nam Pan, the Nam Ko near Bananakon. The road lies across high mountains, with jungles full of monkeys, uttering their plaintive cries. I was told of a royal tiger at Nalur, which in the space of 4 months had killed 2 men and 10 buffaloes. I had the satisfaction of killing the tigress. 5th of September 1861. From this date, Mouhot's observations cease, but until the 25th of October he continued to keep his meteorological register. The last dates inscribed in his journal are the following: 20th September, left B, P. 28th, an order was sent to B from the Council of Luang Prabang, commanding the authorities to prevent my proceeding farther. 15th of October, 58 degrees Fahrenheit, set off for Luang Prabang. 16th, 17th, 18th, halted at H. 19th, attacked by fever. 29th, pity on me. Oh my God. These words, written with a trembling and uncertain hand, were the last found in M. Mouhot's journal. His faithful Fry asked him several times if he did not wish to write anything to his family, but his invariable answer was, "Wait, wait, are you afraid?" The intrepid traveller never for one moment thought that death was near. He had been spared so far, and he doubtless thought he should recover, or he might have made an effort to write again. He died November the 10th, 1861, at 7 o'clock in the evening, having been previously insensible for 3 days, before which time, however, he had complained of great pains in his head. All the words which he uttered during the delirium of the last 3 days were in English, and were incomprehensible to his servants. He was buried in the European fashion, in the presence of his 2 servants, who never left him. It is the custom of the country to hang up the dead bodies to the trees, and there leave them. This account of the last illness of my dear brother I received from his friends at Bangkok, particularly Dr. Campbell, to whom his 2 faithful servants hastened at once to give all details. His collections and other property they took to M. Distria, the French consul. Dr. Campbell kindly took charge of the manuscripts and transmitted them to his widow in London. The family of M. Mouhot have already expressed their gratitude to those who were useful and kind to the traveller. The 2 good servants who remained with him to the last also merit their thanks, and if these lines should fall into the hands of Fry, I wish him to know how much gratitude and esteem we feel for him, and for his companion Dung. We wish them every happiness in return for their devotion to my dear brother. C. Mouhot. End of Chapter 18. End of Travels in the Central Parts of Indo-China, Siam, Cambodia and Laos, during the years 1858, 1859 and 1860, by the late M. Henri Mouhot. Read by Edmund Bloxam in London, UK, Elan, Taiwan, and Cambridge, UK.